And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Traveling up. Roger, with planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange!
Orange 25! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Décollage. Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
Flare, correct?
Thanks. We don't need any more of these.
Welcome everybody, it's another Starship launch, which is always fun, exciting times. This is our Stakeout stream. This is where we do hours and hours and hours of pre-launch coverage, where we take your questions, make it interactive, show you all the views we've got with all our fancy cameras, and get everyone excited ahead of the actual launch countdown coverage, which will be a second stream, and that is a few hours before launch, when everything gets very exciting. And that's when we ramp up the show. So you can consider this as some kind of like pre-show that builds up to the big show. And joining me with this show is Adrian. Say hello, Adrian.
Yeah, I always consider this like the big football finales, you know, when they talk hours before the big game and bring you everything you need to know about the potential strategy and what is going on. So this is like we are the analytic desk here, Chris.
And that's football, as in the round one that you kick. Moving quickly on, we've also got Alex. Hello, Alex.
Yeah, and we also don't have like mid game, shows or anything like that. So it's gonna be the show is just the full thing.
We also have a lot of people in the background, which I will definitely miss names out. I'm going to thank Carsten and Jay, who I've heard preparing us for this stream. So those are two people I can definitely say are with us, but we have a lot of people behind the scenes looking after our cameras, moving the scenes, changing it around. I see Roger in there, see Peter in there, see Matt in there. There's a good group of people, a lot of people you don't get to hear from sometimes. I know you get to hear from Roger often, so that's quite good. But there's a lot of people behind the scenes who help us provide these views. And I must say, this is really looking like a really impressive day for a launch, because look at the view we've got right here, right now. This is, again, just to explain to people who may be here for the first time, and I doubt it's many because I'm sure a lot of people are now aware what this rocket is, but this is the world's most powerful, tallest rocket ever built, and it really is an impressive sight. I am not losing any fascination with this sight. I mean, Adrian, it's a beautiful rocket, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Starship is also a rocket that is kind of evolving into more and more beautiful, because it used to be, let's word it nicely, a bit rough. But it's becoming more polished. It's becoming more of a rocket with character. It has a very unique view, and I honestly love it right now how it is. I think there will be some discussions once it become a bit taller again, because I feel like it is just on the edge of the proper ratio of how high it is versus how wide it is. But we'll see when it gets there. But yeah, how can you dislike this rocket, especially, Chris, when it gets frosty later?
Yeah, that's the exciting thing. And actually, that's probably a nice little segue. I will remind people that this is interactive. We like to keep it as interactive as possible. It does not have to be a super chat. You can send any questions. At NASASpaceflight is a trick. So if you want a question answered, basically do at NASASpaceflight any question. The reason why we say that is because that then sends the question to a special panel. It'd be really hard to keep up with a live chat because it scrolls off the screen very fast. So if you do at NASASpaceflight, follow me a question, it goes into a queue, and we'll pick out the best questions we can and answer them live on air as almost like a radio show, but with camera views. But with the segue I wanted to bring Alex in on is maybe a lot of people, we will get a lot of people in for the first time, not following it 24/7 like to do with all the hardcore audience who may be thinking, well, okay, it's Starship launch day. What's this vehicle doing? So maybe, Alex, if you want to provide a little quick overview of what this Flight 8 is trying to achieve.
Well, in very basic terms, they're trying to do what they were not able to do on Flight 7 because of that unfortunate loss of Ship 33. So today they're going to fly a Block 2 ship, which means it is an improved version of the second stage of Starship. And so it introduces a bunch of upgrades, which we'll be talking about them, here and there every now and then. There's, improved tank size, there's 25% more capacity there to carry more propellant. You've got, modified forward flaps, modified heat shield. And a part of all of those upgrades from Block 2 alone, there's also a bunch of stuff just dedicated to this flight, which most of them were not able to be done on Flight 7, and they were also planned for Flight 7, such as carrying fake, as we call it, non-structural, as the SpaceX calls them, pins for catching, right? A bunch of things related with catching as well, like ramps over stringers and things like that. A whole bunch of things related to catching, essentially, that they need to prove, not with a real catch, but with re-entry, right? Those materials need to survive re-entry well before a catch happens. And so they need to make sure on this flight that all of that is safe and good to go for the next flight, which we believe they're going to be aiming for an actual catch back at the launch site. For Flight 8, though, it's just going to be a splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Nothing, no catches or anything. There's also a bunch of experiments on the heat shield as well. There you can see one of those fake catch pins, as I call them. There's also a bunch of heat shield testing as well. Missing tiles, new materials, even active cooling tile and everything. So there's a lot of things riding on this ship. The booster, on the other hand, it's very similar to the one on Flight 7 and pretty much for the last couple of flights. And it does have some upgrades. SpaceX said that things like avionics, batteries, and computers have been upgraded for this booster. But other than that, there's not a huge amount of upgrades or big changes that we have seen on that booster. So far, this is sort of the small, shortest explanation that I can give on what Flight 8 is all about. It's just trying out the things that they were not able to get to on Flight 7. And so hopefully they get to test those today in just less than 9 hours.
You did really well there, Alex, because everyone laughed when I said, can you give a short? And then I thought, hang on, it's Alex. But that was great. Actually, that was shorter than what I would have gone on because I'd have rambled on for ages there. There's a nice little segue back to Adrian, though, because as Alex mentioned, there is some signs of the future with this vehicle, such as the potential of Flight 9 being a catch of the ship. Now, I did notice Elon gave a reply that was a little less kind of like committal towards Flight 9, talking about how this ship will be returning to the Indian Ocean because they need to test out the precision landings. And the wording of it, again, it's hard to know for sure because of the way the written word works. But it doesn't sound committed to Flight 9 being the catch if everything goes right with Flight 8. But let's pretend that's the scenario. The current situation is they're looking to catch, it'll be Ship 35 on Flight 9 on Tower 2, Pad B's Chopsticks. That's right. That's what we're thinking so far, isn't it, Adrian?
Absolutely. We have seen them putting a lot of focus on that tower, especially like it's the first thing that kind of tipped us off that might be the case is the fact that the tower itself, and especially getting the chopsticks ready itself, has been a big focus. And yes, there's very much the expectation because so let me tackle this from a bit of a different angle. If you want to catch a ship, then the ship needs to get to Boca somehow, right? And the way orbital dynamics works is that you will phase out of getting to Boca for about 24 hours once you go around orbit once or twice. So basically, you either need to catch about 90 or so minutes after your launch, or the next window will not arrive for a few more hours, or you have to do several orbital corrections. It's like it gets way more complicated after that. So our expectation is right now that the catch they will attempt is the one that is after one orbital like crossing. So basically 90 or so minutes after launch. However, the booster will be on Tower A, right? The booster will still be there. Maybe they will be able to put it on the alignment time, but it would be rather tight. So the only other way how they could do this is to catch the ship on the second tower. So they basically use one tower for the booster and one for the ship. So that is the current playing field we believe is happening for the first full double catch. Word it like that.
Yeah, there's also hardware, related considerations as well. Like so far, the pin design that we've seen for the ship, it doesn't seem to be capable of landing on the landing rails of Pad A on those chopsticks. Because the chopsticks, for those that don't know, you all probably know because you're very early here, so you're probably Starship fans. But whoever might not know, there's like a pair of landing rails, one of each on each arm, right? And that's where the booster and the ship in the future will be landing, right? So there's like this little lip at the outside of the landing rails. On Pad A, the lip is quite large in there. On Pad B, it's smaller, and it looks like the pins installed so far on these ships is only capable of landing on the one with a shorter lip. And why it's important the lip size and whatever, because that lip will just essentially, smash against the. If it's too long, it will just smash against the pins. And so you kind of want to have one size that doesn't smash the pins and shear them off. That will be a bad day for your vehicle. So it looks like, even from a hardware standpoint, I mean, it's not like they couldn't modify Pad A, of course, but looks like it might even be just Pad B, the one that can catch ships right now.
Some thanks, because it's important to keep recognition of the people who support us, because I guarantee you the team we've got out there, it's about 15 people, I think. I think it's about 15 people. I mean, Mary, obviously, the OG of Starbase for us, who actually lives there in Boca Chica Village. And we've got Jack, we've got Gene, we've got Daz, we've got EJ, we've got Gage, we've got Roger, we've got Jason, we've got... Oh, I'm going to miss names out, so I'm not going to do a list. We've got a lot of people out there. I don't want to miss anyone else, so I'm just going to say, we've got a lot of people out there. And it's thanks to your support we can allow this, because it costs a lot of money. I mean, we spend more than we actually make. Trust me on that one. It's a real labour of love to get this all done. But it's our pleasure, and it is history. You can only do this once. You can't go back and say, well, let's go back to Flight 4 and do it. We missed it. Well, let's do it again. You can't. You've got to do it live, and that's what we're doing with all these launches, these historic launches. So thanks to people such as John, who gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Wayne gifted a Red Team membership. Jake, so excited for launch. We'll be staying up late here in the UK. Thanks to the whole team for the amazing coverage. Thank you, Jake. We've got a store message. New patch day. Here we go. Kenzie, who got I'm sure it's there we go. There's the Flight 8 patch. That came out, as we always do, at full stack last night.
Yes.
So that is now out. That is an amazing patch. Adrian, would you like to talk about it?
Yeah, I want to quickly first off mention Jack, a member of our community, Chris, right? Like we can fully admit this. Like we did really a ping on our members Discord, and we're like, hey, who wants to help us design patches in the future? Das did that actually, and Jack came out there and presented his skills, and we're like, oh wow, this is amazing. So that's our Flight 8 patch that he did, and I think it's absolutely fantastic because we have talked about the planetary alignment the last few days as well, right? Like look at the patch, look at the stars there. These stars are not the stars; these are our planets, because we are right now in a phase of planetary alignments where a lot of planets are visible in the night sky, and we thought that would be kind of neat to show on the patch. So it's on there. It's like these nitty-gritty details that we love to include in our patch to make them a bit more special, Like we just don't want to slap anything on that patch. We want to make sure that you have something that's really cool. And if you want to know more about the Flight 8 patch, you can go to shop.nasaspaceflight.com and read up actually the design vision of Jack, who included like notes why he chose certain elements on the patch, which I think is a very, very cool design thing that we have for this patch.
And it's a pre-order, so when do if I was saying, oh, you know what, I like that patch, I'm going to go into the store, I'm going to get myself one. It's pre-order. When would I expect, roughly, for it to start shipping? Because they have to arrive in our warehouse in Dallas, in Texas. So we're looking at what kind of date range for shipping?
We expect shipping to the customer to commence before the end of March.
Cool. There we go. Lovely jubbly. We have more because I've got more store messages here. When you actually buy something from the store, you have the option of adding a message to it, which we'll read out live on air. So that's kind of cool little extra little perk for your support, because that's what it is. I do like the store as support because it means you actually get something physical in return for your support. So I've always liked that myself. So it's great. Rebecca, the only day better than launch day is catch day. I like that. Well done. Perrin, love the coverage. Keep up leading to the flight. Not long until it lifts off. Indeed. Chris, my son and I love watching you guys go NSF, go SpaceX. I love that. I'm going off on a tangent here. Sorry, I've started already. I'm going off on a tangent. Somebody has come onto our stream that we've created, then supported it and thanked us for it. Just think about that for a second. That's somebody getting something, spending their money on us to help us do what we do and thanking us at the same time. That to me will never get old. That is bonkers, and I do really appreciate it because that means everything, and it really is hard work, and it's fun, but it's hard work. So very much appreciated. I just wanted to go on a little tangent there. Ruin, I spent 9 months down in Iraq. I just got back in time to come down to the launch. Any after party at the Margaritaville. Right. Well, first of all, thank you for your service. Secondly, let's find out. I'm going to timestamp that question. Yeah.
Just to add, like, I think usually these decisions are a bit spontaneous, and if they happen, we try to communicate it, because that depends also on how tired the crew is, right? Because it's a later flight, and I don't know if they will be like tired or not. So sometimes it's a bit of a thing of like, are they available? Are they tired? Do you just want to go to sleep?
There might be a Rocket Ranch party maybe with the likes of Jack, because you know what he's like, as a decompress. So I will find out. Leave that with me. Kaysen, let's get this launch party going. Mr. One Wolfie, 20 gifted Red Team memberships. If you get a membership and you're thinking, how'd that happen? I've got a membership and I didn't even pay for it. It's because somebody like Mr. One Wolfie has gifted 20 Red Team memberships, and that means it randomly picks out people in chat for a gifted membership. So that is a real cool thing. If you notice you've been membered for no reason whatsoever, just say thank you in chat. It's because you've been gifted one. Even Go Starship, thank you NSF for all the coverage. John, thank you once again for the great Starship coverage. This is amazing. Just loads of star messages, and I'll go back onto questions very shortly. I'm just trying to keep up with this queue because there's so many of them. Falcon, there have been many. This may have been asked, but with the Starship re-entry path over Texas, Mexico, will this be an issue? Thanks for all you guys do, Patrick. So, right, the re-entry path, I assume we're talking about Flight 9 with the ship return, aren't we there, Alex?
Yeah, I assume so, because Flight 8 is not going to go over Mexico or Texas or anything. This is going all the way to the Indian Ocean. But yeah, once it comes back to Starbase, of course, it needs to re-enter over those. It wouldn't be the first time any vehicle re-enters over, other country. And, I'm not even thinking about the shuttle, because I know Chris is probably thinking about the shuttle. I'm thinking about Dragon. Dragon, especially when it's been re-entering, off the coast of Florida, either west coast or east coast of Florida, it's being essentially, if it comes from the north, for example, it overflies Canada and the U.S., and if it comes from the south, it overflies, Texas, a bunch of the countries in Central America, and things like that, and then it splashes down. Now they're moving to Pacific Ocean landings, of course, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. It's already happened, right? And so we already have precedent of these things happening. The difference is that Dragon is, a capsule. It's a true tested design, right? And then you've got Starship. And so that's why they're doing all of this testing through re-entry, right? Make sure that that thing doesn't break up during that re-entry. Now, the thing that they can do, of course, is since they go into orbit, they can choose not to deorbit this vehicle, not this one today, but like Flight 9, they may choose just to not deorbit it, just not deorbit it over Starbase, just splash it down on an ocean, Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean, whatever, right? But they have the option of doing that, just like they have the option to cancel the catch of the booster. So there are many options, and even after re-entry happens, the ship may also have the option to abort to the Gulf. And so there's not really, there's multiple gates there of safety baked into the whole trajectory, even that you can in theory just say, nope, I'm not going, I'm not gonna risk it, because there's people and everything, right? So
Yeah, you've incited me into mentioning the shuttle re-entry path because you mentioned it. Thank you, Alex. I get to talk about shuttle. A bit about shuttle for a second. The return to KSC in Florida would involve the orbiter coming back over land, over California, over Texas, and then doing the hack in Florida before landing on the shuttle landing facility. And the risks were known, but weren't really shown until Columbia, the loss of Columbia. If Columbia had broken up 1 minute earlier during that disaster, debris would have hit downtown Dallas. We would have been talking about a serious disaster then on the ground. The way that Columbia broke up meant only an Eagle was a fatality in the debris that rained down over Texas during that day. It's a true story that it always will stick with me. From the Columbia accident investigation report. So there are obviously that consideration in play once they start bringing starships back down. So it'd be very interesting to see how they do it, but obviously it's a different era now and a different vehicle. Marco became PADRAC member. Well, thank you, Marco. Marco also became, Walter, catching up with Flight 7's patch. Right, Adrian, I wanted to bring this up. I saw it in the panel. I wanted to quickly bring it up. How many Flight 7 patches have we got left? Because once they run out, and that's it, isn't it?
Quickly refreshing the website. I fully expect them to. So they might run out today. It's hard to predict, but it's certainly. We are on the very last leg of patch 7.
Yeah, indeed. Alex, we have a lot of I'm going to cover about 15 people's questions here in one go. Why no wet dress rehearsal, Alex?
They don't need it. They're going to be going for the launch, and they're going to be fueling it up, the rocket, and if they see any issues, then they can stand down. We have seen already launches with no wet dress rehearsal of the full stack. We did see in some of the other launches, though, instead of doing a wet dress, they did just a partial tanking test or something like that. This one doesn't have any full stack testing done so far, and they're just gonna take the launch attempt today just like that. They're gonna go into fueling, and if they see any issues, they'll just stand down and try again. I don't know, maybe tomorrow, whenever they can try again.
Indeed. And I'm going to keep on with you, Alex. I know the answer to this. I know you'll know the answer to this, but Misfit asks, what was the reason for Flight 8 failing? Now, I'm going to say Flight 7 on your behalf there, but I know what you meant. Why did we lose Ship 33? What was SpaceX's findings on that?
Well, just so everybody understands, Ship 33 had a bad vibe. So it was harmonic oscillations what sort of tear apart the ship. One of the things that happened is that they encountered higher harmonic oscillations than they were predicting on the ground. And so, that broke some of the propulsion systems, namely, transfer tubes and whatnot. Those led to leaks, and the leaks then led to fires. The fires were much stronger than they could vent out of the ship, and so they had to, the ship just essentially, blew up because of all of that. Well, it was not because of all of that. It was more of a chain reaction of engines shutting down, then wiring being cut off and everything. They lost the signal, and then 3 minutes later, the flight termination system, automated flight termination system, exploded the ship. But that's essentially what happened. Harmonic oscillations, way larger than they had seen prior to that launch. And so what they did for Ship 34 is they tested ways of sort of dampening those oscillations, trying to lessen the force of those oscillations, and they tested multiple methods during a 60-second static fire test on Ship 34. And so they did that at Massey's just about a month ago or so, and they were able to sort of gather data on how these different methods affect the dampening of these oscillations and things like that, and also trying to see how it compares with different thrust levels on those engines, because you could run those Raptors at 100, 90, whatever, right? Like somewhere in between 40% and 100%, you can run them at different thrust levels, and different thrust levels will give different responses from the vehicle, etc., etc. All the deal with that. And so essentially, bad vibes is what killed Ship 33. And so hopefully that doesn't happen with Ship 34. All of those mitigation efforts have succeeded, and we see a nice, gentle splashdown in the Indian Ocean.
Very good. I'm actually just clicking on. We got so many star messages, but a lot of them are just saying thank you, and I really appreciate every single one of them. I didn't want to turn this stream into like NSF, you're great. I just don't want to. I'm too self-conscious of that, so I'm clicking on them, and you'll see them arrive in the ticker as we go. While Alex is giving an answer or whatever. But Adrian, I want to ask you a question that has been asked by multiple people as well. So we're covering a lot of people's questions in one go. What's the launch weather like?
I mean, look at this right now. Honestly, this is one of the best conditions we have seen for Starship to launch, and or at least attempt to launch it. That hasn't all launched yet. Overall, it's looking pretty good. There's some, this is, of course, this can happen. There's some water and some fog in the air. Overall, we are not really tracking anything that looks like a major issue, or like something that could go bad. Upper level winds is always a bit of an unknown. We know SpaceX will also launch weather balloons shortly before launch to confirm whatever they're expecting from upper level winds. That's always a thing. But in terms of like major weather incidents or like ground winds, rain, we don't track anything that looks like it might be an issue today.
Would you believe one of the other most popular questions I'm seeing in the panel right now is why didn't they paint the orbital launch mount legs? I don't think it's really a caveat towards their pre-launch preparations, and maybe we're getting to the point now. I can segue this a little bit by one of the messages we got from Anonymous, who says, "I hope the flight patch 8 arrives before flight 9." When are we expecting flight 9? If everything goes well. When's as soon as you think? Because we'll have to think about the Flight 9 patch as well, won't we, sir?
So let me close this in from the thinking you have. So, how long did it take SpaceX to finish Ship 34 to get to this? That was about 100 days. I think it's like 105, 110. If we apply the same thing to when was Ship 35, which would be the ship of that flight, stacked to 100 days in the future, we would be about end April. However, there are some things that I think are mitigating for this. We know that they have adjusted the heat shield again to the experimental configuration, which probably costed them like a week or two. We also know that they have performed additional the 60-second static fire that probably warranted another few days of checkout. I would say under optimal conditions, we are talking about early April for flight 9.
Very good. I'm also seeing questions which will segue us away from this particular rocket and move us back towards SpaceX's workhorse of the Falcon 9. Alex, what went wrong with the booster after landing last night? A lot of people are asking about it. I know SpaceX have given some information out, so maybe we can just explain that it is rare, but it can happen with the Falcon 9 booster landing.
Yeah, they lost booster B1086, and from what SpaceX said, they just had a fire in the aft section of the booster after landing. The landing was nominal, right? But it had a fire on the aft end of the booster that damaged one of the booster landing legs, and then it resulted in it tipping over. Quite a weird way to go, I guess, but because it sort of entails a very weird succession of catastrophic failures, I guess. But yeah, like look at the chances of that happening, right? It's not like they lose a booster that often. So yeah, I mean, even the landing itself, like the landing went well. It just had, I don't know, maybe more residuals than usual, some leak somewhere. They'll probably figure that out and work on that. And as they say, that data will make Falcon even more reliable on ascent and on landing. So, and all of that also feeds into Starship because, all of those purges and everything that they have to do after landing. We've seen Super Heavy quite toasty on the aft after landing on those chopsticks. So
Let me ask you here something, Alex. I know you track statistics. Will you count this as a successful landing but not a successful recovery?
yeah, it was a normal landing. It didn't seem to be off or anything. It's not like B1062, for example, when they lost it in August of last year, where you could see that one of the legs broke off literally at the moment of landing, and it just tipped over like right there. This sounds more like it landed, then some things happen afterward. It's more like B1058. Remember that it tipped over because of high seas and everything. Those two boosters that they lost back then, those were quite veteran boosters, having flown, I think it was 20 and 22 flights each. This one, unfortunately, was on its 5th flight. So it was a very young booster that they have lost. So not good, but, not the end of the world either.
Very good. Yeah, I'm going to go back to what Alex was mentioning about how the Super Heavy booster comes back down literally on fire. I mean, that caught me out the first time. The first time the booster was coming back, we've seen the aft end of the vehicle absolutely just looking hot. It was incredible to me. I don't. Was it expected for you, Alex? Was that something you'd expect to see, with it literally looking like it was still on fire?
I did not expect that, mainly because I thought it was going to be sort of the same material that we see on Falcon 9, and that it will seem just like Falcon 9 comes pretty much at a very similar velocity after entry burn. And so it's like, we don't see that glowing, but it seems like it must be any sort of different material, or like the physics of that re-entry. Somebody was mentioning that it might be because, unlike the Falcon 9 engine section, which is like flat, on the engine section of Super Heavy, you have like sort of like a upside down bowl sort of thing, right? Effect, and so that can maybe trap better the heat or something like that. That's sort of the theories out there as to why it looks different, even though it probably even uses better materials than Falcon 9, because obviously better rocket, better technology and everything. So it's quite weird that it glows, but sure. If it glows and it's okay, I'm okay with that. If it's glowing and it's not okay, then that's if it's a feature, I'm okay with it. If it's a bug, yeah, no good.
Adrian, I've got a definite question for you here. It's actually a star message, so I can read this out. Flight 8 looks phenomenal. Great work again with the coverage. What's the current situation with the license?
The license is, everything is good. So the FAA has confirmed that the mishap investigation of Flight 7 has been not closed, but at least deemed no safety impact. And that is always the moment where the vehicle is no longer quote unquote grounded. And with that, they are go for launch. The license modification that was performed is actually not that much about this flight, but more about making it future-proof for the next few flights, especially once they go for ship reuse and orbital flights. So that license requirement, I don't even think was a big requirement for this flight, but the main thing is the safety investigation, which was closed, and with that, they are go from a regulatory standpoint.
I want to quickly thank. I just seen it coming to the corner of my eye. When we do these launch streams, this big Starship launch streams, it's near on impossible to keep up with everything. Even if it goes into the panel, I have to scroll up and down a screen, and my eyesight's not brilliant, so it's not fun. But I did see Not That Jared do 50 gifted Red Team memberships. That's bonkers. Not the first time. I recognise the names. I'm sure there's a Jared, but this is not that Jared who has done 50 gifted Red Team memberships. That's amazing. I definitely want to read this one out as well for multiple reasons. Looking forward to Flight 8, maybe Starbase Stoke-on-Trent in 2035. Thanks for everything you do. Someone who struggles with pain daily, thank you. Wow. Okay, so anytime I hear that what content we put out there helps them personally, that means the world to me. I mean, that could have been just an email to me and I'd have read it out, because that is very important. And the second thing is Stoke-on-Trent, the coldest football stadium in the world. York played there in the FA Cup. We took 4,000 fans out, and I've never been so cold in all my life. It's the coldest place on earth. I just wanted to, when I saw Stoke, I was like, oh, that reminds me. But thank you for your support. That's amazing. And Montias says the best space coverage on the planet. Right, I want to address that. That's a wonderful thing to say, but we're always pushing. I would not consider us to be that. I would consider us to be someone who aspires to be that. We have a lot of work to go. I've been doing this for 20 years with NSF. I started in 2005. I am personally nowhere close to where I would like it to be. It's going to take time and money and resources and people, but trust me, we're always aspiring to that. A little tip for anyone starting into this kind of like channels of space coverage, or maybe a site or whatever, a Discord, always have the aspirations of doing better. Never think you've made it. Never think you've got it to where you want it. Always keep pushing. And that is the best policy I can do. And Starship's interrupting me.
I also, like, I feel like a lot of people, myself included, thanking NSF a lot in a time where it was not that easy to go outside, if you remember. Because I know a lot of people that joined, for example, NSF in 2020. Which was a time where you couldn't go out, you couldn't go socialize, and NSF back then, like tank watching me as a viewer, was a time where I could just sit here, watch and hear you all talk. And that was like very helpful back then for me. And I bet you, if I go to the chat right now and ask who started watching 2020 tank watching because of that, I bet you that I'm not the only one.
Yep, it's been an incredible ride from the early days. Just covering, we were just basically starting out as almost like a very dedicated and small audience shuttle site covering the space shuttle return to flight after Columbia, starting with STS-114, and we never had any ideas it would get to this stage where we are right now. Big thanks to Mary, because Mary's the reason we've got a YouTube channel, and the YouTube channel is what has allowed us to really push on. Mary was putting her clips and photographs on our forum. Our forum's still going. Our forum is massively popular, but it's very much back in the day, kind of like internet. Mary was putting the videos and photographs onto our forum. That venting noise is so loud, by the way. I hope it's not too loud for you on the stream, because I can't hear myself talk. There we go. That's better. Thank you, Carson. I can now hear myself talk. Mary was putting the clips and videos on our forum, and I said, Mary, it's killing our forum service because everyone's downloading them and like hot linking it. Can we put them on YouTube maybe, just to relieve the forum? No aspirations to have a big YouTube channel. It's just a way of basically where to host them. And Mary said yes. And then 1.28 million subscribers later, here we are. It's a crazy story, it really is. We do. Oh yeah, Luca asks, did SpaceX Dan photobomb your cam? Yes, he did. We all, as a media, accredited media, move our remote cameras and such to a special area that SpaceX provides for launch day, which is separate to the areas we normally use. And Dan was doing final checks on all the cameras that were there, and probably didn't realize that one was live at the time. Dan's great, by the way. Dan is awesome.
I think he knew that it was live, because I think after that he looks at, I think he looks at his phone and looks at Starbase live after he did that.
That's very Dan. That is very Dan. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah,
I'm not throwing him under the bus here, but I think he looks down to a phone right after he did that.
Hey, Alex, technical question. Old Space Nerd asks, is there any reasons why the re-entry tiles are black?
I mean, not fully related to to that. So, you know, the material is a ceramic material that they're using, right? And you could say on one hand that it just happens to be black, but there's also a side effect as well, which is in certain wavelengths that actually doesn't look black, right? What am I going to? So thermal transfer in when you re-enter, you don't have actual the gas is actually not touching the vehicle. You have like a bow shock. So there's a distance between the plasma and the actual vehicle itself. So the way that heat is getting to your vehicle is through radiation, right? Just like the heat of the sun gets to Earth, you don't have anything, you don't have any material in between, you just have plain radiation. And so that radiation, as any other, has different wavelengths. And while we'll see it in optical wavelengths black, in other wavelengths, that might actually be a reflective surface, right? And so that can also be a side effect here, that certain ceramic materials, you see them black, but their actual, properties in other wavelengths, namely infrared wavelengths, might actually be that they are just reflective. In which case, it's like, well, you kind of want to reflect that heat away from the vehicle, right? So it's a mix of those things. Of it's because the ceramic material that they're using is like that, but also I'm not saying that this in particular, but I believe, for example, for the shuttle back then, at the time, it also had that property that sort of, was able to reflect some of that thermal energy a little bit away. It also is very porous, like it has lots of empty spaces in the material as well, which kind of helps as well to be able to take all of that heat of re-entry. We've seen, thanks to the live cameras, by the way, which is quite amazing that we have that opportunity to see the actual re-entry live. You can see that some of the maybe leading edge surfaces, like the aft flaps, for example, the leading edge of the aft flaps gets a bit hot, red hot and everything. But you can see that even through re-entry, those tiles don't get as hot as they should, and like they don't glow themselves, right? So that's really interesting. But yeah, they're just black. That's the material, what it is. Why are they black? That's the material, basically.
Very good. Thank you, Alex. I do like to read these out because I think it's important for several reasons. Robert said, just retired from the army. Thank you for your service. When I say that venting, Starship, will you stop? Behave yourself, Starship. Thank you. I'm trying to say something serious. Seriously, Robert, thank you for your service. Everyone who's served in the military, I sincerely mean that when I say it. That's not just some automatic line you say. It's something that everyone should recognise when you serve your country. So thank you, Robert. Ready for the oldest aerospace engineering student in my class. Love you all. Eagerly awaiting a re-release of Dazart's shirt from the Mars Perseverance landing. Thank you all. Dazart, do we have any Dazart still left in the store, Adrian?
I do not think that is the case. So yeah, I'm sorry. Quick ad, by the way, because I'm seeing a lot of people asking, when is it launching? The top left in your screen, NET stands for not earlier than. Not earlier than in this case means the opening of the launch window. So that clock in the top left is the earliest possible time where Starship can launch. However, before that, there will be several countdown steps we will talk through when we arrive there that Starship has to move through for meeting that launch window.
Lovely. Joseph, hi guys. I've been here since the first Hopper flights. Thanks for all the wonderful streams and memories. Question, have you heard anything about reusing Booster 14? Thoughts? I've got thoughts, but I'm sure Alex has got better thoughts.
Hang on. Can we go back? Thoughts about reusing Booster 14. Okay, thanks, because I was a bit lost with a long message, but thanks anyways for the store message, by the way. Yeah, so that's one of the things that we're sort of hoping for, right? Like either Flight 9 or Flight 10, it's kind of looking like they're gonna be reusing Booster 14. It's been on the Mega Bay for a long time, and we've seen scaffolding and things like that on the top of the booster. So it does seem like they're working on it to fly it again. Let's see, maybe next flight or the other, we'll see.
Yeah, I personally think it's interesting because we saw Booster 16 being rolled to masses for cryo testing, and the timeline of that rollout means they probably have the option to keep whatever internal date they have for Flight 9 on and have the option of using either Booster 14.2 or Booster 16 based on where their thinking is at the time. I really found that fascinating because it means they're keeping their options open. Adrian, any thoughts on what you think they'll do? Will they go for a reflight of Booster 14 or just stick with a new booster still?
I think they will do it. It is interestingly still around, and also like being worked, like it's actively in flow and move. So yes, I think B14 will be reused.
Very good. Morton asks, great coverage on SF. Thank you. I love it when people start their questions with a thank you. I mean, that again never wears thin with me. I think that is something wonderful. How will the percentage of the Pez dispenser? We have is it 4 Starlinks, Alex?
Yes.
Adrian, thank you, Alex. that are riding with this one. The Pez dispenser is how they deploy these. The Starlink simulators, not real Starlinks, but this is what they're going to test on this flight, is deploying these 4 simulated Starlinks via the Pez dispenser. Maybe, Alex, would you like to describe how the Pez dispenser works? It sounds self-explanatory, but maybe you could just explain it for people like me.
Yeah, I actually find it more similar to a toaster kind of thing, even though but yeah, you essentially have that sort of slot kind of payload bay door, right? It opens and then you put all of the Starlinks each. So it's like stacked, right? All of those Starlinks are stacked on top of each other, and there's 2 per row. So you have, a row of 2, then you have another row of 2 on top, etc., etc. And as you load those, the Pez dispenser has the option, the ability to be able to raise all those up. And so we think that based on the slots that the Pez dispenser has to be able to get those Starlink satellites, they may have the capability to load up until 54 of them on the Pez dispenser. Of course, there are no 54 of those on Ship 34, right? There's only 4, but that's sort of the maximum capacity. And so what they do is, once they want to deploy them, what they do is the ones at the bottom, they are flung out, they are deployed, right? And then there's a mechanism that allows them to be able to lower the whole stack down 1 row. And so now the bottom row is right at the interface with a door in a deployment. And so the deployment mechanism just flungs them out again, that lower row, and you repeat the whole process. You lower the stack, flung out another row of 2 satellites, and so on and so forth until you are emptying out the whole thing. Hopefully they'll be able to at least test the flinging, right, of the satellite, and also because they are carrying 4, the lowering of the stack, it's only going to be 2 satellites that we're going to be lowering, but it's still, you repeat that process over and over and you get to 54. And so just by testing it once, they are able to make sure that it will work when the full thing is there.
Awesome. A nice little programming up at the store here, Adrian. Virgo says, love the coverage. Hope everyone has a good time. For the shop team, might be someone able to check my order. Thank you. I won't put it on screen because, no one can track it, but I will check it for you. If you ever have any problems with the store, it's very rare, but we have a store contact form, and unlike a lot of online stores, from my own experience, it doesn't go to some AI bot. It goes to real humans, such as myself or Kirsten. And we will personally, hands-on, check it for you and make sure everything's good. And if there's any problems, we'll make sure it's rectified. So, Virgo, I won't put it on screen because you might be giving details away for yourself there. I don't want to do that. But we will personally check it. I have taken a note of it. Thank you, Virgo. Anonymous, Space Intelligence here. Keep up the great work. Go Starship. Thank you. I'm sure I've seen you around somewhere on the internet. So I thought I'd give you a shout out. What foreign country will be the first starbase outside of the United States of America? Bahamas, Australia? ? That's from Dylan. Adrian, we may be talking about point to point. But I think as far as an actual launch site, let's take a starbase equivalent, something that we've seen here in the States. What country do you think will be the first to host a Starship launch?
I'm gonna take it from Adrian because I think he's kind of currently busy.
Okay.
But yeah, I can do it. we've seen those things, right? With Bahamas, right? With Falcon 9 and everything. It looks like Australia is also very interested on that because we've seen those partnerships for Starship as well. Because since it re-enters over the Indian Ocean west of Australia, it seems like they're also interested. I don't know. There's a lot of different options there. I think at least at first we're gonna see first offshore platforms, probably more plausible than outside on another country. But excuse me. It seems like those countries like Australia might be an interesting option for Starship, and it's also close to the equator as well. If you go to the northern portions of Australia, so there's definitely a lot of possibilities there, and we'll see. There's probably some island remote in some place. Of course, you will need to find a way to get your boosters and starships there. But hey, they've dealt with worse, and look at Falcon 1.
Indeed. This is quite a good question because it can bring us upon something else, which is the fact that Starship has only scrubbed once so far. Every other attempt is launched on the first opportunity, the first launch window opportunity. But the question is from Yeats, asking how long is the launch window today?
1 hour long. And so that means it's going to be from 5:30 p.m. Central or 23:30 UTC to 6:30 p.m. Central or 30 minutes past midnight UTC. So what that means is that they have plenty of time to be able to get this off the ground. The last time, even going back to not just scrubs, but also moving into the window. The last flight, they did move into the window, but flights 5 and 6, I believe, those two did not delay into the window. They went right at the beginning of the window. So that is one of the things that we've seen lately, that they are really good at sticking to, that opening of the window. Oh, are they about to do sweeps here of the launch site? You see those trucks?
Yeah.
Arriving? I think
And
those are the ones that do the sweeps.
we should probably explain why, because people are like, why would you clean a launch pad, right? There's like, the rocket will do that just fine for you. Yes, the rocket will do that just fine, and that's precisely the problem. Because imagine there's like a rock on there. And you suddenly accelerate that rock with the power of 33 Raptor engines. That rock becomes very ballistic. So sweeping the launch pad is also making sure that you have no foreign object debris flying around and damaging your hardware.
Absolutely. I'm going to read this one out because it's the opportunity for me to do something I've always wanted to do, but I never get to do on streams. So I'm going to do this first. Paul says, hi from England. I just pre-ordered my Flight 8 Peach. I'm dreaming patch. Thanks, NSF team. I would love a mention, if possible, please. Well, you're getting a mention, Paul. So excited for liftoff. 11:30 p.m. for us over the pond, indeed. Right, this is my opportunity to say, let's do a location check. Where are you all watching from? And by all means, put the city in if you're inclined to do so, because we get a lot of people saying England. I'm going, wonder where about in England, because I'm from England. So you can now have the opportunity to say where you're from. Let's see how global this audience is. I'm seeing Turkey, Chile, Germany, lots of Americans. Worthing, we nicked your football manager. Suffolk, Canada, Romania, California, Switzerland. Oh, this is really hard for me to see. So many people. Look at this, Adrian. Oldham.
It's so. I always love that if we start this early, because the Americans are not all yet watching, right? You can see so many Europeans as well. So cool.
Wow.
But it's like truly international. Like you probably can cross up every single country here basically by just going through this.
I'm just waiting for a Yorkshire. Hang on. I keep saying New York.
Somebody will just type it to make you happy.
Oh no, I don't want to. Oh, I've got a Hull. I've seen a Hull. There we go. We're covered. There we go. We got a Yorkshire in. That's good. I'm happy now. It's amazing actually because Leeds. What's anything else? Pardon me. That made me actually, that made me lose my voice. Right, moving quickly on. That's amazing. It really is incredible to see the international community we've got following this amazing vehicle. And it really is. And I do sound like a fanboy. I am a journalist. I'm going to be objective. But come on, if you ever heard me trying to say, yeah, Starship is an impressive vehicle, but so is New Glenn and so is ULA, and so, yeah, I'm gonna say the vehicles as they are. I thought New Glenn was impressive, and I said it. I think Starship's impressive, and I'll say it. It really is a real new era we're in right now, especially with New Glenn. Adrian, I can bring you on this one because we've been following rockets that are single use for many years. And now we're seeing Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, Starship, New Glenn. We've got Relativity Space with Terranar. All these Stoke Space. All these rockets that are going to be reusable rockets. It's an exciting era we're in right now, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, you will always get the... SpaceX was very, very ahead of the curve here, right? SpaceX was the pioneer that really started to do this. But you can now see how it becomes with Blue Origin also going for reusability, with Relativity, as you said, with Rocket Lab. It will become a necessity because you can no longer bank on these contracts that don't go to SpaceX to pick them up as an expendable rocket. Because if SpaceX doesn't pick them up, well, maybe Relativity picks them up, or Rocket Lab, or Blue Origin. So the competition is really pushing the whole industry towards reusability. And while we right now mostly cover SpaceX in terms of reusability, I bet you in 5 years from now that will change on here as well. Like we will start to have all kinds of different reusable rockets that we will cover.
Absolutely, yeah. I do have a programming note because I'm only on for a few more minutes, and I something I can answer from D-Roof. I know I probably made a mess of your name there about the Indian IP addresses that Cloudflare that are blocking to sites with big forums like we have. So if there's any Indians on here who are saying they're getting a Cloudflare issue where it's been blocked, just do a VPN out of India. It's some anti-spammer and anti-scammer thing that's going on that's stopping Indian IP addresses going on many sites. So if you do a VPN, that'll get around it. It's a little tip for any Indian people on here because their IP addresses are getting targeted by big US corporations. Fun thing. I do get that question a lot, so hopefully I answer quite a few people wondering why that happens. It's not NSF that's blocking you, it's Cloudflare, which is the internet backbone thing. We have lots of people asking about the weather again. We were mentioning that earlier. The weather is so far looking pretty acceptable for this. The winds is something we're going to keep an eye on. Adrian, do we have Adam coming on later with a weather report?
I don't know if we have him on. If he's around, he usually will hop on and give us a weather report.
Very good.
We can inquire.
We can. And also we can ask him and pass on. So that's something we can always cover because Adam's great. He's actually a meteorologist in real life. He does our McGregor live coverage, but he actually is a meteorologist, so that's really cool. Richie asks, how long until we see Tower B with a QD arm? Alex, we've got the chopsticks, the stubby chopsticks, the short chopsticks, which is great news for the potential of a catch coming up, but the ship quick disconnect, which is something I always get a tongue twister with, but luckily got it right there. That's not yet even out there, is it? They're setting up some kind of platform for it, maybe?
I don't know about any platform. I know that they have been working on the main portion of the arm at Sanchez. So the arm has like two different structures, I guess. One is the, if you will, like the shoulder and forearm kind of part, right? And then like the tip of the arm, like the hand that reaches out and connects to the ship. And so that tip has not been found anywhere. We have not seen any of that work yet. But the main arm structure, all of that is seemingly completed. It doesn't have any cryopipes, though. It doesn't have any plumbing or anything. One of the things that we've seen lately, though, they've been working on the actuators, the valve actuators that are up there at the tower that control the flow from the lines that go up the tower to the ship. Essentially, the little bit of plumbing that there is between the top of the tower where the quick disconnect arm is out to the ship. Those valves control that part. And it's, for example, where we'll see on Tower A or Tower 1, whatever you want to call it, later today, that, magnificent tower event, as we usually see it, and so we'll see that kind of thing again on Pad B. But yeah, we don't know how long until that quick disconnect arm will be there. I think they're trying to get the other ground systems, the launch mount and everything ready first before installing any of that.
Very good. Now, again, quick thanks to everyone who's supporting us. It really is incredible. We will get around to all of you. We don't want to just like spend the entire stream just talking about super chats and what have you. We're making it interactive with questions and what have you. So we will get around to them. So if you've not been read out yet, don't worry. We will get around to you. They're in a panel. They're all safe. Your support is safe. Because I'm going to go do some quick thanks bulletin with a beryllium fusion space shuttle question, or a more like a proposal, should we say. Let me just say, Bulletin, I've read it, and just send me a contact, because we'll talk about it offline, because I think it'd be very off topic for this stream. Matthew, I did an application during Axiom 1 for NASASpaceflight. I've not heard back. Do email me personally, because sometimes the contact forms don't work. They get spammed out with different email addresses and what have you. Contact me personally. It's chrisbergin@nasasspaceflight.com. I'm on Twitter. I'm on X and whatever. You can DM me there. I've got open DMs. Adrian, Chris B, would you prefer £5 be called 5 curly L's, as Jack calls them, or 5 wads of my word? Adrian, just call him £5 sterling. There we go. Tom V, gifted 5 team membership. Thank you. Mark, I love this. My kids and I watching your channel for all these awesome launches. Thank you for your great coverage. Thank you, that is amazing, and also great parenting there, because you get your kids into spaceflight. Marcus, can we get TPS tile replicas, please? Adrian, can we do replicas of TPS tiles?
Depends on which material.
Indeed, yeah. I'm thinking tea coasters or whatever. There we go. Anonymous, thanks for everything. You need to see my 1/60th scale Mechazilla and Starship. Yes, we do want to see that. Thank you, please, again. Contact me, send me an email. Thomas, let's go NSF. Thanks. Let's go SpaceX. Let's go chat. Let's go another boost catch. Thanks for all the great coverage as always. Thank you for that. Connor, the interesting part of Booster 1086 that they once was a Falcon heavy sidecar and will probably be transitioned back to one in the future. Now they're probably need to build a new one. Alex?
Yeah, it is true. It was a Falcon Heavy side booster on the GoSU launch, and yeah, it was converted into a Falcon 9 booster. We don't know if it was going to be launched as a Falcon Heavy side booster again, though. But they still have, anyways, some upcoming boosters. I mean, we recently saw, I think it was B1092. The one that is another Falcon Heavy set booster, because it doesn't have the logos and everything for Falcon 9, and so they have ways of replacing that one. It's not the end of the world, but it is sad because it will no longer fly anyways, either Falcon 9 or Falcon Heavy.
Indeed. Now, that's my 1 hour. My brain lasts for an hour, and then I have to move on to other things. Luckily, you lucky people, we're going to transition into the glorious turns that are Gene. Gene, are you with us, Gene?
I am. Good morning, Chris. How are you?
Very good. I'm very well. Looking forward to this launch. Lots to do. Thanks again to all your support. I'm going to hand over hosting duties to Gene now. So thank you for all your support again, because it really does mean the world to us. And we've got nearly 10,000 people in right now already. We've got like 8 hours to launch yet. So it's going to be a fun stream. And until later, thank you for joining me. And now over to Gene. Goodbye.
Thanks, Chris. It's always a pleasure to have Chris on stream. You guys show him some love in the chat. We appreciate everything he does here at NSF. Under 8 hours now, Alex and Adrian. I am really looking forward to this launch. I know, as are you, as is everyone in chat. And he's gone through and thanked a lot of people. And so keep those questions coming in at NASASpaceflight in the chat. And of course, go check out and pre-order the patch. I want to ask a fun question right off the bat. I just want to say something silly. Adrian and Alex. Alex, I'll come to you first. Wrong answers only. What is that thing halfway up the tower sticking off toward the rocket? Wrong answers only.
There are 3 things, though. So, what's that thing? That's the encooler. It makes things cooler. I don't know.
All right, Adrian. Wrong answers only. What is that thing halfway up the tower that's attached to the ship?
SpaceX is always saying the payload is data, and that is the delayed data loader.
The data loader. Hello, everybody. Welcome to a launch day. I'm so excited. I can't wait for this thing to take off. I've been listening for about the last hour, listening to all your great questions and everything. So let's get back into some of those. Obviously, weather is an issue, and we've asked Adrian many times. Later on today, when we get into our launch coverage, we're hoping to have Adam Suker, our meteorologist here at NSF, to break down the weather. But right now, as you've heard Adrian and Alex say earlier today on the Stakeout, everything seems to be okay. Everything seems to be fine for this evening's potential launch, no earlier than 5:30 here at Starbase. Let's see. 8-sided patch. Trying to visit your website. Nope. Will the flaps work as intended? Middletown Productions 85. It's a good question. The flaps, they've moved back on the Block 2. This is the second Block 2 to fly. I'll come to Alex, I'll come to you on this one. Why did they move those flaps leeward, as they say in the aviation industry? Why did they move those flaps, and what does it mean for reentry?
Yeah, leeward and noseward as well, because it got a little bit higher as well on the ship. So the flaps being in this position allowed them to not be cooked by the plasma, right? That hinge on the older flaps was located, like it was being just smashed by that plasma during reentry, right? And now where they are located on the ship on Block 2 kind of leaves that hinge area away from the brute force of that plasma. So it still suffers a little bit of the heat, of course, because this is still on the windward side of the vehicle, but by being more leeward, right, it sort of leaves that gap, that hinge area away from the plasma. And that was quite a concern ever since we saw Flight 4 with Ship 29. It's quite an effort to be able to remember now all of the flights, even though we're 8 flights into the program. Mm-hmm. It's going to be madness once we're Flight 300, I don't know. But yeah, we saw that with Flight 4, Flight 5, and 6. Getting better, right, on each flight, but still there were some issues with that impingement of the plasma through those gaps, through that hinge seal, as they call it. And so obviously the better design of this, it's one of the things that they're going to be able to test on today's flight. Some people might ask and wonder why this doesn't happen with the aft flaps, and it all comes down to the nose cone, right? The forward flaps are on the nose cone, which is sort of like this more pointy part, whereas the aft flaps, it's just all cylinder. It's not a cone shape, and so the way that the plasma goes around the ship on the nose cone is different than around the aft of the ship, and so that's why the aft flaps, they're unchanged, like literally no change in the design so far. Well, we've seen at least some changes in the tiles, but not the design of the flap itself. Like, it's not different size, it's not positioned differently, it's the same position, it's the same size, same materials as well, same hinge design as well. Nothing different there. The tiles have been upgraded, of course, but other than that, they are very similar to just how they were in, Ship 29, 30, 31, yeah.
And the second part of that question is about where it's landing in the Indian Ocean. We're expecting it to hit its target spot. And I know I can answer that. All of us do expect that. Obviously, it didn't happen on Flight 7. It did on the previous flights. So we're looking forward to seeing some of these views from the cameras on board Ship 34 as it's making its way through peak heating it into the Indian Ocean. As Chris was saying earlier, thank you guys so much for your support. It's coming in fast, and it's hard to keep up with it. So I'm going to jump over. I'm going to thank some folks, and then we'll get back to your questions. Daniel B., thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Love working with NSF team. This team rocks. I wholeheartedly agree, my friend. Bob Fillmore gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for your support. And again, all the views you see, the cameras, all the voices you hear, everything, all the infrastructure, moving people around, it all comes from your support, and we cannot thank you all enough for it. Aiden with a store message. I've learned so much from watching you guys. Thanks for everything. And we're the same. Aiden. I've learned so much talking to Alex and Adrian and Ryan and everyone else. There's the team at NSF is just amazing, and I've learned so much talking to these guys. Anonymous with another storm message. Hi from Legendary Cal. Thank you so much for the coverage. I hope to get my kids down to see the live launch one day and meet the NSF team. We would love to meet your kids. One of the funnest things about coming to Starbase is meeting everybody. And of course, our live launch coverage is going to be from the Margaritaville Hotel here on South Padre Island. After the rocket gets caught and potentially splashes down, we do all of our replays. After everything is over, I know some of us will be walking around because we're going to be starving. Let's just put it that way. We're going to be working for hours and hours on end. So we're going to go get something to eat. If you see us, say hi. Love to meet you. And definitely bring your kids down. Carson, Aiden, say squirrel. Adrian, say squirrel.
Squirrel.
It's a thing, everybody. Give Adrian some love in the chat for that.
There's like a sound in there that I can like. Okay, I know I sound German, but I don't think I am one of the Germans with the heaviest accent. So it's weird, but there's one sound in there that I just cannot pronounce. It's just not in my mouth. I don't know. So it's my weird German quirk. Again, I don't think I'm the worst in English as a German, but it's just so weird.
It's okay.
Cool.
I live in Alabama, so I say words like light. Cut the light on, not light. So it's all over the place. Myrek, thank you for giving the Red Team membership. Thank you so much. If you get one of those, say thank you in the chat. Avon with a store message. I literally just had my Flight 7 patch delivered today. Yes, they're awesome. Go Flight 8. This bodes well. Be sure to get out there and pre-order your Flight 8 patch. They are beautiful. Alfredo, thank you so much for that. Super chat. Just to be clear, the countdown is for the launch and Alex average answer time. Oh, the countdown in the upper left-hand corner. Is that the countdown to launch or Alex's average answer time? Great question.
Wow.
Alex, I'll send this one to you.
There we go. Talking for 8 hours, that will not be good for my mental health, I think.
You got called out on that one. That's good. Active 3X, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. It is such a privilege to work here, and that's why we say thank you to you guys, because of all the great support. And I mean, it's a rocket. It's on the launch mount. It is potentially going this afternoon, and I know a lot of people have questions, so let's jump back into some of these questions. First of all, from Oliver, who says, I'm autistic, and I love watching your streams during painting. Listen to your voices. Talking about spaceflight is just very soothing, especially Alex's voice. There you go, Alex.
That's cool.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Oliver, thank you so much for being here with us and being in the community of rocket nerds. We love you. Keep listening. Start an Alex fan club. That's exactly right. All right. What do you think we'll see about the first reflight of a booster? Fearless Studios asks at NASASpaceflight, what do you think? When do you think, if I could, wording is hard, when do you think we will see the first reflight of a booster or a ship? Now, this is a very common question. And we know they caught booster 14. We know they caught booster 12. I doubt they're going to fly 12. That's going to be either scrapped or become a garden ornament. But I personally think that, as Crispy said earlier, it's really smart. SpaceX is leaving their options open to either fly booster 14 or 16 for Flight 9. Adrian, I'll come to you first. When do you think we'll actually see the first booster reflown?
I actually think it's the next flight. I think the next flight will be booster 14 going for a second flight and ship 35 going for the first catch attempt.
Hey, Alex, do you concur?
I think we're gonna see it either on the next flight or the following one. I feel like we are very close to that.
I agree. I like what SpaceX is doing. We talk about them making ships a lot faster than making boosters, and that's required. One booster should be able to lift 10 or so ships. Rapid reusability is what we want out of this human spaceflight going forward. What about the ship? Alex, I'll start with you. When do you see a ship being reused?
Well, let's see them first catch one, and then we'll talk about the reuse, right? I mean, in an ideal world, if they catch ship 35, for example, and then they go again with a catch on 36, then that 36, for example, could be the first one to be reused, right? It might seem weird that the second one already can get reused, but like that's what they did with Falcon 9, and that's what we're thinking with the booster of the super heavy booster. So why not with the ship as well? We'll see. I think there's a good chance that it might happen towards the end of the year. I will also say that I will not be surprised if they defer that to early next year to be like, fully sure that what the ships that they catch and everything are completely good. One of the things, let me go in a tangent here because it's relevant to Flight 8, which is, when they catch a ship, they need to slap those arms against the sides of the ship, right? So you cannot have tiles on the side because otherwise those tiles would break. So one of the things that is flying on today's flight is also stripping some of those tiles on the sides of the vehicle, which was there on the previous versions of the ship. They did that test with Ship 31. It did not go fully well. We saw some wrinkles, right? Let's put it that way, on the hull of the ship. And so that's one of the things that might be problematic if they want to catch one of these ships. So Flight 8 is going to test that again. They even have like a tapered sort of gradient kind of tile in between the windward side and the leeward side, so that they can address those issues with warping and whatnot. But yeah, I'm really interested in seeing how that performs on this flight and how we see that going forward, because if that doesn't work, you cannot catch a ship with those things like that.
Yeah, where they bevel the edges of the tile. We were looking at that yesterday, and it looks like they stripped off 6 rows of tiles on both sides of the ship, very similar to what they did with the previous ship on Flight 7. Adrian, obviously they have to catch the ship, right?
Yes.
Do you think they'll just turn around and reuse the first ship caught, or do you think they'll catch 2 or 3 or 4 of them and then start reusing the ships?
No, I don't think the first one. I think the first one has the tendency to have too much data value to be reflown. Mm-hmm. Let me explain that. You only get the opportunity to analyze your structure and your materials and your components after flight once you get to the point where you catch that. So the data use you can get out of a first flown booster or a first flown ship is immense. You can cut that part apart. You can look at material fatigue. You can look at weld lines. You can look at all kinds of different things that you want to analyze for the first time. And I don't think that SpaceX wants to pass on that given situation. I think that's why I'm also thinking Booster 14 will be the one to be reused, because it's the second one. I don't think the first one has a chance always to be reused. I think the second one is way more likely.
Yeah, that makes sense. Getting the data is the stage of this development of this R&D that we see on the screen. And we talked about it a couple of days ago, going from this research and development phase to operationalizing. And when you get that ship back, when you get that booster back, when you get that engine or anything, like you said, just a piece of metal, they're going to test that to the nth degree. They want to streamline this down. And the way they do that is by getting more data. As Jack says, more data, more better. Kirito, thank you for that super chat. Bought a Flight 8 patch earlier. Here you go. Assuming Flight 9 goes orbital, will it carry actual Starlinks? Thanks from Pennsylvania. Adrian, what do you think? Do you think Flight 9 will actually carry Starlinks if they decide to go orbital?
So interestingly, they have laid the groundwork for that. I think Alex also explained it earlier. What they did is they modified the flight license. And while we are unsure if the flight license at this point covers a re-entry, it's a bit tricky with these 450. What it does is it clears now for orbital launches. It definitely, the wording was adjusted to allow for these for these orbital maneuvers and for like orbital operations. So they could very much start to move operational soon, and that makes sense, right? Because the best way to recoup the immense cost that this program has is to make use of it. And one use of that would be to start shipping payloads like Starlings on future flights.
Yeah. Adrian, question from you from Ryan. I wonder how long will SpaceX try to solve the tile problem before they give in to the liquid-cooled supremacy? There are tiles on here. They are actively cooling some of them as a test on this flight. Are they right, Adrian? Sorry, Alex. Alex, this one was for you. Alex, they do have a lot of test tiles on this ship.
Yeah, but only one of them has the active cooling, by the way. But one of the things that happens is that you cannot really do that for the entirety of the ship. It will be quite hard, in my opinion. I mean, you probably could, but you have to do a lot of trade-offs, right? Then you have the option of going like Stoke, for example, with their Nova rocket. But their Nova rocket is let's say that there's a lot of very specific trade-offs there as well. Like the second stage is hydrolox. It's not methane because of the properties of hydrogen to be able to act as as a coolant when compared to the methane in terms of the mass that you need to use to be able to cool the heat shield and things like that. Also the geometry, it's more like a cone shaped kind of thing instead of a cylinder with a nose cone right on top. You have a lot of different intricacies and trade-offs there that I don't think you could easily do with Starship right away. You could, however, use that active cooling on some of the parts where you think you're going to get the most heat. And that might be doable in some small portions of the ship. For example, as we were mentioning before, some of those flap hinge areas that get quite hot. They are not getting the entirety of the protection that they will need because they need to move, right? And so those places might be good places to be able to try that active cooling. What other places they might be thinking of, I have no idea. That's the first place that I thought might be interesting. Could be also the leading edge of the flaps. Could also be the main body of the vehicle. It already carries, it already carries propellant. So why not just have cooling lines or something like that? But yeah, I feel like it might be sort of in that vein that in the future there's going to be a mix of different tiles. It's not going to be all ceramic. Some places we're going to see metallic tiles. Some others are going to have active cool tiles and things like that. We'll see.
So one of the questions we're going to get to here in just a minute is some of the changes that they've made between the ships. Obviously, we know we're going to talk about the attic above the power heads and below the tank, one of the areas that caused the incident with Flight 7. But let me thank some more folks before we get to that real quick. Fox, thank you so much for 20 Red Team memberships. We appreciate you. And if you are a recipient of one of those, be sure to say thank you. Adar, thank you for that super chat. Shalom from Israel. Go NSF, go SpaceX, go Starship. I'm right there with you, my friend. We appreciate you being here with us this morning. Let's see, Papa 5 with some becoming a Red Team, becoming a pad rep member. We thank you guys so much. A lot of great questions coming in. We talked about the Starlinks earlier. We're gonna, at the top of the hour here, as we get close to 7.5 hours from the no earlier than launch time, and again, it's 5:30 local here at Starbase. We're going to talk about those changes now, and I think I'll go to Adrian for this one, and Alex, feel free to jump in and just have a discussion about this, the changes that they've made to the ship and the booster with this flight from Sleepy Cat Guy and their super chat. Adrian, talk us through some of the changes they've made.
Yeah, so most of the changes we are seeing are thanks to, let's word it, learning experiences from the last flight. We will start with the booster. So the booster had some problems with one Raptor engines that didn't ignite during the boost back burn. It, however, ignited on the landing burn, which was honestly mighty impressive. and also shows a huge amount of confidence in your system, because it's really that, like, I mean, you have to have some sort of confidence in your system that you have an engine aboard in ignition, and then you're like, you know what? Let's try to start it again on landing. So that worked, but they changed some processes and redundancies with the igniters to make sure that the Raptor engines ignite more reliable in the future. That was on the booster. On the ship, the changes are more pronounced. We have the changes to how they didn't go into detail how they actually adjusted it, but of course during the last flight they learned that a certain vibration managed to create leaks and managed to basically in the end terminate their flight. So the first changes, they did some analysis of vibrations on Massies, and with that changed a few things to make sure that these vibrations no longer will create a problem. However, they also introduced a secondary redundancy there, because the attic where that fire developed, which in the end killed the last flight, they also introduced a nitrogen purge. So what will happen in the future is, A, they hope there will no longer be leaks, and B, if there are leaks, they want to make sure they purge them in the future and don't have another fire in the attic.
Which led to the shutdown of some of the engines, and then the loss of attitude control. And then, of course, the flight termination system was autonomously activated. And in my view, that happened as expected. Like, the system worked as expected. There was an anomaly. The computers assessed the situation and decided to activate the flight termination system. And again, if you're following along with the accident investigation, the mishap investigation, we were all like, oh no, and then it came out that, hey, that debris landed where we expected it, and it was glorious and beautiful on re-entry. I've never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, let me quickly address that, if that's okay, Gene. Because there of course are changes because of that. We also saw some no times adjusted. We saw like some sizes being adjusted based on that. However, basically at some point the FAA with the SpaceX-led mishap investigation came to this safety conclusion. That means basically either the safety of the past flight, like the safety of the public was not in danger, or they also have fixed that going forward in terms of safety concerns. Because if there's no safety concerns, the FAA is not that much there's no reason to ground their vehicle anymore if there's no safety concerns anymore. That is their main point there.
Yeah, and again, like I keep saying over and over and over, and I'm sorry if you guys get sick of me saying it, but everything you see is research and development. We are here for the engineering and the rocketry and the science that goes into it, because we're just big nerds. Okay, Marco with a super chat. Thank you so much. And Adrian, this one's for you. Store idea. Can we get a hoodie with a Velcro and all different patches also with Velcro? So I'm with Marco here. I like having the patches. I have a jacket. I'm going to be putting the patches on. Any chance you can find a hoodie with a hoodie made out of Velcro or hook and pile tape, as we say in the military?
Honestly, something like that is on our list, and we are more in the matter of like finding something that we found cool. But yeah, like something like that, like something a rocket that you can a jacket that you can attach patches to. Totally sounds like something that should be in the store of something rocket related. So yeah, it's certainly a thing.
I'd rather be flying an X-wing. Thank you for that super chat. James Penguin is back only when it's fueled. Yes. To me, the Space Penguin is ready to go, but when that thing is fully fueled, we'll be talking about that on the stream later today. Let's get back to some German words, huh, Adrian? We're giving Alex a break here. No. Here's the deal. The question was, a leopard's tail said, at NASASpaceflight, Adrian, when asked to say it in German, how do you say squirrel in German, I think is what they're trying to say.
Oh, it's Eichhörnchen.
Yeah, that one. And then the very next one was, at NASASpaceflight, can Gene pronounce some German words of Adrian's choice? This was from Supersonic Retro Propulsion. The answer is no. We're not going to play that game, because I only know one German word, and it's ambulance, because I love this word, And Adrian, tell me if I'm saying it right. Krankenwagen.
Krankenwagen, yeah, it's
so close.
Yeah, like it's
Crash
you were
wagon.
close. Yeah. No, it's
Yeah.
it's ambulance.
Yeah, it's crash wagon.
Yeah.
It's ambulance. All right, keep the questions in at NASASpaceflight. We have some good ones coming up here. Let's do a quick weather check at the top of the hour. Adrian, I'll come back to you, and then we'll go with a science question over to Alex. So give us an update on the weather real quick.
Honestly, weather from what we can tell, I mean, this camera right now looks a bit more gray than it actually is. If we go to like a few of the other ones, honestly, it looks fantastic in terms of weather. Like there's some clouds out there, but none of these look to be that much of a concern. Overall, the weather is good. Winds are fairly quiet. I mean, Gene, you're probably a better person here to talk about the winds, but from what we can tell, the winds are in acceptable ranges of what we would expect. So, yeah, honestly, weather doesn't seem to be that much of a concern today.
Yeah, I'm not outside, so I could I can look outside and tell you the weather from the hotel looks absolutely beautiful. But I mean, you can look and see on your screen. We've got some clouds, and it's going to be a beautiful sunny day. And of course, some of that's going to potentially burn off by the end of before we get to 5:30 this afternoon here at Starbase when they do the potential launch. Alex, I'm going to bring you back in, and let's talk about tank farm stuff. Let's talk about the commodities that are in there, because there is a question. When do we expect to see the tank farm come to life? This is from Grebo7 UK. Where we got a long way to go before launch. So there's prep going on right now. There's still people walking around. When do we start to see things kick up from the tank farm?
It's going to be a little bit of a wait. Usually around the 4 hour, 3.5 hour mark. That's when we see the first big signs of that with a with the so-called Pope vent, as we like to call it, right? That sort of, you know, is part of this whole startup. I can maybe go a little bit here more in depth because, you know, we have the time. What they do is, you know, you need to be able to prepare the tank farm to be able to carry all of those cryogenics. So one of the things that you need to do is to cool it down first, because it's at ambient temperature right now. Whatever temperature there is right now in Starbase, I don't know. Gene, do you know you're down there? But that's essentially, yeah. Go ahead. I see you're unmuted.
It's beautiful. I don't know what temperature it is. I'm not outside.
Okay.
Right now, hang on. I can go to the science of the Apple Watch, and it says it's 68 degrees where I am.
Okay,
Perfect.
so 68 degrees Fahrenheit outside. So you have that temperature, right? Now you're going to be flowing this really cold fluids through those transfer lines and through all of the subcoolers and everything. You need to condition that tank farm. And so this is one of the things that they start doing first, and also preparing the pressurization systems. So what happens is that you're going to be loading things onto the rocket, which means the ground tanks that hold all of that propellant are going to be emptied out because you're loading the rocket, right? So you need to fill them up with something to keep the pressures in check, because otherwise, you know, it's like draining a you know some kind of can that is pressurized, and now you're releasing all the pressure, and you can easily then crunch it, right? Sort of like a can of Coke or something like that, and then you release the pressure, and then you can crush it much easier. So that's one of those things that they need to prepare as well. That pressurization system, all of those vaporizers that you see there with all of the squiggly lines and everything, little tubes and all of that, those are also going to be very active as we get close to the start. So all of those preparations need to happen, and they usually happen around the 4 hour mark before the launch. So we are about 3 hours or so away. Before that, though, well away from the tank farm, we're gonna have to wait and see for the road closure to begin. So that's another thing that we're sort of, you know, looking out for. They need to close the launch pad as well. They need to clear it and everything. So there's a lot of things apart from just starting the tank farm. Even though that's, you know, maybe 3 hours from now or something like that. Well before that, we need to see all that.
There are a lot of moving parts, and as you can see on your screen, there are still a lot of cars there at the launch pad. So here in the next few hours, we're going to start to see people start to clear out. And they have to clear that pad. They have to make sure everybody's off the beach. They fly their drones around, checking everybody. Go ahead.
Actually, quite soon, by the way. The road closure. I'm actually watching these. I'm starting to watch these cars because we are expecting. Yeah, we are back to good old car counting. The interesting thing is, they will start to enforce a roadblock in about 30 minutes, which is 10:30 local. That is the time where we expect the road closure to go into effect. What we usually start to see around now is what we call beach sweepings. Like they will start to get people out of the beach areas and make sure they are like slowly but surely going down Highway 4. So that's like the first indication we will get that things are moving into the right direction once they have started this clearing process.
Yep. The Camden County sheriffs get out there and they kind of herd everybody away from the giant boomstick. That's their job. In for a $5 chat is Ethereal Swordsman, and so I arrived like an Asian rocket, first stage upon an unsuspecting village. I am NSF Chat's Capcom of Chaos, the instigator of insanity. I am Ethereal Swordsman. Remember the name. That one's for you, Ethereal. Hope you're feeling better, brother. Feisty Ferret, gifting 1 Red Team membership. Thank you so much for that support. Gary is coming in. If one were to drive down, what is the parking like? Ooh, gosh. It's depends on where you go, I guess. How far away do we park? How bad are the crowds? And most importantly, is there a guy with a taco cart? I'm going to answer that one for you, Gary. I've been here many, many times. Now, you can come to the Margaritaville and get a room, get a south-facing room, and you will have a absolutely clear view, weather depending, of the rocket and the launch site. It's fantastic here at the Margaritaville. I've had too many margaritas.
Say that 3 times.
Say that in German.
Margaritaville.
You can also go down to the Port Isabel. You can go down to there's a campsite down there. There are a lot of ways to view the rocket. You can go out on the beach here on South Padre Island, and you'll see it from there. Now, the car situation gets a little bit weird when you're at those public areas because the crowds are massive, absolutely massive. So come and watch a rocket launch, but don't be upset when it's like you and 3,000 other people trying to get across a bridge that's got 4 lanes to another direction. So it's a lot of fun. You've got to come and hang out with everybody and all the rocket nerds. The tricky thing is the timing, because the window opened for this flight on Wednesday of last week, and here we are Monday, and they keep pushing and pushing. So depending upon your days and your free time and time off and things like that, but the crowds are good. There is always a guy with a taco cart. Some of the best tacos I've ever had are here. And you're about 4 to 6 miles away. I'll go ahead and answer that one here on South Padre as well. So, but you got to come and see a launch. Go ahead.
I also want to quickly add, if you go to Starbase itself, make sure to park on the right side of the road and also stay on that. But we see the launch site right now. You're not supposed to go to the site where the rocket is. Yep. That will get security very, very angry. And I have seen them yell at people, and you shouldn't be there. So if you're at Starbase, the primary reason why Starbase exists there is that SpaceX can construct and launch Starship. Don't make that harder for them in any shape or form. Just observe from the distance.
Yeah, when you're coming in on Highway 4, you'll see the build site is off to your left. You'll pass that, and then you'll keep going down to the launch site, which will be on your right. Do not park on that side of the road, is what Adrian is saying. Absolutely, do not even walk across the road. Stay on across the road over by Star Hopper, what we call the danger lot. There's parking. You can go all the way down to the beach. If you have a vehicle that can drive on the beach, drive on the beach and then turn around. Don't try to do it right there at the very end. It's very narrow. You can walk around the dunes. Every time we go out there, we see people and they're like, hey, NSF. And we're like, hey, fellow rocket nerd. And we sit and talk about it. You can see, some of our cameras, you can see the dunes real well. They have it roped off. Don't be that guy that walks up and says, I'm just going to cross the barrier because I'm special, because that just hurts it for the rest of us. Be respectful. stand there in awe of the rocket, take all the pictures and videos you want, because this is unprecedented access. Nothing like this is possible in Florida. And if the city of Starbase actually does incorporate, we don't know how long we're going to be able to have this access. So please be respectful of the SpaceX employees and the workers that are down there at the launch site, because we love getting down there and seeing the rocket just like you do. And yeah, just do the right thing. That's what we're saying. Michael, thank you coming in and becoming a pad rep member. Appreciate you. We're going to get to your questions here in a minute at NASASpaceflight. And be sure to get out to shop.nasaspaceflight.com to order your pre-order your Flight 8 patch. I got 2 the other day. I pre-ordered mine, and they, I believe, start shipping sometime around the end of this month. Is that right, Adrian?
That's correct.
Yeah, I'll be wearing my Raptor shirt today for the launch. I love it. Absolutely love it. Okay. Let's get to some questions. Alex, I'm going to come to you for this one. At NASA Spaceflight, do you think the vibrations that caused the Flight 7 mishap could be caused by the Starlink simulators? Is that why they reduced it from 10 to 4? Alex, what do you think?
Sounds to me, if that were the case, then that they will have bigger problems at hand, right? Because once they fly 54 at a time, then that will be quite a lot different kind of approach that they will need to get to, right? It seems more that, when they moved from just having one single transfer tube to now having one transfer tube for each of the Raptor vacuum engines and then one single transfer tube for all 3 center Raptors, it probably messed up a bit the structures of the inside of the tank. Also, the tanks got modified as well because, sorry, we talk about Block 2 being taller, but it's only 1 ring taller. The whole reason why it's getting more propellant is because those domes that make sort of the forward dome and the common dome of the ship have been moved around. They're also different as well, like they are the flat version of the domes, so that allows them to be able to have more volume available for each of the tanks, both liquid oxygen and liquid methane. So when you change some of the structures of the vehicle, those modes of harmonic vibrations and whatnot, you can get some different responses because of that. It feels to me that if it were because of the Starlinks, right, we will have a bigger problem at hand here where they might have to do some bigger changes to the payload base section and things like that to be able to, dampen those, vibrations, mass or whatever. Like maybe that mass sort of creates a different, vibration mode or something like that. In that case, again, they will need some real big changes than the ones that we've seen. But we'll see. Maybe they'll specify more later today. They usually release more information once closer to the launch. So
that's interesting. That you're right. If they were vibrating in the payload bay, which caused an issue in the engine bay, they have a big problem. We know these. We know the rockets vibrate. I mean, it's a controlled explosion. You're going to get some vibration. It just happened more than they had tested on Flight 7, which overwhelmed their venting, et cetera, and then we see what's going on there. So, and I got an update on the viewing locations and the viewing distances. I was within the ballpark, but the closest you can get, one of the best viewing places, is called the Rocket Ranch at the outpost. The Rocket Ranch. You're about 4 miles away from the rocket at Rocket Ranch. You can check out their website. Not sponsored or anything, but they're friends of ours, so we like that. Also, there's a boat tour viewing area, which is about 4.5 to 5 miles away. Where we are here at the Margaritaville is 7 miles away, but as Das says, we have margaritas. So, and then of course you can go
literally in the message, by the way.
I know. I'm just reading what he posted. I'm literally just reading it because we do have margaritas. It's part of it's the fun of being at the hotel. And then of course,
you're breaking the rules of commentators. Like
Alex, don't say anything. Don't say anything. What you see on the screen right now is the view from our hotel, and that we expect that little fog to burn off by this afternoon. So, should be a good viewing place. Okay. Let's see. At NASA Spaceflight from Peeth. How reusable does the booster seem? What will go into each reused flight? Adrian, we'll come to you for that one. How reusable is the Super Heavy booster?
I will say 90% reusable. I mean, the hot staging ring, of course, is not. The hot staging ring right now is still being thrown away, so the booster is mostly reusable. I mean, the engines are, from what we can tell, even further than the booster itself, because we have seen the Pi engine was reused on a flight, right? So we know the Raptors can actually do it. So that is happening. I would say mostly. I mean, it's very much designed with that in mind. It is the core principle after SpaceX is designing Starship. So I'm feeling fairly confident to say this booster is quite reusable.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Matt's flying in with 50 Red Team memberships gifted to you guys in chat. Thank you so much for that. Mike Alpha Tango Sierra, we just call him Matt's. He's a regular. Thank you for that crazy generous support. Pete with, want me to say 5 curly L's, or Quid for another merch idea. Here you go, Adrian. This one's for you. Any chance of bookmarks for those of us who read actual paper books? Your content would be perfect for that. What about bookmarks, Adrian? I like bookmarks too.
Good point, honestly. I like, not, it's not like I'm announcing something right now, but I'm writing it. I'm writing it down.
Write it down. Write it down.
There we go.
We're just stealing your ideas and
down.
put them on the store. Yes, those of us who like to read, we need bookmarks. Afterpun, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Excuse me. Appreciate that. Duke Nukem, $10 super chat at NASASpaceflight. I often wonder why they don't miter the edges of the heat tiles. The overlap would allow much more expansion and contraction and leave no gaps in the heat. Alex, I'll come to you for this one. We know they've beveled the edges where the transition is from the last row of heat tiles to the ship itself, but are the edges mitered between them? I know there's a gap.
Do they mean like having tiles on top of each other or things like that, or like make them
put it like butting them up against each other instead of having the gap in between each of the tiles?
Well, but the gap, you will need that there because they expand and contract. Like, you need the gap. I don't know. Like, the overlap will allow much more expansion and contraction. Because one of the things that was proposed at one point was sort of like scales kind of thing, right? Elon made a joke early in the program about, being like a dragon kind of thing. The problem of that, though, is that during re-entry, that introduces a lot of a non-smooth heat shield can lead to not a good reaction of the aerodynamics through re-entry. Those that may be old enough may remember that the shuttle had a similar issue during hypersonic re-entry with filler gaps, and they need to remove those on, I think it was STS-114, one of the return to flight flights after Columbia, essentially. And they went out and they actually went in and took out some of those filler gaps out of the heat shield tiles. That was crazy. That was the first time they did something like that, sort of repair in space of a shuttle. But yeah, that's essentially what you want to get on your heat shield. A lot of uneven things sticking out, essentially, out of your heat shield that might affect your thermal systems and things like that. Because one of the problems of doing that is that you're closer to the plasma. That area gets closer to the plasma, and so that means that area can get really big hotspot. You don't want that. That's one of the big problems. Yeah.
So that thermal expansion happens all over the ship. That's the reason they made it out of stainless steel is because it can handle the heat better than other metals. And of course, they're not painting it from a weight perspective. Imagine how many tons of weight would go into painting it. So the ship we see is the ship we see. They're going to make it longer and try to get more payload and mass to orbit. So let's see. We talked about this a little earlier. Dark Explorer wants to know when the roads will be closed, and we should start seeing some cameras focusing on soft roadblocks here in probably the next 10 or 15, maybe 20 minutes. We'll start to see that as they start to clear the pad, they start to clear the beach, and they start to clear out Highway 4. So Dark Explorer, thanks for that question. And then Bad Golfer wants to know, Adrian, both of you, I think I'll start with Adrian on this one. Will the ship be caught? Of course, we're talking about Flight 9, potentially. We're not talking about Flight 8. When the ship is caught, I'll add that in for them. Will the heat shield be facing the tower or away? I'll start, Adrian. I think it's going to be caught exactly how it's loaded, with the heat shield away from the tower, but I don't know. Does it matter?
That's correct. Yes. There's a certain way how it will be caught, and that is the way how they will not scratch off tiles from the ship if they close the chopstick early. And that is with the heat shield facing away from the tower, which is that's basically how it will be placed. Is also how it will land.
Alex, let me change the question up a little bit. When they catch the booster, we know that they put it back down on the launch mount and they attach the booster quick disconnect to it to safe the vehicle and detank it. Just look at your magic 8-ball. Do you think they're going to do something similar with the ship when they catch it? Bring it down to where they can just attach the ship quick disconnect back to the ship and detank it that way?
I'm not sure that will be possible, especially if they plan to catch this on Pad B. Then there's not even a ship quick disconnect arm there to connect to the ship. So my thinking is that it's going to be sort of what we saw with SN15. Remember when it landed, right? That one was just, saved. All of the propellants were boiled off and everything. It doesn't carry a lot of propellant once it lands. Like, the amount of liquid oxygen that it carries, for example, is just on the order of like 20 tons. It does seem a lot, but compared to 1,200 tons that the Block 1 ships were able to carry of propellant, and now this one can carry 1,500 tons. What? The chopsticks are opening, right?
Dad, and also we have a pad clear klaxon, which means the SpaceX is officially clearing the orbital pad.
Good sign.
That's good. It's on.
Yep, that's good. Moving in the right direction. Something else is moving in the right direction is all of you guys in chat. You guys are amazing. Your questions are fantastic. Keep those questions coming in at NASASpaceflight, and thank you guys for all of the amazing, generous support today. We have a ton of people watching right now. I need everybody right now, hit the thumbs up button and tell us where you're watching from as we get ready. We're going to swap out here in just a few minutes. We're going to get some more commentators in here and keep asking these great questions as we listen to the klaxon, if you're close enough to hear it. I know some of our guys are. And then watch as they're going to open up the chopsticks. And let's see, Czechoslovakia, Lewiston, Dallas, Sweden, Germany, London, the toilet. That's an interesting one. Australia, Austria, Ohio. It's not a country, but it's an important part. Pittsburgh. Well, we are here at Starbase, and we appreciate every single one of you being here. Be sure to go out and check out shop.nasaspaceflight.com and pre-order. Let's set a record. Let's set a record for a patch that's going out. You pre-order it, and then we'll ship it to you around the end of the month. I got mine yesterday.
Come on, people from Spain.
It's going so fast. All right, Spain.
I want to ask a follow-up question, Gene, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go.
How many of you in chat right now have watched every single Starship launch on this channel?
Okay, I'll answer in chat.
There we go.
Me.
I will also say me. I watched one. I watched one back when I was back when I was working in financial advising. I watched one on my phone while I was in a customer call. Like I was talking with the person, and I think I had SN10 had in the corner and looking at them. I see a lot of me.
There's a lot of me's in there.
Is that
what you see now is the beginning of the soft roadblock. Yep. Looks like about 5 minutes early.
Yep, that is indeed happening. I think they are starting to no longer allow people to go to the pad here. Like they are not they're not fully enforcing it yet, but I think they're stopping the flow of non-SpaceX employees to the pad.
And then they push. There's 3 roadblocks, right? And I think Alicia had a video on where the roadblocks are and what their purposes are. And it's somewhere on one of our YouTube channels. It's out there somewhere, but it's very, very interesting how they do their soft roadblocks, and then they'll move that roadblock back, and they slowly clear. I love that patch design.
We have the graphic, though.
Yeah, there's the graphic. You can show you where the soft roadblock is, and there's the launch pad, and that's what you just saw, the standard closure point. That's what you just saw on your screen. And then once the pad is cleared, they'll start to move things back to the west to get away from the pad. And that's the full stack closure point right there. So
that's
on the right-hand side of your screen.
Avenue.
Yep.
The full stack closure point is basically the end of the danger area, where you don't want to be closer. Like that's basically about the limit where they want to make sure you're not closer than that.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's talk about some of the profiles of this flight. We have some graphics showing where it's going to go, and we know approximately what it's going to do because it's a repeat of Flight 7, basically. They've a slightly upgraded ship. One of the things I want to talk about is the in-space relight. On Flight 5, was it Flight 6, I think, we saw that just briefly, that camera in the engine bay. And Alex, I'm talking to you on this one. They reported last time Flight 7 was a big deal. We've updated the cameras on the ship. We got 33 something. They haven't said anything about the cameras on this ship. Have you heard anything about the cameras, the number of cameras, the placement of the cameras, and what we might see?
I assume it's going to be pretty much like on Flight 7, that they carry the same number of cameras and whatnot. We have not heard anything, but probably because of that, because it's part of the upgraded ship, right? That they're carrying. There's lots of upgrades on Block 2, and I believe that's probably one of those, because they talked about better avionics, better computers, smart batteries, and things like that. I don't know what a smart battery is. It's like, so it's a battery that knows when to charge or discharge. I don't know. But other than that, yeah, I think we're going to be seeing probably about the same amount of cameras, though. They carry more cameras, but one thing is how many they carry and how many they can show. And I believe, at least in terms of what they can show, we may see very similar to what we've seen on previous flights. I'm hoping we get one on the payload bay, just like we saw on Flight 3, I remember it was. And we see those Starlings coming out of the payload bay.
Yeah, that would be amazing, instead of just a banana tied inside the payload bay, to actually see them.
Yeah.
And again, the big talk is there a camera on one of the mass simulators? I don't think so. If they did and they surprised us, that'd be amazing. And if that's a thing that SpaceX does, that they would be the ones to do it, is to see that flying away from the ship. I think that would be awesome. In fact, there's a question, Trapo has a question about one of the dumb links, or as I say, mass simulators, hitting the ship on re-entry. Adrian, I'll come to you before we swap out here about that. Why those mass simulator, those satellites wouldn't hit the ship on re-entry?
Well, they are in a system called on re-entry.
Yeah.
They have such a different drag coefficient than like the ship, and also they are ejected with some meters per second. About 30 minutes before the re-entry, and like they're not even close probably to the objects once they are getting close there. There's probably several kilometers of distance between the Starlings and the ship, and also I think the Raptor relight is after that as well.
There you go.
Yep, and the Raptor relight will also replace the ship. So. But Alex, like, to be fair, even without the Raptor relight, there's no way that they would come in contact, right?
I don't think so. Usually, they, with a separation being like 30 minutes well before that re-entry, they will have enough time to sort of drift apart from each other, because they're in space basically during that coast phase, and then the re-entry still happens rather high up. it will seem to me that they will have enough time to be able to drift away. That's about the same time as we don't see that, but it's sort of the same more or less time between when Falcon 9 deploys the Starlink satellites and then they have second stage deorbit burn. So so far, knock on wood, nothing's gone wrong on that end. Between we hit a satellite or something. Hopefully, none of that.
And they'll burn up on reentry. Well, guys, we're going to do some switch over here. So I want to thank Adrian for joining us in the Stakeout this morning. Obviously, your input is important here. Go get some rest, and we'll see you in a couple of hours on the launch stream.
I can tell you there's no rest. There's other things I have to attend to on a launch day. And I'm looking forward to be back again in, I think, 4 hours.
I tried. I gave you the out to go get a cat nap. Thank you so much, Adrian.
No, absolutely not.
Alejandra Alcantarilla Romana, thank you for all of your amazing insight this morning.
It's been a pleasure, and see you all on the launch stream. I'm also going to be there with Adrian and all of the folks out there. Obviously not in the field. I'm going to be in the studio, but there's a lot of people in the field that are going to be tuning in. So stay tuned.
And we're going to bring some of those people in right now. I've got Max Evans, one of our amazing photographers, and so knowledgeable about everything rocket related. Max, are you there?
Good morning, everybody. Oh, Gene, you are way too kind. That was way too kind of an intro. But yes, I am here.
Awesome. Also joining us this morning is Ryan Weber, going to answer your questions. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning, everyone. You got me back again.
A voice that everybody seems to like in chat. So y'all say hello to Max and Ryan in the chat. Give them some love while I thank some people who have given us some love here at NSF. SpaceX Sammy, $5 super chat. Recommended snacks from each of you for lunchtime. I'll be home with plenty of time. Okay, I'll start and we'll go around the room here. Recommended snacks for launch. You can't go wrong. Okay, you can't go wrong with a chip or a crisp, as they say in Europe, because you get the family size or the party size bag and just go to town on them while you're watching the launch. But I'm also a peanut butter cup guy, so I always have a good stack of peanut, and it shows, by the way. I don't miss out on my peanut butter cups. Max, what's your recommended snack for launch time?
That highly depends on what you're doing and where you're watching from. For us here, I'm currently at our river lot right by the Rio Grande off Highway 4. I'm not far from the hard road closure, but typically on launch days we're all go. So I don't have a lot of time to eat. So my diet usually consists of Red Bull and water. So that's my go-to. But otherwise, you cannot go wrong with either Cheez-Its or Goldfish. Those are two staples right there.
Ooh, Goldfish. My grandkids are listening. Be careful. I keep them in business. Ryan, what's your go-to snack for lunchtime?
Well, I mean, sometimes I change it up. Like today, I recently just got some Thin Mint Girl Scout cookies. So,
Oh, yeah.
we're going to go with that for right now. We're going with that today.
The local dealers are out in front of Walmart, from what I've seen here in Isla
It's a
Blanca.
dangerous time.
It's very dangerous.
It
It
is.
is dangerous.
Some of those cookies are so addictive. CGAM, $2 super chat. Thank you so much for that. Obviously, there are some Nightbot commands in there. Airbus 380 Airplane, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. And of course, Capcom gets you access to all the behind the scenes Discord. And one of the fun things we do for members after the launch is we just sit and chat. We just sit and have a good time. We love talking to the members. So check out those member benefits. Brianna, $10 super chat at NASASpaceflight. Just coming on. Has Adam had a chance for the weather report for today? So we haven't talked to Adam yet, Brianna, but we have been keeping a close eye on the weather. There are some winds that we've been talking about. We should have relatively clear skies for this launch. It is still early, and we expect some of the fog that you see from our more distant cameras potentially to burn off by launch time this afternoon. But we will have, hopefully, Adam later today on our launch stream, but we will keep you up to date on the weather, and anything that changes, you will know straight from NSF when we know. Let's see. Let's find a great question. We'll start off with Ryan. And Ryan, this is a crystal ball question, so get your prognostication hat on here. John wants to know at NASASpaceflight when first launch from new tower.
Ooh. There's a lot of factors with that. One, they need a booster to fly to be able to fly from that pad, which would be Block 2 booster. They haven't started stacking one yet, and we haven't even seen a test tank of one of those yet, so I don't know on that one. In terms of when it would be possibly ready for one, I would expect summer. They're moving pretty quickly. Like in terms of next big steps for that pad, after this launch, you should see like 300 some odd concrete trucks show up to pour the floor of the flame trench. It's about what? I think it's about like 2 meters thick or something like that. So yeah, it's one of those things. It's gonna take a little bit. Maybe end of Q3, something like that.
That seems optimistic for Ryan time.
Yeah. I was going to say, who are you and what have you done with Ryan? That was very optimistic. Max, what do you think when we'll see? Again, I agree with what Ryan said, but I think it's going to be later. What do you say?
Well, in terms of when we might see it operational, the pad itself might be ready or mostly ready around summertime. I will agree with Ryan there. But to this point, we've seen no Block 2 booster hardware as far as I've seen. And so, oh Lord, I don't know. I want to say summer. I would like to say summer, and that sound to me that still feels a bit optimistic. Maybe Q3, like late Q3, seems a bit more optimistic, or a bit more realistic, I should say. But hopefully summer, maybe September, October timeframe. Maybe for an operational Tower B or Pad B. Pad B reaching operational status, I should say. Good Lord. English is not flowing through my brain as well as it should be
Words
this morning.
are hard.
Words are hard. It's the Red Bull speaking. I had trouble. I'm hoping summer.
I had trouble wording this morning as well. Yeah, we'll see. There's a lot of work to do. I think it's going to be ready to catch before it's anywhere near ready to launch. We'll see what SpaceX does. Pesky, go ahead.
I was going to say it should be ready to catch by Flight 9. They just need to do the load. They need to do a little more testing, some load testing on it. So hopefully water bags will come back out. We've actually seen the bar that they use to hang those the water bags from. We've seen that in Sanchez, so it's here in Starbase. They just need to roll it out and put it on, and then the stabilizer's got to get attached, and then those sticks are basically operational and ready to catch a ship if needed. So,
yeah, a lot of work to do. Pesky Girl says, y'all make me feel like I need to bring my Blackstone and cook mobile food options during your streams at NASASpaceflight. Okay, I mean, all of us love food. we love rockets, and food is good. Yeah, come on out, enjoy the launch. More than anything, just enjoy the launch. Let's see, Max, this one's for you. What do you think will happen for future ships if these pins, and they're talking about the non-structural catch pins on this ship, burn off during re-entry? SpaceX seems pretty confident in them, given that they'll be structural on 35. What do you think about that? If we watch them on re-entry today, just completely dissolve, what do you think's going through SpaceX's mind?
That's a really good question, because the pins are located such that that it is most optimal for a catch with the chopsticks, both structurally on the vehicle and also location on the ship for weight distribution up and down. So if they have issues with them burning off or getting too hot or getting damaged such that they are too weak for catch, I don't know, because oh boy, I haven't really thought about that, to be honest, because the way they have the TPS arranged around the pins, even though they aren't structural on ship 34, I think it's going to be okay. But if they do have problems, I think they might just have to beef up the TPS around it, and maybe create some kind of shield to have the plasma from reentry, I guess, flow around it in a different way, such that it isn't the peak heating is not reaching the material in a way that could be weakening or I guess obscuring the material involved with keeping it structural on the ship. So, but that being said, I am pretty confident that the pins should be okay where they are now, so long as the TPS holds up. Obviously, if they have any damage on the way up, or if they have a tile fall off, that's a whole other question. But it's not aluminum, mind you. We are talking about stainless steel here, which has a much higher thermal tolerance before melting or getting flexible, I guess you could say. So we'll have to wait and see. But I think long term, I think they are good. They are good for where they are now.
Ryan, I want to bring you in on this conversation. What are your thoughts about that? We do see the TPS tiles basically encasing what it can of the catch pins. I don't know that the plasma is going to affect it that much, but coming in on re-entry and you stick something off the side of the ship, a grid fin, a catch pin, it could turn into goo.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how they interact with plasma, because it is the nose cone's a little bit weird in the way that the passive flat fairing interacted with the old forward flaps, because the nose cone obviously changes how the plasma wraps around the vehicle itself compared to just, say, the tank section. The tank section might actually be able to help with that and kind of deflect it away with its bow shock on reentry. You might be able to deflect the plasma a little bit away, so it might not be as bad. It's going to be one of those things to watch for. I'm going to... It's like the thing I'm going to be staring at the most, other than the forward flaps, on reentry for this thing. So I think it'll be fine. I don't think SpaceX would have gone ahead and installed them on 35 and 36 if they didn't think they had a chance of surviving. I don't think they really would have done that. Because then, well, they would have just melted on those other two. So I think they've run the numbers, they've run the simulations, they've looked at the past couple of reentries and figured these have a chance of surviving and whatnot, because they really have no other way to catch these ships. They can't really do a deployable, as far too complicated and whatnot. It's just kind of, that adds mass and adds a lot to it. And then the other part of that is they can't really use the sockets that they currently have to lift the ships. There's just no way to line the ship up. There's no margin for error with that. So this is kind of really their only option, unless they want to scrap catching ship altogether and go back to landing legs. So we'll have to see how it fares.
I mean, they will have to some extent for either landing on Mars and landing on the moon with HLS. Yeah. So they will eventually go to that. But in terms of catching it back at the tower, yeah, I think the pins are where they are. Obviously, for a very good reason. I think that they will be okay so long as the TPS holds up. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, and if you want to keep up with all of the changes and any of the updates that that we get here at NSF, of course, we put those out on our socials. So if you're following us on Facebook, on Instagram, on X, you can go out to NASASpaceflight.com, join L2, read all of the articles. The writers here at NSF, they cover all the bases of what changes with this ship and what are we expecting on the next flight. All of that information is out there, so be sure to hit all of those socials. And if you're a Chris B fan, you'll find him on X constantly posting, and we appreciate it. That's where I get most of my information from Chris B, from even within NSF, because so much changing so fast. So go out and hit all of our socials, and we appreciate you guys liking, sharing, becoming a member with us. Like SurfNet0117, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. It is, I've clicked it, there we go. Thank you so much for joining us and becoming a Red Team member. Flavia, thank you also for becoming a PadRat member. Remember, there are some special things that our members get. when they become a member, like Daniel Taylor. Thank you for becoming a Pad Rep member. Ethereal Swordsman is back. I gave you the best intro there was, my friend. $5 tip. A rocket is just a glorified wooden stick with an oxygen engine strapped to it. When lit on fire, is able to direct its flame. Starship is more than a big, more of a whole log. Also remember, tips.nasaspaceflight.com is better than super chats. That's Ethereal Swordsman saying that. I'm just reading it. We appreciate all of your support, Ethereal Swordsman. Thank you for being here with us, joining us in chat. You'll give him some love. All right, Max, let's talk about some stuff here. We talked earlier about the forward flaps, and you and I are going to have a discussion on this because these have never been tested in a real world scenario. You heard Ryan say earlier about they've tested them in, they've probably done wind simulations, they've done computer modeling, they've done all kinds of stuff. But in a real world scenario, Alan wants to know, at NASASpaceflight, will the new forward flaps work? Max, what do you think?
Well, I think it's important to recall that the biggest issue they had with the V1 flaps on the V1 version of ship was they had massive burn through on the hinges where the flaps would pivot to help orient the ship both in reentry and also when it's well into the atmosphere. They had issue with burn through in that in the gap between, I guess, where the end of the flap almost interacts with the mounting point or where it mounts to the nose of the ship. And the biggest change they did with Block 2 in terms of the flaps was moving them further or closer to the nose, making them a little bit smaller and moving them a little bit farther away from the heat shield and out of the direct plasma flow during peak heating in reentry. So they have been downsized I think they learned that they don't need a flap that big to help control a vehicle of that size and of that speed, both in reentry and also when it's reentering the atmosphere, going towards either landing on land if it at some point has landing legs or comes down for the chopsticks. So, and obviously with what happened with Ship 33, obviously we never got a chance to see if that would work in real life. But as we've seen, or as SpaceX has seen through multiple simulations throughout, I can guarantee you, they have tossed the kitchen sink at the Block 2 version of ship to make sure that those flaps do not have any burn through issues like they had on the V1. So obviously SpaceX thinks they'll work, and assuming Ship 34 gets that far down the line, I think it'll work as well. But I think it'll be interesting to see how a smaller flap will behave against the airflow and also against the plasma once it gets down to it. Because obviously you have a lot less surface area there interacting with the airflow around the entire ship. And also V2 is a little bit longer than V1, so it's a smaller surface area trying to control a bigger vehicle compared to V1. So it's a very interesting design choice, but obviously SpaceX thinks that this will be okay. And of course, the best part is no part, or the smallest part possible when it comes to Starship or just rockets in general, because weight is everything. So yeah, I think they'll work, but obviously Ship 34 has to make it to that point for us to really find out.
Yeah. And, when it comes in, after it comes through peak heating for reentry and is in the atmosphere, think of it like a skydiver. And you don't have to make large movements in order to get big payoffs. You're moving at such a velocity, there's enough wind passing or enough air passing by the vehicle that small adjustments in those flaps can, turn it, can roll it. They have all of the attitude control. When you see the flip and burn maneuver, that's really not the flaps. They do close the rear flaps, but most of that is engine gimbaling. And as soon as they turn that engine on and it's gimbaled in the right direction, the back end of that vehicle is going to move. The flaps really have very, very little to do with it at that point at the flip and burn maneuver. But coming in like a skydiver, very small movements is all they require. And really good question.
And the flaps also are not there for lift. They are there to control how much drag they produce, and in altering their angle relative to the airflow will obviously change how much drag they're producing, resulting in any sort of change in, I guess, orientation of the ship as it descends. So they are not there for lift of any kind. They are solely there to manage how much drag is coming off of each, and obviously they're they are oriented dictates how the ship will either tilt or pitch or yaw or roll coming down. So, yeah, long brain is still not Englishing very well. Red Bull has not kicked in yet.
Not sponsored by Red Bull.
Sponsored by Red Bull.
Jeremy, thank you so much. You're going to get in trouble. You're going to get yelled at. I'm telling you right now. Jeremy, thank you so much for that super chat. Why do you guys get put in timeout for saying thanks? We don't really get put in timeout, but we like to spread it around. There's so many people putting in great questions and supporting us in many, many different ways, either by hitting the thumbs up button, by putting in a question, by tipping or super chat, or going out to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We don't get put in timeout, but we do like to spread it around because you guys are so generous. And, we want to answer the questions. We want to take time to talk about the rocket. We want to show you guys the great camera angles that we have, but we are going to say thanks. We are going to say thanks every now and then, like right now. Thanks for gifting these 20 Red Team memberships. Flipper79, thank you so much for that. We appreciate that. John, $10 super chat. All right, Max, we're going to talk about Pad A. Here we go. Since Pad A's deluge system shoots up and out, is pressurized by nitrogen, do y'all have any information about how Pad B's system will work with the addition of the flame trench? Well, I'll start, and Max, I'll bring you in. Pad B is obviously it's a new design, but it is going to have the water-cooled steel plate kind of on top of it. And you can see, if you go back and you look at some of our Starbase updates when Jack is out there or Mary's driving by, you can actually see them building it. And at the very top, you can see the pipes going into the top of the new launch mount before it goes over Pad B. The flame deflector is going to move all of that power, sound, and vibrations away from the bottom of the rocket. The water is there to basically keep everything cool as much as possible till the rocket lifts off. Water does have sound deadening properties to it. It also has vibration deadening properties to it. And I could see Alex typing. He's probably he's going to say, no, Gene, that's wrong. We'll see what happens. But the nitrogen is simply there to push the water through. Max, pick up where I left off and talk about Pad B's system and how it possibly is going to work with the addition of the flame trench.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. The actual bidirectional flame diverter is also water cooled, is it not?
Yes. Yep.
It is. So, obviously, compared to Pad A, you have the very obvious orbital launch mount stationed about, 60 meters off? No, 16 meters? I don't remember. It's the orbital launch mount is obviously elevated well off the ground, and there is no flame diverter of any type below all 33 Raptors. So the exhaust just bounces right off of the water-cooled steel plate that is which is stationed perpendicular relative to the Raptors. Pad B, obviously, you have the bidirectional flame diverter, which itself is water-cooled, and that will send both the exhaust and the sound and vibration that come with them in either direction. I think it's north-south. I think is the way it's currently oriented over at Pad B. And the water in that case, I believe the top deck is water-cooled, but it will have water flowing through it because obviously 33 Raptors produces a lot of heat, and you need a lot of material to absorb all that energy, so the pad itself does not shake itself apart. And the big goal with the brand new design of orbital launch mount over at Pad B was rapid reuse. They are not able to quite get the cadence they would like, assuming the vehicles are ready to fly with Pad A because of the amount of refurb they need in order to either repaint the legs, make repairs to the BQD and all of its protection, all of the QDs that connect to the outer rings of Raptor engines on the outer ring of Raptor engines on the V1 booster. Good Lord, English. So it's a complete rethink. It's a clean sheet design, and obviously there will be people who are saying, well, they should have had a flame diverter from the very beginning. Well, yeah, it could be argued as such. Obviously, we all know what happened with Flight 1 and that gargantuan crater that happened to appear below the orbital launch mount, which I have no idea how that got there. Cough. But yeah, so Pad B is a complete rethink, and it is designed ultimately for really rapid reuse. And by rapid, we're talking about within weeks or days between each flight once the cadence is there from a hardware vehicle from a vehicle hardware standpoint. So that is where all of the water cooled, the entire thing is water cooled, and it needs to be. So
Okay. Excellent. See, that's what you come to NSF for, is to learn these answers to your questions. And as we come up to net or potential takeoff time, 6 hours and 33 minutes, we've seen some of the soft roadblocks starting to go in place. Let's take a deeper dive in that and see what those roadblocks mean and where they're placed.
Happen for the flight to take place successfully. One of the first events is the clearing of ground hazard areas, which will result in the closing of Highway 4 and Boca Chica Beach several hours before the launch. During this clearing, law enforcement officials from Cameron County, in coordination with SpaceX security, will perform sweeps of the beach to evacuate members of the public and keep them safe during launch operations. 3 roadblocks will be set up on Highway 4 to control access to the beach. The first one, nicknamed the Soft Checkpoint, will be located about 15 miles from the pad at the intersection of Highway 4 and Oklahoma Avenue. Beyond this roadblock, only those with property there and law enforcement officials can pass. This also includes SpaceX employees. The second roadblock, nicknamed the Hard Checkpoint, will be located at the intersection of Highway 4 and Richardson Avenue. Beyond this location, only essential SpaceX personnel and law enforcement officials can pass. A third roadblock will be located on Highway 4 right after its intersection with Lyndon B. Johnson Boulevard, which is at the end of Boca Chica Village. This intersection is the last one on Highway 4 before arriving at Boca Chica Beach, so it's used to control direct access to the beach. Once closer to liftoff, the roadblock is vacated as it's too close to safely remain there during a launch. Along with ground hazard zones, SpaceX will also work in conjunction with the U.S. Coast Guard to clear the nearby waters around the launch site. Once the ground hazard areas have been cleared, SpaceX will proceed with tank farm conditioning, a process that starts roughly 3 to 4 hours prior to launch. During tank farm conditioning, the subcoolers on the tank farm will slowly be filled with liquid nitrogen, and the liquid oxygen and liquid methane propellants will flow through the transfer lines from the ground tanks to the subcoolers. During tank farm conditioning, you'll probably see venting every now and then, including the now famous Pope vent. To the propellant lines that go to the launch area. This conditioning will see the flow of propellants from the subcoolers out to the launch mount and launch tower. This process will be noticeable because a vent will appear on both the OLM and the tower while it's happening. The vent on the launch mount will start off weak at first, but will progressively grow in intensity as we get closer to the start of propellant load on the booster. As for the tower vent, it'll start at a normal intensity and will stay active for a few minutes before weakening or completely disappearing. Then, it'll come back again and with significantly more power as we get close to the start of propellant load on the ship. At around this point in the countdown, we should also see venting from the booster chines closer to the launch tower. This is a sign that carbon dioxide is being loaded into the tanks, which will feed the vehicle's fire suppression system during flight. While this conditioning is happening, the SpaceX flight director will conduct a poll with operators to decide whether or not to proceed with propellant load. Here's hoping that later today, everything is go for Starship.
And that's what you're going to see this afternoon when we get into propellant load, and they'll have those hard roadblocks in place. And of course, EJ will be joining me, as well as Doss and hopefully Ryan Caton with his green screen. We'll have Doss up on the roof here at Margaritaville Resort on South Padre Island. Things right now at just under 6.5 hours are proceeding just fine. The weather is clearing up as I look out over the inlet to the port of Brownsville. It's clearing up, and again, we're expecting the cloud layer or some of the fog layer really to burn off as we get into the deeper part of the day. Let's get back to saying thanks to some folks. You guys are amazing. We'll do a quick weather check here at the top of the hour, and again, I basically just did. It's looking good. We do have some winds, obviously. But let's thank some folks and see if we can get Adam. I think he mentioned something earlier. I don't know if we're going to have him or not, but we'll see. Ben, thank you so much for that super chat. If they catch on the new tower before concrete is finished, Isn't there a risk of blowing debris like Flight 1? Well, okay, so Adrian had a great point this morning when we saw the sweepers out there when they were doing they were clearing the pad, and Adrian had a good point. So you don't want a rock or anything to get accelerated by 33 Raptor engines and hit anything vital. So that's why they clean that up, and I'm sure they'll do the same when they decide to finally catch on Tower 2. Matt's again with another 50 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much, guys. So generous. I just don't have the words. Gifting so many memberships. The Cosmic Nebula gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for that. Saturn Man, thank you for that super chat. I don't know what that is, what currency that is, but this is for Course to Alex, where he can learn to say, "Oh, thank you to him." Wait, no, we did that. Alex's voice, love NSF. Absolutely. We do say thank you to everybody. And those of you that are listening, I've hit the button. There it is. Those of you that are listening, that listen to us and follow all the rockets and all the launches we do, thank you, thank you, thank you. We can't thank you enough. So we're always saying thanks, especially for those folks that are painting. They like to do that, and they're listening to us. And Alex has a cool accent. I don't have a cool accent. He's not on right now, but I said that earlier. All right, Max, Ryan, I have both of you now, right?
Gene.
I think you got me back.
Right,
I guess
good.
I'll ask chat if I sound better than I did before.
You sound great, bro. You sound great.
Awesome.
Let me get a question for you while we try to get Adam in here to talk about the weather. Let's see. I saw a picture from an earlier test flight that appears to be the inside of Starship's cargo area. This is from Eric during re-entry with some hot spots. We talked about the cameras earlier with Alex before you guys joined, and we think the same number of cameras are on this ship 34. We'll see during the flight what SpaceX shows us. Obviously, NSF would love to have a camera there, but we don't, so we have to use their feed. But we saw the banana, and we did see some cameras in the engine bay. Ryan, I'm going to come to you. We expect to see the same thing for that relight in space and some other camera angles that we hadn't seen before on the Block 1 ships, right?
Yeah, we'll probably get some better camera angles for Block 2. They added a lot more to the vehicle, and they're better cameras, so they're higher definition. I can't wait to see engine bay shots from this vehicle, because remember, we didn't really get a lot from 33 before it blew itself to pieces. Or ripped itself apart one way or the other. It disintegrated. So I can't wait to see the flap re-entry shots, the just re-entry shots in general from the new cameras. There's a camera that looks to be on top of the FTS box that's pointed up. So when they do that payload deploy, maybe we'll see we'll basically be able to see the dummy link speed shoot out of the Pez dispenser from that camera, looking up the ship. There's a lot of cool camera angles that we didn't get to see last time around that we should be able to get to see this time. And in regards to the question itself, I have seen that. Don't know. We'll see if we get shots inside the cargo bay. But if I remember correctly, I think that was from a flight. I may have been I think that was from ship 29.
Let me jump in here and take this question a little bit deeper. What they were talking about during the question, some of the hot spots in the engine bay and things, and I'm going to kind of pivot this question to the test tiles they have on the outside of the ship. We know some of them are aluminum. We know some of them, one of them maybe is actively cooled. They're still testing this heat shield. Elon has said that this is the toughest part of sending these ships to orbit and bringing them back, fully reusable vehicles. Talk us through some of the tests and the tiles they have, because a lot of people are looking at the heat shield and they see these shorter tiles, they see different colored tiles and things like that. Why are they doing all of these tests now after they've put all this R&D into the heat shield?
They need to figure out the failure points of this vehicle. through and through. So there's they've taken tiles off on multiple locations across the entire the nose cone, the fuel tanks, payload bay, the flaps. They need to figure out what happens if a tile falls off in that location, or even the flat fairing. They need to know that if you lose a tile in this location, are you going to lose the vehicle? Or are you going to have a bad enough burn through? And then on top of that, adding in an actively cooled tile, well, maybe if that works, or if it performs a little bit better, maybe certain areas get actively cooled tiles. Maybe the flat fairings get them, like the aft flat fairings will get actively cooled in the future. So maybe other certain sections will get actively cooled, or say the metal tiles. If those end up working, then the areas around where you're going to catch, or other places around that, you can put metal tiles, which will be a little bit stronger than the carbon tiles that they currently use, and things like that. And that's one where Elon is right. It is probably the hardest part of this entire vehicle, is designing a heat shield that can fly again and again and again. Because Shuttle tried. It did. It had a lot of issues with its heat shield. They were well documented. This is one of the things that's going to take SpaceX a while to nail it down. It is not an exact science. This is only the second vehicle, especially something of this size, that's ever going to have a reusable heat shield like this. And they're working not only with themselves but with NASA, because NASA's got a lot of experience with this, of course, with Shuttle. So they're working with the experts and everything else, and internally, to try to figure this thing out. They'll get there. It's just going to take time to nail it down. But yeah, it's definitely a big piece of this entire thing, because without that heat shield, I mean, you can't reuse the ship. So They need it to work.
Yeah, great question and a great answer, Ryan. Thank you. Guys, keep the questions coming in at NASASpaceflight. And one of the questions, and we get a lot of questions, one of the ones that keeps reoccurring is talking about the weather. So I'm going to bring Adam Suker, our meteorologist here at NSF. We're going to come in to talk about the weather. Adam, how are we looking today for a potential launch this evening?
So for the potential launch this evening, we're looking at the weather around 5:30. The first thing we'll start talking off with, I see the graphic here with the clouds. So as you see right now, the conditions look fine. I mean, there is some low clouds, passing through, very typical with that southeasterly breeze coming off the ocean there. Now, to the south, I have in red arrow showing kind of right there where the Starship will launch from, and the blue arrow showing some low clouds coming up from the south. There's a little weak disturbance that's just off Mexico, right off the Gulf, that's kind of traveling slightly north. That's causing a little bit of excess clouds developing out ahead of it. Well, those are expected to move in this afternoon. So we could see clouds actually increase a little bit this afternoon. We could have up to 70% cloud coverage of those low and mid-layer clouds. So we're hoping that there will still be some breaks in those clouds during that launch window. But we will expect to see clouds during that time. We have seen a little bit of the fog haze kind of burn off. We do expect the humidity, though, to still stay upwards of 80%. So if you're a photographer and you're looking a few miles away, you're still going to have that little bit of that hazy, view that you'll have to dehaze your photos a little bit, but nothing that's not normal for down in South Texas, being close to the Gulf. Temperatures, 70 degrees. It's going to feel comfortable outside. I'm sure people are enjoying that. But the main concern right now that I've been talking to everybody in the back channel is winds. The one thing is the surface winds are going to be a little bit strong today. We're expecting winds 15 to 18 miles per hour out of the southeast, and with gusts over 20 to 25 miles an hour. So that's close. We've heard them before say that, the ship can withstand upwards to, I don't remember the exact threshold number, but it was somewhere in the 20s that it can withstand at surface winds. But we have to look further than just what's at the surface. The ship's going to obviously travel a lot. So if we go to the next graphic here, yes, the red outline area, that's what they're watching. It is not only just the surface winds are we watching today, but we're also watching that area. You can see the little wind barbs, see how they move from basically kind of right to left, which is basically southeast to looking southwest. That's called directional wind shear. So as the ship is taking off, it's going to have to hit these winds that are changing with height. And if the ship comes, or if the booster itself comes back, then it also has to go past through that same exact wind field. those winds are close to what I've seen some of the other flights, but it's really close. And here's the thing: this is a computer model, so the computer model is guessing what these winds are going to be. What they're talking about is that's a watch item because it's really close. It looks just below limits right now, so we're okay. But the real story be when we launch that weather balloon. They'll launch one this afternoon and they'll look at real data. What is the real data saying? If it comes in a little bit below the threshold, hey, golden. But if it comes in a little bit hotter than even the model's predicting, then they might have to sit there and think about it. And also where the ship is coming back, its splash zone, the winds there are almost just as strong at the surface, and there's a little bit of directional shear there too. So not only are they having to watch South Texas, but they're also having to watch the area where the ship's going to land too. So we always got to think about the forecast there too. But luckily, I think we're going to stay within the threshold, but the weather balloon will be the real true story and not just a computer model forecasting it to be staying just under limit. So we'll have to really get their final word. But the main thing is, yes, there will be some low clouds. Today's still going to be a decent day as long as that wind shear, that low level directional wind and the surface winds can stay a little bit below. We're not expecting the winds in the afternoon to subside some, like sometimes you'll get in the evenings where actually there's a storm system passing through. So the winds are going to stay relatively about the same. If they come down any, it might be a mile or two, mile an hour. So not a huge difference. But that's the weather. That is a watch item for them. But like I said, until they launch that weather balloon and get the true data, that will be where they can make the go for weather or not.
Well, we appreciate you keeping an eye on the sky for us, and I'm going to ask the question that nobody else wants to ask, Adam, real quick. What's the weather like tomorrow?
Okay. Yep. For tomorrow. I knew that was going to come. So I looked over weather for tomorrow real quickly. So there's actually going to be a front. So the front is going to come through. I think it was about noonish or a little in the early afternoon. As that cold front passes through, it's not going to have a lot of cold air behind it, but it's more of a wind shift. The wind will shift more out of the north, northwest. And as that wind shifts, what's going to happen is it's actually going to get rid of clouds. It's going to lower the humidity. You're going to have crystal clear conditions. So you get for a photographer standpoint or someone there on site, that is positive conditions, but there's still going to be wind shear. So even though the winds are shifting from the front, there's a pretty strong storm system moving through. So the winds will still be a watch item for that, because I was looking and it's really close. Even though we got a different direction at surface, winds coming in out of the northwest, we have to watch that too closely because there's a lot of strong winds with the storm system as it passes through. So that'll be a watch item once again, but at least the conditions at the ground will be less humidity, less clouds, no clouds pretty much, and the conditions would improve. So.
Well, thank you again, and we'll be coming back to you later in the Stakeout and, of course, during our launch coverage this afternoon, starting at 2:30 Central Time. We start our launch coverage, but don't go anywhere. The Stakeout lasts up until that point, and here in just a few minutes, we're going to be bringing some other commentators to go through your questions. And, of course, thank you for your generous support, like Jacko with a $50 super chat. Thank you guys for the shows. I was lucky enough to watch every launch live, so can't wait for today. Have 3 TVs in the bar, so you guys are on one. Tim's on the other one, and Ellie in Space is on the third one. Let's hope the launch goes today. I agree. Thank you so much for your generous support. Andre, becoming a Red Team member. Awesome. Welcome to the family. Clubman with a $10 super chat. Hello, NSF. The diameter of the rocket is 9 meters. Given this, is there a known height limit for the rocket? You know what? I'm going to come back to that question because that's a really good one. And in fact, Max, just hang on a minute. Brian, I'm going to bring you in. Is there, based on the diameter, obviously there has to be, the answer is yes. You can't just go infinitely tall. It just can't support its own weight. So did I just answer the question?
I mean, at some point, you add so much weight in height that your engines aren't powerful enough to do it, and you would have to add more diameter to add more engines or add solids on the side, so you increase your diameter either way. So there is eventually a limit, and that limit is based off of how much power you can get out of your booster. So yeah, eventually your mass exceeds your thrust at some point.
Yeah. Paul coming in with the quid super chat. Thank you so much, and has a great question. Now I'm going to answer this one. Please Paul says, a flap is in aerodynamics is a wing extension which increases the chord length. That is 100% accurate. In aviation, at the backside of the wing, for those of you that have been in an aircraft in the window seat, you've seen the wing extension comes down. Now, from the back of the wing to the front of the wing, that's called the chord line, and that changes the chord length, which allows the plane to fly at different speeds with maintaining the same amount of lift. Paul, I know you're nodding your head right now. What he says is that starships are air brakes. Now, in lay terms, we call them flaps, Paul, so don't yell at us too bad. But yes, the whole thing is an air brake. But yes, Ryan, I'm going to come back to you one more time and then go to Max. But technically, Paul's correct. But we call them flaps just because everybody's been calling them flaps. That's what SpaceX calls them.
Technically, you are correct. Yes. Technically speaking, yeah. However, SpaceX calls them flaps. So we call them flaps. Heck, when you look at Block 2s, they look like the forward flaps look like canards in a lot of ways, even though they aren't actually canards. Yeah. But you also have to remember they can also act like wings, technically speaking, or at least movable wings, because they do provide a cross-range capability. It may not be a lot, but they definitely do help and provide that. So they are also wings. So one way or the other, they are a movable control surface. If you want to really get technical, is really what they are. Not just aerobrakes, just a movable control surface. So go with that.
Yeah, great answer. Unlimited Animal at NASASpaceflight. Someone asked earlier, but didn't hear the answer. How will they eventually catch booster and ship on the same tower? Max, I'm coming to you for this one. What are your thoughts about catching the booster and the ship on the same tower? Will they actually eventually do that?
Oh boy. Okay, so let's break this down first. So what we're thinking would happen for the first ever ship catch, whether it be Flight 9 or Flight 10, hopefully Flight 9 if all goes well today, is that they will hopefully bring ship back for a catch on Pad B when the Chopsticks are operational and ready to use. The reason why they would do that is if they opt to do only do one orbit around the Earth and then maneuver the Starship such to come back to compensate for the amount that the Earth has moved in about 90 minutes, the booster will still be very much in the way over at Pad A, whether it be on the Chopstick still, or even if it has been lowered onto the orbital launch mount by then, it's still very much within the hazard zone of where the ship catch attempt could go wrong. And you don't want that, obviously. So having the availability of the Chopsticks over at Pad B in a much more free and open area compared to where the booster is a big bonus. It's a big plus. Eventually down the line, obviously to meet the launch cadence that they want to get to, it would make the most sense to catch both vehicles on the same tower. But to do that, they would need to be able to catch the booster, safe the booster, lower it onto a transport of sorts, or first onto the launch mount to drain propellants, onto a transport of such, get it out of the way, and then making room for ship. But obviously, when they're flying, when they want to fly with, I guess, an airline-like cadence, the booster is not leaving the launch pad. It comes back, it's caught, it's maneuvered and lowered back onto the launch mount, back with the BQD, fuel right back up again and ready to go. So they need to get the landing accuracy of both vehicles down to a very fine margin, because a lot could and will go wrong if anything goes astray there. I think that's pretty obvious to say. Even with a small amount of fuel on board, that is still highly combustible. So for the first few attempts, I think we'll see both vehicles being caught on separate towers, but it will be a very long time, I think. Probably within, oh boy. Can you guys see them catching both vehicles on the same tower within a couple of years, or am I crazy?
I'm going to defer to Ryan on this one.
I would say if we can go back to the highway shot we had of both towers, and you can see the stack from that side. All I'm going to say is you see where the booster is on that pad, and you see how the ship is hooked up. That ship would have to be caught off to the side, And if it were to deviate at all, and they have to try to catch it in the middle, there is no margin for error. There is none. It'd only be a little bit higher for catch height. So you maybe have like a 10-meter difference, and that's only with a Block 2 ship. We're not talking when they extend the ship even more.
Was gonna say, yeah.
I don't see. I mean, the more I've looked at it, the more I think about it. I don't see them ever catching, unless they make the launch tower taller. Unless they make it significantly taller so that you can have a booster on the pad and catch a ship higher up the tower. Unless they do something like that, I don't see them ever catching a ship with a booster on the same pad. I don't see them doing that. I see they'll catch the ship on another pad, put it on a transfer stand, roll it over, and stack it. Granted, it won't be the exact operations they had thought of, but let's be honest here. When SpaceX originally came up with this program they wanted to land the booster right on the mount and then land the ship next to it right away and then put it right back on. And then, of course, when they came up with the catching method, it was to catch it. The program isn't going to fill every lofty aspiration that you have. I mean, let's be honest. Even if they are able to fully reuse both of these things, they're able to rapidly do it, they're able to even remotely get the launch cadence they want to get, that is still a gigantic win. Even if they can't catch both on the same tower from the same launch, it's not like it's a failure of the program. It's just, well, you had lofty aspirations, but you weren't exactly able to get there. Sometimes engineering is limited. You know, sometimes you are limited by the technology you currently have.
And also on the Block 1 boosters themselves also will be missing the hot stage ring after catch as well. So unless they have a crane system ready to mount a new one right away, it would not be a good idea to have any of the Raptors from ship lighting against any of the mechanisms on the very top of a Block 1 booster. We're obviously on the Block 2 and Block 3 boosters. The quote hot staging ring will be fully integrated into the boosters, so they won't have to get rid of that mid-flight anymore. But also that begs the question: are they going to do a once around on the ship and catch it then, or are they going to wait however many orbits it takes for the orbit to line back up with the launch site? And if that's a period of hours, that could give them an opportunity hypothetically to put the booster back down on the orbital launch mount, drain it, safe it, pick it back up, and then transport it away from the pad that it was caught from to bring a ship back to that very same tower. That is something I'm very eager to find out about in terms of how long ship can stay autonomous by itself in orbit, at least as it is now, and how it will evolve. But I'm really curious to see what SpaceX opts to do on that front.
Now, the other part to that is there's only one ship that makes sense to catch on the same tower and stack it again. That's a tanker. That's it. Cargo ship, you're not going to refly a cruise ship instantly. There's as much as you want to do that, those are the ships you want to double check out. I mean, but like you look at Starlink ships and cargo ships, those aren't going to fly right away. You need to put new cargo in, so those aren't going to get stacked right away immediately. You're going to have to roll that into payload integration and integrate that because you're not doing that on the tower.
Yeah. I was actually thinking more. I was thinking more along the lines of the I'm making air fingers quotes, the hold down clamps, because technically yes, they're hold down clamps, but how well do they actually hold this gigantic booster? And if the ship is coming in at a different angle, it's still going to get hit, whether it's 3 Raptors or 1 Raptor on landing when the ship has to crab over in between the chopsticks. Can it even hold it? We know it has wind tolerances right now while just sitting on the OLM.
I don't think that would be that much of an issue. I think the booster clamps can hold it. So to be honest, we haven't even seen what the new clamps look like on Pad B. Yeah. Because this OLM and this pad that this current stack is sitting on is not long for the world. It'll last until Block 1 boosters are done, and then they're going to demo it and redo it because it's a way outdated design. Let's be honest here. It's It's a booster, as I've said many times, it's a booster stand turned orbital launch mount, basically.
Yeah.
So, it's one of those things. Is they might be able to do it. You know, they might be able to figure out how to actually catch a ship on a tower with the boosters already on the OLM. I know it's an aspiration of theirs. We'll see if it happens. It's kind of one of those things.
How long, Brady G111 wants to know how long the launch window is today, and are they going to catch a booster? They're going to try to catch the booster if they launch this afternoon, and I think, is it 1 hour, Ryan? Is it 1 hour launch window from 5:30 Central this afternoon?
Yeah, it should be about 1 hour. So part of me wants it to push to the end of the window because I want to see a Starship Jellyfish, but you know,
we all want to
launching
see
at the beginning. Starship launching at the beginning of the window. I mean, I don't really care when it launches. It's a Starship launch, so it'll look amazing either way. But I mean, a jellyfish would be a jellyfish.
Let's defer to the amazing photographer about that. Go ahead, Max.
Well, like that's okay. So I'm not even sure Starship or any methane powered rocket will leave a jellyfish, honestly, because. So for those who aren't familiar, a jellyfish is when a rocket is flying either into the sun, whether it be for a sunrise or a sunset, when the ground is already is still in the dark. So essentially the rocket is flying back into the sunlight, and the exhaust remnants from whatever it's powering is lit up by the sun, like against a darker sky, creating what looks like a jellyfish. It's a spectacular sight. But we see that most often with the rockets that are powered by either RP-1 or have the addition of solid rocket boosters, primarily from the Cape, i.e. Falcon 9 and Atlas 5. Vulcan does also have SRBs, but it's powered by two BE-4s, which are also powered by methane, like the Raptors. But I don't think the Raptors or any methane-powered engine are going to leave exhaust particulates big enough to reflect light in that nature. Maybe that's just me. I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, if it was going to happen, we would have seen some remnants of it around Flight 2 or Flight 5, because those were in very close proximity to sunrise. So I hate to spoil the party and for everyone who was hoping for a Starship Jellyfish, but like I'm not confident that we will get one from any methane powered engine.
I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have
Go
to
ahead,
wait
Ryan.
and see. Obviously,
we will have to wait and see.
Yeah,
Yes.
But
fingers crossed.
Even if because there's also hot staging can always like make that cloud disperse a lot more, so maybe it makes it less susceptible to jellyfish centers. I don't know. Either way, we'll have to wait and see. So
yeah. Well, let me thank some folks before my time is up. There's a lot of work to do here at the hotel. We've got to take everything up to the roof, get some great tracking shots from DOS's equipment, and also get everything ready to go in the studio for our live launch coverage. Stakeout is going to continue up until our live launch coverage, which will start at 2:30 Central Time here at Starbase. So Booster 12, thank you for that super chat. Does S34 have decals? I don't think so. I haven't seen any, guys. We haven't seen any decals, right? No Mechazilla or anything on it?
So not in the way Block 1 had, but it has little SpaceX Dragons on near the hinge points on the flaps.
Yeah.
So,
which is a neat little Easter egg.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ryan.
I was going to say that as far as I remember, those are actually reinforcements on the flaps themselves, and they look like a dragon, so they went, let's just make them look like a dragon. I think that's what they did with it, but it's still cool.
Made them look more dragon-like. Josh, thank you for that super chat. Alternate heat tile color. Go real quick, Max.
Sorry, what was the question?
Alternate heat tile color. Alternate heat tile color.
Orange.
Ryan.
Blue would look kind of cool.
I think they should make them silver. Make the whole ship look silver.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I can mess
You're
with
welcome.
that.
You're welcome, everybody. Joe, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Alicio, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Gamer IO with a $2 super chat coming in with the cheesecake and the Gulf of Starship. Anonymous, $10 super chat. Do you see another Massey-like test area for the Cape? If so, where would they put it? Why SpaceX integrate it with? Will SpaceX integrate it with the newer pad? I don't know about that, but I think that's a great place for me to bring in Sawyer Rosenstein, one of our commentators and hosts here on NSF. As we see the helicopter starting to do its runs, I'm going to leave that question with Sawyer, and the team can talk about, will they create a new Massey-like area, and will they integrate it with the new pads? Sawyer, come on in.
How's it going, Gene? How's it going, chat? Thank you very much for the introduction there, and thank you to everybody who's been watching already so far this morning. It has been fun to be a viewer, but now it is time to host. As again, we see the helicopter out there on the road. It will probably be coming through and doing its refueling stops, as we've seen on past flights. So, as always, if you have questions, you can tag us at NASASpaceflight, and we will do our best to answer as many of them as we can. And yeah, so did we get this part of the question that Gene just put up answered about the Massey's-like test area at the Cape? Because right now it seems like Roberts Road would probably be the best spot, given that that's already where they're planning on constructing the Gigabay. I don't know. Any thoughts on that, Max?
You see, I mean, so the Roberts Road expansion. So Roberts Road is eventually going to be a gargantuan facility. I mean, it's already big now, but they are currently in phase one of either a 2 or 3 part expansion to, I guess, of course, expand their operations over at Roberts Road, and they want to eventually bring Starship operations there for construction for eventual flight from the KSC and hopefully the Cape as well. That seems a little, even with the amount of acreage they have over at Roberts Road. I can't remember how many acres it is, but it's a lot. Like it's huge. Like it dwarfs the production site over here at Starbase, but that still seems roughly in close proximity to, I guess Hangar X, X2, and everything else that's going to go up over there. So I think, oh man, I can see them maybe constructing something or like a pseudo test site maybe at the far north side of 39A maybe at some point, or maybe somewhere else at the Cape if they can find some land to scoop up for either a lease that's expiring. But as we often say, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But honestly, I'm a little bit stumped. I'm not sure.
Unless they do like an LC-49 type deal and build it from scratch up there.
Exactly, but the review for that environmentally is still well up in the air.
It is odd because, boosters, they can put them on the orbital. They can put them on their orbital launch mounts and static fire their boosters. The ships are a different story. They're going to have to find a spot to static fire them, and then not only that, they're going to have to find a place to cryo the boosters. If they the problem with doing it at Roberts Road is if you do it enough, you're closing down the factory in the Gigabay a lot in order to keep clear of a static fire or cryo. So the whole reason for Massey's is the location of Massey's of where it is because they just have to close the road to Massey's. You don't have to close Highway 4. You would just run into that same problem that they had doing it at the launch site at Roberts Road. So they need to find a way to do it either at 37 or 39, or they need to find another plot of land to get there, to get it, on Merritt Island somewhere, and build a whole facility to be able to static fire ships, cryo boosters. I mean, you might be able to find a remote enough area if you can get the approval to do it to even build a booster static fire stand? Question mark? I don't know.
Keyword if.
Yeah, if. That's a big if. So, I don't know. I'm actually curious to see what they come up with for trying to solve that problem.
That is a very good point. Or if they continue to do development work at Massey's and at the Starbase facility, and then just keep everything at the Cape for operational purposes.
Yeah. And, I mean, even then at that Roberts Roads facility, they're building at least 1 Gigabay, probably 2, because you're going to need one for storage as well as for production and servicing. and then a 1.5 million square foot star factory. So there really
That's
isn't going to be any
insane.
room. It's 50% larger than what they've got there at Boca. They're not going to really have any room for any testing stuff. So they would have to find another location. Either has to be at a pad. They have to build stands at a pad, or they have to build stands off somewhere else. And I haven't seen anything for that at all. So,
And mind you, the bays that are eventually going to go up at Roberts Road are more comparable to the size of the VAB than they are of both a base here at Starbase. Like, they are gargantuan.
basically, the footprint of Gigabay is 7 megabays.
Yes, which yeah, it's a cathedral basically. It's absolutely gargantuan. And if they build 2, like, holy cow. Like, we are going to have an absolute field day.
Yeah, just one of those is 110 meters by 130 meters, just the footprint, and then it's 115 tall. Yeah. And then not only that, my guess is Star Factory will be, I would guess Star Factory is going to be about 20 meters, maybe 30 meters tall in locations, because you're basically you're gonna want to have like a low bay for certain operations, and then you'll have your high base for stacking the full vehicles, and then of course the rest of the factory to just make the ring sections and everything else. I cannot wait to see it get built. It'll look so cool. I can't wait till they build a Gigabay in Boca, because they're going to. They kind of have to. The bays that they have are just not good enough for the future of the program. So they're gonna have to at some point.
Yeah, I was
somebody in
by...
chat.
Oh, go ahead.
Somebody in chat was asking what comes after that. Is it Terabay?
No,
Terabay,
just build a VAB. Just build a VAB.
Yes, yeah, do it. Screw it.
Yeah, just do it. I mean, why not? Why not?
There you go. I'm all for it. I mean, I was driving by it on the way for the last launch and trying to explain to my dad just how big that thing is actually going to be. It is going to be quite massive. Here's a question from Fallen Comrades, who's asking, Ryan, do we know if any booster parts have been reused for this flight?
We don't know of any. SpaceX hasn't said anything. I haven't seen anything. I mean, there's always the possibility they took a chine section from 14 and put it on 15. That's a possibility. They took chine sections off, stuck them in the factory. I don't know. So that's not out of the realm of possibility, but SpaceX hasn't said anything on any reuse stuff. So not even engines. So I don't know. Maybe.
Of course, we're hoping maybe that the Pi engine flies again or something along those lines, because we don't really get to see the Raptor engine numbers until they either show us the undermount camera or it comes into land or to catch.
Maybe it flies again on 14 when 14 flies again.
Ooh, that would be nice.
There you
go. Here's a question from Travis with a super chat with it, asking, and I'll throw this to you, Ryan. What do you think the odds are for a third successful booster catch versus a splashdown in the Gulf?
I think we are more and more towards we're getting successful catches. They've had three attempts so far. They've caught 2. They've made systems more robust. They definitely have figured out a lot of things with booster. My guess is even more efficient flight profile this time around, where basically the landing burn will be even more efficient, and they'll land it. It'll be even smoother than 14, would be my guess, because they're just. It's going to take a while to refine it. I mean, just look at how long it took them to refine Falcon 9. Granted, it's their first time ever landing something, but once the more flight tests you get out of the vehicle, the more you learn about it, and the more you're able to refine things here and there and make it more efficient. But I'm more on the side of expecting catches. They've definitely got it. I think they've got it down mostly. It's kind of nuts to say that, but I think they've got it. Ship is going to be the question mark whenever they go for that, but I think we'll get a catch.
Max, what do you think? Odds of catch versus splashdown?
For this flight, sorry, I missed the question.
Yeah, for this flight, for Booster 15, what do you think the odds are of a successful catch versus a splashdown in the Gulf?
I mean, as the flights go on, their chances of success go up. So, and I think at this point they expect to catch the boosters, and as they really should, if they want to keep the Block 1 boosters around as long as possible to keep up the flight cadence. So, I would expect them to catch this one. I'll just say that.
I have a feeling that, again, assuming that all of the ground infrastructure works, I think they're kind of getting it down to a science with the booster side of it. So if you remember for the one flight recently where it went into the water, I believe that was Flight 6, that was because an issue with the tower, not so much the rocket. I think that's what it's going to come down to at this point. Here's another question. Sandy is wondering, Ryan, do you know if they did anything to address the booster swaying after the catch, and is that even a problem?
There's not really going to be anything. You're not going to be able to stop that. Once the booster lands, it is sitting on 2 pins. That's it. That's all it's sitting on. That's where all the weight is. They're not going to be able. They basically have to let it stop swaying on its own. So they have to let its own mass basically level itself out before they can then hook in the jack screws and movers that are on the landing rails themselves and be able to basically scoot the booster over towards the center, and then if it's stable enough, be able to engage the stabilizers and then lower it down. But on the last one, we saw that they literally just moved it to the center and then they lowered it down in the OLM, basically let the OLM just kind of grab onto it and keep it stable. So there really isn't anything they can do about it. And the same's going to be for ship. Ship's going to sway as well. It's what happens when you only have 2 points of contact. If you had like a third point, like kind of like a triangle, it'd be relatively stable. But you only have 2 points in a line. So it's going to sway and everything. Any momentum along that is just going to keep going. It's got a lot of inertia, especially when it weighs that much.
And there goes that helicopter, by the way. I'm sure we will see it again as it comes back to refuel multiple times ahead of the launch itself. And while we're talking about the catch portion of things here, in the event that something does go wrong, Max, Ninja Guy Dan wants to know, if the booster catch is aborted last second during the final approach, is there a procedure for splashing down just off the beach, or are they just fully committed once they press that button to go for landing or to go for the catch?
I guess it depends at what point they detect a problem and they want to abort the catch. If it's very late, I believe they're either going to try to pitch it hard back toward the water just off the beach, or heaven forbid, the dunes itself, which is unfortunately where all of our cameras are, and that would make for a very bad day for a lot of people. SpaceX not alone. But yeah, I presume, obviously, we saw this with Flight 6, where they found a problem between the comms between the booster and the tower pretty early on, and they were able to abort well into the Gulf, and that did not cause an issue for the pad whatsoever. But as we heard from the leaked audio about the Flight 5 catch, they came within 1 second of having to tell the booster to abort and crash right into the ground next to the tower. That is obviously the worst case scenario, as obviously if it is off target, even for if it is off target of being off target, worst case scenario, you are having a direct impact right on the tower and setting your launch site back many months and obviously many millions of dollars too. So it depends on when they opt to abort, but worst case scenario, they go well into the Gulf well before they have to even target anywhere near land.
Yeah, when they're partially through that glide, especially later dawn, if they're even remotely close to that landing burn, and they detect a problem, the abort is the dunes. That's it. Because when they glide in, they target the dunes, basically. If they target off the Gulf on that glide in, there's there really isn't enough to pitch the booster over and get it into the arms. So if it's a little bit too late, it either hits the dunes or gets caught. Those are your options. So there's a lot of margin for error with this booster. So you just never hope it hits the dunes. Otherwise, some cameras will catch some very last cool minute things before they get obliterated by a 69 meter tall booster.
Yeah, let's not see that. How about that? Let's just have it catch and be good.
Think happy thoughts, everybody.
Think happy thoughts. They'll catch it, right?
We have two aerial type questions here. First off, we saw that helicopter going by. I did see a bunch of people asking, what does that helicopter actually do? And Ryan, the other question also was, any news on NASA's WB-57 plane?
So that helicopter's range safety. That's for one. And then the W-57, NASA doesn't have any planes assigned to this flight for imagery. They don't have the Gulfstream assigned, and they don't have the WB-57 assigned. They are stationed in Houston, as last I saw, but I don't think there's anything on the calendar for them to image this flight. So NASA will not be doing any imagery.
It's a bit of a shame, but honestly, again, right now, given the weather and the clouds, it's not the worst thing that they're not there. But, I mean, the plane looks so cool. It would be really cool if they had, like, a WB-57 patch just with that design on it. Which, I haven't seen one, but there is a patch for this flight that you can get at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And that is our Flight 8 patch. I absolutely love the design on this one. This one was Jacques, who was just an NSF fan who helped with the design and said, hey, you know what? We should make this into the actual full design, and helped work on it. So this is made as a by a community member for the community. So it is just a work of art. There's so many small details. Of course, there's the dumbling deployment. All of those stars that you see there are to match up with the planetary alignment that's happening right now. There are so many cool things. In fact, if you go onto the page in the shop, it will explain what each of them are. It'll explain the color choices that were used, and you really kind of get a good personal feel of the design of it and why it is the way it is, because it knows where it isn't. And you can pre-order that now at shop.nasaspaceflight.com, and per Adrian and the store team, hopefully these will start shipping out later this month. So a reminder, this is a pre-order, but you can get yours now at the shop. Is that a smooth enough transition there? Not one of my best, but
that was good. It's a good one. The animation's so cool too.
Yes, with the Starlink dummies actually deploying. Yeah, we just need to swoosh about 6 more times just to keep watching. Here's a question from Suknor. So for people that, I love it, might just be kind of coming in here. Max, can we get an update for launch readiness? Is the road closed? Tank farm active? Where are we at?
So it looks like they are well into the road closures now, at least at the hard point, just past the Astropub, back past the production site. So looks like they have almost finished clearing out personnel that are not supposed to be there, at least at the time that we are at now, because we are getting into pretty critical, it's critical. I still can't English. The Red Bull still hasn't kicked in yet. But there are a lot less people at the pad, if not completely empty by this point. I can't actually see if there is a vehicle there, right? I think I see one. It's very small.
Yeah, there's still SpaceX security, basically making sure things are cleared. They'll do the final closeouts here, and then about an hour and 40 is usually when we'll see that tank farm start to spool up. They're definitely starting the vaporizers right now, so I think they're trying to get a little bit ahead of it. But yeah.
Yeah, the pad is definitely a lot more alive than it was a couple hours ago. And of course, about a couple hours ago, we got that big klaxon warning everyone who was not supposed to be there, i.e. the public, to get out of the way. You don't want to be there when the Raptors light, but we are approaching the time where things are getting critical and we're getting down to business. So, not far off.
I like that. Getting down to business. I want to thank some people here really quickly. Patton, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Infinity Tech, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Hippie Joe, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. And reminder, anyone that gets a membership now will be able to check out the Members Multiview, which is live. We are flipping through over a dozen cameras right now. I believe at least 17 for now, and that number will grow as the stream goes on here. So check out the Members Multiview as an awesome member perk, and that is for all of the membership levels. But people who join Capcom and above, like Paul Woolley, get access to the NSF Discord as well. Everything from space chat to food chat to pre and post shows for the Flame Trench, all of that worth checking out. Also, William coming in with the 20 euros saying, hello from Finland, currently drinking coffee for the 1:30 a.m. launch and 2:30 a.m. ship landing. Appreciate the work you guys do, bringing the action to someone who can't see it live until one day. And Gamer.io here with an interesting question. Ryan, I'll start with you on this one. Do you think Starship will be more accurate than drone ship landings?
They're gonna have to be. We've seen drone ship landings off to the side a little bit. Now, granted, they do have a little bit of wiggle room with the sticks, because the sticks themselves can move side to side. So, if for some reason the ship or booster is a little bit off, they can do it. But they're trying to land on 2 pins rather than 4 legs. So, and the thing on their side is the fact that Starships and booster and super heavy boosters are a little bit more controllable. The thrust to weight ratio, or I should say, the thrust to mass is more kind of a better way to put it, but it's a little bit better, a little bit easier to control. Like, you can run a single Raptor at max power on an empty booster or something like that, and basically you won't go back up, or at least you shouldn't. On Falcon 9, if you were to try to run a Merlin at max on a nearly empty Falcon 9, you might go back up. So it makes it a little bit more difficult, because you kind of have to hover slam those, or suicide burn if you want to call it that. But Starship's a little bit easier to control, but yeah, they have to be a little more accurate.
So you're talking while I'm muted?
Probably.
Yes, I am. Thank you. I was about to ask Max, what are your thoughts in terms of accuracy? Which one will be more accurate, drone ship or catch?
I mean, Ryan took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say they have to be, and they do. The amount of surface area that Falcon 9 has to work with is enormous compared to what starships have to. It's a lot more confined. The margin for error is a lot smaller between the area between the chopsticks and the pins on both ship and moon. So they're going to have to be. And I think with how often they want to fly Starship, the more data they gather, and the more they understand how both vehicles behave in their flights home, and obviously on the way up too. I think that they will have it pretty accurate, like even more accurate than Falcon 9 has been to this point.
Which is amazing. I mean, we have a whole video out on the NSF channel about landing accuracy of Falcon 9. We're talking, almost 95% of these landings are landing pretty much on target. Can you imagine how much that number will grow with the catch here? And again, just the fact that we're going from landing legs deploying to catch it midair, no big deal. Here's one from Mike, and I don't know if we know the answer to this yet, though, but how is the Starship going to be able to open and close a la shuttle style to deploy satellites? So, Max, what do we know, at least for the procedure they're using for this flight today, and any thoughts on what they might want to use down the line?
So for the Starlink V2s, or in this case, the V2 dummies, as they have loaded onto Ship 34, they have what's called a PEZ dispenser. And so essentially what that is a mechanism that will shoot every single satellite horizontally out of a very small opening on the leeward side of the ship. So that is how they plan on deploying Starship V2s. Obviously, there will be further cargo variants down the line, but honestly, I don't think we've had any insight to what that might look like other than speculation or some renders that people have put together for fun. But a space shuttle style payload bay door would probably make the most sense. Either that or part of the nose cone opening in one piece would also make a great deal of sense, but that opens up a great deal of questions between the seams, especially if they do opt to have any movement on the heat shield side of the ship. But plain and simple, SpaceX has not said a word about how further cargo variants of Starship will look like or how they'll behave in terms of payload deploy. I'm curious to see what Ryan has to say about it, though.
Yeah, it's been one of those things. Either it's a chopper or it's a bifold door, or I guess basically like a shuttle payload door. One way or the other, it'll have to be integrated structurally when closed. Stuff like that. It's kind of, I don't know what they're going to do on that front. We haven't seen a large door tester since, oh man, I'm trying to remember when we saw Mr. Quinton. I think it was Mr. Quinton, if I remember correctly, what it's called back in the community. Back when they did a large cargo door test, and they haven't done anything since then. I think it was like 21 or something like that. But I'm hoping we see something soon. Maybe this year, hopefully next. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. And in terms of the Starlink, it's a small door that opens, and basically satellite chain rotors just kind of fling the satellites out like a PEZ. Just kind of flings it out 2 at a time through the stack. So it's kind of an ingenious design to deploy Starlinks rather than the open a chopper door and just release them all at once, which we thought might end up being the thing that they'll do, but they came up with something different for this, so we'll wait and see.
I mean, I'm still on the idea that if anyone actually does a sort of clamshell type opening like that, or the chomper design, it needs googly eyes.
Yep.
Absolutely. Googly eyes for choppers must be a thing at some point in spaceflight. Talking about things that are at least still being able to come back, Bob Smith is wondering, Ryan, know about the metal tile, but is there any info on the other tiles that they're testing?
So we know there's an actively cooled tile. I think there's at least one, maybe more. But we don't really know how it's set up. I would assume it's some kind of metal tile with a coating on top that is hooked in either through, I don't really know if they're going to use which propellant they would use, whether it's LOX or CH4. Honestly, you could, in theory, use both. And then the heated gas that from the cooling literally just becomes ullage gas is what they could do. So it is kind of a way to do ullage gas, which is kind of funny. But we don't know how it's hooked in because we didn't see them put it on. All we know is the approximate location of it. I think it's about the same area where it was on 33, but they'll point that out on their stream where exactly it is. But we don't really know how it's hooked up or what it looks like, under the other tiles. So, but we know at least they're testing actively cooled, some metal tiles, and they're doing some other things here and there over the course, but it's one of the reasons why this ship probably took a little bit longer is because there's so many experiments on board. They want to test all this stuff now rather than later. So
I'll be excited to see what they end up revealing with these experiments.
Jesus.
And we haven't had a pun yet. And also, fun fact for those who don't know, For Starship Flight 1, there was guidelines that we were given, and one of them outright said no puns. So now that has changed, I had to make at least one. I'm sorry.
Hey, it wouldn't be an NSF stream with Sawyer without a pun, so it's got to happen. Right?
It was painful to hold back that one time. I did, but it was painful. Here's a question from Short Clawed Productions. Especially after what we've heard recently with this past Falcon 9 launch from last night, where it landed and then due to fire in the engine area, they lost the most recently landed booster. Short Claw's wondering then, could SpaceX in theory modify Falcon 9 Max to be caught via chopsticks? Not sure why they would do that, but hey.
Oh boy. Well, at first you would need to engineer a system at both Pad A and Slick 40 to support that. And given that both towers currently support crew, that is not an ideal scenario to be putting your rockets or your infrastructure in. And also, Falcon 9 is only designed as it is now to stand or withstand the loads both horizontally and vertically that it currently goes through, either in transport or flight. I'm catching it and putting weight on two parts of the rocket that it is not designed to would require pretty much an overhaul of the entire booster or the entire rocket. And as we know, the design is mostly finished. They are still trying to eke out a bit more.
It sounds like Max might be in a Starlink hand over there, getting little robots on you.
Robotic Max.
We need Starship to be able to deploy more of these so that we get better connection.
There you go.
I run on Starlink. How do you have me?
We still don't have you great right now. So, but yes, so it's a whole structural redesign and changes that would need to be made. It doesn't seem
not worth it.
Practical, yeah. Especially since they've done how many landings now between barges and RTLS? So
I don't even know I don't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but it's a lot. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, it's not worth it to do it. It kind of stinks that they lost that booster, but things happen. And when you launch as much as they do, you basically the what's the word? The chance of something to go wrong increases over time, because you keep you might run into little things here and there. So it stinks, but it happens.
Exactly. And like you said, you get those 1 in 100 chances. When you're flying over 100 flights a year, something's going to happen with that 1 in 100. So let me take a second here as we hit the top of the 12 o'clock Central Hour, plus 4 minutes. To thank some people here. Hippie Joe, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Paul Woolley asking what level Discord opens at. That is Capcom and above. Steph, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Wayne Edwards saying, just saw in memories, SN10 flew on this day. Do you feel old? Oh my gosh. I mean, let's hope for better results, because I mean, technically it made it back to land. It just, had a little pop afterwards.
I do love. I wrote this a little while ago in the spreadsheet that I have that has all the flight dates, movement dates, testing dates, and everything. Yeah, 10-kilometer test flight, March 3rd, 2021. Kinda landed, then blew up. Is my statement on it. That's basically what happened with it. So yeah, it is 2021. So yeah, man, time flies. Here they are. Their 8th full stack flight. Hopefully, going to happen today. So yeah, it's time flies.
I love how you just keep track of all the stuff that's going on, even all the way back then. Of here's what we were doing streaming wise, and you can also kind of keep track of upcoming launches, upcoming streams, and everything that's going on here at NSF with our new NSF newsletter. So we just started to do this recently, where you get weekly streams we want to do. You get some awesome behind-the-scenes pictures, videos, and more. In fact, sometimes, I guess this is kind of a leak, but we might even sneak in a shop discount. Spoilers. So if you're interested in checking out the next volume of that newsletter, which will be coming out on Mondays, so a new one coming out later today, you can check that out at nsf.live/newsletter. The rocket recap. I love it. I appreciate good alliteration.
Mm-hmm. You know,
Here-
I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say, I keep something from so long ago. I've got the link to the pre-burner test, the first ever pre-burner test of a Raptor engine on a vehicle, which was March 25th of 2019 on Starhopper. Yeah, it's long time ago. Program's come a long way since then.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Again, we were talking, pressure testing and hops, and now we're going for an 8th suborbital launch. How?
Might be and it might be the last real suborbital launch they're gonna have. We might be having an orbital launch after this one, assuming this goes well. So, fingers crossed.
Oh, I can't wait. Here's a question from David Johnston, and Max, we'll see if your Starlink is up and running now. Saying, thanks for everything you do. Will SpaceX be able to have a vehicle stacked on both pads at the same time? Or are there concerns for a vehicle on the other pad during a launch or landing?
First and foremost, how do you have me?
I hear you, 5x5.
Fantastic. So visually, we are sure hoping that is the case, and to reach the cadence that the launch cadence that they want to get to in roughly 2 to 3 years, that might be necessary. So, assuming both pads are operational and they have a redesign of Pad A's orbital launch mount, at least to some extent, to contain where the exhaust goes, it is absolutely possible. Both towers have their own separate tank farms, and they are able to support operations. Well, they are going to have their own tank farms and support their own separate operations at the same time, hopefully, assuming the rest of the GSC is set up to handle that, and also, of course, with the people on hand as well. So, hopefully that is the case, and that will be quite a spectacular visual when that does eventually become reality. It was already crazy enough to see 2 Falcon 9s on the pad simultaneously less than, 3 or 4 years ago for the first time. So, and that was just Falcon 9. And now we are talking about the largest and most powerful launch vehicle currently flying, and it's only going to get bigger and more powerful. So that is going to be very exciting, and hopefully that happens sooner rather than later.
Like, in 3 or 4 years' time, if SpaceX really wanted to try it, they could put 2 Starship stacks at Boca, one on 39A, one at 37, assuming 37's done by then, a Falcon 9 at Pad 40, a Falcon 9 at 39A, a Falcon 9 at, 4 East? And then, if it's ready, a Falcon 9 or Falcon Heavy at Slick 6. All at the same time, just to be like, yeah, look, yeah, we got that many rockets. Like, they could do that. Because why not?
Also, Shuttle has done it before. So we have seen 2 shuttles on the pad a couple of times at 39A and 39B at the Cape. And in terms of safety with this, I think they learned from the first couple of flights of, hey, here's where the exhaust goes, here's where the damage extent goes. So if we place the second tower X distance away, then we know it will be safe from other launches. So I think that's kind of went into the decision of where they chose to build the second tower, the fact that you can have one launch and another on the pad ready to go for that rapid cadence. And along those lines, talking about the towers, Ryan, Ustin Karpfin, I apologize for the pronunciation, is asking, when do you think SpaceX will tear down Orbital Launch Mount 1 to rebuild it like the second tower?
I would expect sometime in 2026. Either early 26 or maybe beginning of Q2 of 26, something around there. Whenever they're done flying Block 1s, I don't know how long it's going to take them because we don't know how many reflights they could get out of these Block 1s. They might only be able to get one. Heck, they might be able to get two. They're going to try to get as much as they can out of it before they are like, okay, no, let's get started on this pad rebuild. And yeah, then they'll do that, and it's gonna take a while. My guess is they'll basically take everything off that tower, take the pad apart, take the subcoolers and pumps apart. It's the fluid bunker apart. The berm's gonna go. It's gonna be a lot. Whenever it happens, it'll take a while to redo, but it'll look much better once they redo it and get it done the right way. So,
do you really think that they'll completely tear apart Pad A?
Yes, I think
the reason why I ask is I can see both of these realities happening, but who's to say they won't just, I guess, quote, modernize the orbital launch mount and somehow like implement a flame diverter design into the current launch mount such that the exhaust flow will not interfere with Pad B operations and endanger it.
So it's not about
that. Just seems like. Go ahead.
It's not just about exhaust flow. It's about capabilities of the pad and the pumps to fuel the vehicle. So yes, they're able to fuel it about 45 minutes right now. But the supply lines going from the pumps and the subcoolers at Pad B are double the size of the ones that are going to Pad A. They're double in terms of the size of the lines itself. Which means they're going to be able to fill, if I'm correct, and they're going to put as many pumps as I think they're going to put at Pad B, along with the extra subcooling they have, plus the lines, but I'm obviously no expert on this. They might be able to fill an entire Starship stack at Pad B in about 25 minutes. Not 45.
That's ridiculous. Because
now
Falcon 9 takes 35 minutes for context here, and Starship has orders of magnitude more propellant.
Like 10 times more at least. So it could be 25 to 30 minutes of prop load time. So if they want to do that at Pad A, they basically have to take out the orbital launch mount has to go, the deflector has to go, the QD arm has to go, a lot of the lines possibly in the tower have to go, all the lines that are going between the fluid bunker and the pad has to go, the pumps have to go, the subcoolers have to go, and everything has to get redesigned as it is going at Pad B in order to get that load time the same. So all of it has to go and get redone. And not only that, those stuff at Pad B is designed a little bit better. It's a more efficient design the way they're going to do it. They're doing it a slightly different way for subcooling and stuff like that when it comes to booster. It's hard to really tell how it's all being put together right now because they're not done with it yet. But I expect the subcoolers, pumps, fluid bunker, all the lines, everything's going to go at Pad A once they're done with it. You'll see crews coming in and they're just going to plasma cut that thing into little bitty bits and pieces. They're just going to get it done. So, yeah, that's my expectation.
Also, don't forget the fact that there is precedent. SpaceX has built the Starship Tower at LC-39A. They built an entire orbital launch mount, put it out there, and then destroyed it, and are completely redoing it there. So it wouldn't be the first time they've had a OLM there, destroyed it, and started over.
Yeah, and it's just out of date. Like it works for where the program is, where the program was at, and where it is currently. But to get to their rapidly reusable, rapid launch cadence that they want to do, they need to be able to. They need to be able to, fill quickly and launch quickly, and they can't do that with this pad. This pad takes a minimum of 1 month to be turned around. There really is no way to modernize it either. They've gotten to the point where they can't really do any more to it. It's just because one of the biggest issues with this pad is the booster chill down, the engine chill down. So currently they still use breakaway hoses connected to each Raptor engine that goes into a manifold that then pumps the LOX engine chill off into a pond. And when the booster lifts off, it literally rips those hoses away and damages the manifold. It has to get replaced every time. That's what they are currently using right now. That is not sustainable. It is not rapidly reusable. The other part that's not is the Raptor cuties. Those hoses usually have to get replaced almost every time. They get blasted. They've tried shielding, and as far as I remember, it doesn't work. It's just they can't really modernize it. It's got to go. Like, it just has to. If you want a really, really in-depth, just look at literally every little thing they have to do to that pad. I know CSI Starbase has a really good set of videos on the refurb it takes for that pad. I could talk about it for hours. There's so much they have to do with it, but he does a really, really good job of explaining it.
It's unbelievable the refurbishment that has to be done. I'm sure they're going to get it to a point where they'll be able to go faster, and they're going to have to if they want to reach the launch cadence that they're hoping for, to get even to Falcon 9's launch cadence, where you've got to launch out of Slick 40 every 3 to 4 days. And again, we're taking a look right now here, one of our cameras along the roads in Starbase, catching one of the range helicopters that is there. We will frequently see it come in, taxi down the road, go here to be refueled, and then take off again. And this is used to ensure safety around the area for the people, make sure there's not wayward planes or anything in the way, wayward boats. All about safety with this, because you've got a massive rocket, a lot of exhaust, a lot of potential for things to go wrong, and you want to make sure that the people there are safe. Yeah, it's Starship Rain, not great. Purple Rain, great. Starship Rain, no.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if that thing starts taking off again. Here's a question. While we wait for the helicopter to take off, I'll save that other question, Carson, for next. But here's one again from Ninja Guy Dan, saying, Ryan, how many more Block 1 boosters are we expected to see fly before transitioning to Block 2?
So you've got Booster 14-2. We'll call it -2 at this point. In Mega Bay 1 right now, you've got 15 that's on the pad that's hopefully going to lift off in 5 hours, 11 minutes, and 48 seconds. And then you have 16, which is currently at Massey's. It needs its second cryo. And then you have Booster 17, which is currently in 2 pieces. In fact, they just moved the legless stand into Mega Bay 1. That is used to transfer the methane tank between bridge cranes, which means I don't think it'll be stacked before they launch, but I would bet tomorrow or something they will have, tomorrow or the day after, Booster 17 will be fully stacked. And I expect that to be the last Block 1 booster. We have seen a label in Star Factory for B18.1 as a forward test article. We've seen that on a ring stand. My guess is that's going to be an integrated hot stage ring forward test article, so they're going to test out how the new integrated hot staging works. Can't wait to see that. I would also expect an aft test tank to come out as well to test the new aft design and everything else. But I expect Booster 8, either whether it's Booster 18 or Booster 19, I expect those to be the first Block 2 booster. Whenever it gets built, that is the question. I don't know when they'll start stacking it. So
hopefully sooner than later. That would be nice, obviously, but it would be cool to see some of the reflights first, get that nailed down, refined, and then add what they learn after booster reflights into the version 2s. Now, here's a question from Brian, who says, sorry if this is a common question. Please, don't apologize. We have people here who are watching that have totally different levels of understanding of Starship. You've got the people like Ryan and Alex, who could go for 30 minutes talking about a single downcomer. And then you have people who are just joining, who are just trying to learn about it. So please, even if you think it's a dumb question or you think it's a basic entry-level question, ask away. Max They want to know what are the vapors that we see coming out from the vents at the pad.
So at the moment, we are seeing the beginnings of tank farm activity. So, Ryan, are these the recondensers that we're seeing at the moment, or are we just seeing the vaporizers?
So you're basically just seeing the vaporizers going. So basically, those will start to spool up and get frosty. And what those do is those create a gas that will then be basically pumped into the tanks as backfill. So as you take a fluid out of a pressurized container, if you take it out too quick or whatever, if you don't have any pressure to backfill that, you can pull a vacuum, and you don't really want to do that to a tank. You could crush a tank doing that and also damage lines, damage pumps. You can damage a lot of things. So the reason for the vaporizers is to create a gas that basically backfills the tanks so that, you can pull the liquid out. So obviously the more vaporizers you have, the more gas you can produce, which means the quicker you can backfill the tanks, which means the quicker you can pull the fluids out, thus being quicker you can load the rocket. And it kind of all comes together in that front. So what we're kind of seeing now is they're spooling up the vaporizers. It's kind of a slow process right now. They don't really need to do a lot. It's usually around T-4 hours when they'll really start to kick those into gear and basically get making sure start getting gas buildup so that when they start using liquid oxygen LN2 and whatnot, or CH4 to start chilling down the lines, because you have to chill down the lines, then the pumps and the subcoolers, because otherwise you shock cool them and then you could break them. So you have to... Thermodynamics is fun, we'll put it that way. So they just need gas to be able to backfill what they're taking out. So that's kind of what we're seeing now, but it'll really, really kick into gear in about an hour or so, a little bit more than an hour. A lot of times during tests, you'll see the pope vent go off, and the pope vent will run a lot, and that's usually during testing. What we've seen a lot during launches is the pope vent isn't really active. They have seems like a slightly different chill down process for launches, it feels like, where they just slowly chill down the lines. You'll eventually see the matings between all the pipes. You'll see them get frosty as they're slowly chilling things down, and then the pumps will really get active and they'll chill down the subcoolers, and then that's when they start pushing fluids to the tower and the OLM. So it's a whole process that takes a lot of time, and you just kind of see vapors every once in a while on the tank farm.
And for those who don't know, what do you mean by the pope vents?
Pope vent is from this shot here. You see the pipe sticking up out of the ground over on the left there. That is the pope vent. Usually that is used to just kind of, I guess, vent off excess LN2 or LOX or whatever. Just kind of vents excess. It's kind of like a pressure relief valve for a lot of things. Just kind of vents it out. Each tank also has their own relief valve. So if for some reason, when they're detanking especially, or even when they're tanking, if all of a sudden you get too much pressure in there, the vent opens up and just kind of takes boiled off stuff and just vents it out in the atmosphere. They don't do that with methane. They try to recondense and recycle it and bring it back as much as possible, because it's not really a good thing to be dumping methane into the atmosphere. They basically only do that with like LOX and LN2. So.
Yeah, sorry, that was completely a Ryan question, and he could explain that way better than I ever could, so I wanted to hand it off to him. Sorry.
It's all good. Oh, my neck hurts, my back hurts, I didn't sleep. Oh, wait, sorry, wrong kind of vent. Anyway.
You what?
I want to thank some people.
Max.
What?
He tried to make a joke and a pun. I don't think it really hit anywhere, but, he tried.
So that was a swing and a miss, big time.
That one landed about as well as 1086 did last night.
Oh, hey, it took the landing first.
But by the way, Chopsticks are opening, so there's a good sign.
They are. Look at that.
Ooh. Which, here's a question from Ninja Decimator asking, how long before launch do the Chopsticks open in launch configuration?
There you go.
Right now.
So what is the final position for these chopsticks? Do they stay this high? Do they stay low? How do they what's their opening and moving positions throughout the course of the countdown and the launch? You want to take this one, Ryan?
They will fully open, or mostly fully open, I guess. Yeah, they'll open as much as they can. So basically retracting the actuators all the way. So the rod end and the piston are all the way back in the actuator housing. And then they'll rise up to catch position, and then they'll stay there. And they'll stay and then once they're there, the landing rails will raise up. So basically, they'll do a health check. They're kind of doing a health check of the actuators now. They'll raise the landing rails and basically do a health check of those. And they'll kind of just check through the systems, and then they'll raise it up. They'll leave them there. And then they will obviously close once the booster gets close and everything like that, so you can, try to catch the thing. So, yep.
Yes. Kind of like the transporter erector, the strong back, where it retracts slightly before launch and then throws all the way back. This one, you just got to open up the arms. It makes it a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
Couple more people here that I want to thank while we have a moment. Cosmic Nebula saying, hey guys, love the content. Longtime fan since Starhopper. Quick question. Will you ever do runs of older patches? I'm missing 3, 4, and 5. No, unfortunately, once the patches are gone, they are gone. Maybe there's some that are being sold elsewhere, but yeah, once they're gone, they're gone. So if you do want the Flight 8 patch, definitely make sure to pre-order it while they're still available. Sergeant Vash, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Red E, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Pete Weller, thank you for becoming a Launch Director member, one of the highest levels of support here at NSF. In addition to all of the awesome member perks, photos, getting the members multi-view for the launch today, you also get access to the NSF Discord, which is Capcom and above. And then in addition to that, you also get your name at the end of all of the countdown to launches, NSF Lives on screen. So thank you. Teddy and Bear, hello to you too. Scott S., thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Austin Scurv, and apparently saying with the $5 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com, another way to support. If you want to join the chaos in the Discord, we are coming up with new names for the down tuber in the Starship channel. Come join the chaos.
just to get Jack.
Yeah, I'm sure you noticed my intentional wording of downcomer earlier, just to annoy Jack, as opposed to a transfer tube. Marco, when do we get S260 or S2626 Ship 26 fan club? No, Ship 26 fan club.
No,
it's gone.
It's gone. It's gone. You guys need to accept it. It's part of the grieving process is acceptance. You accept that it's gone. Okay.
Yeah.
But what about Booster 26?
Doesn't exist yet.
It's coming. It will exist eventually.
Eventually.
Oh no, Kevin's gonna go crazy when that happens.
But it's not S26. That's B26. It's not the same thing.
But it's still 26.
It's still not the same thing.
There wasn't this much love for B10.
It will bring glory. It will bring glory to the number 26 that Ship 36 could not.
Now, part of me hopes that Booster 26 crashes and burns in the Gulf on the first flight, but yep.
No,
no, we don't want that. No.
Just because.
Also, what about Booster 1026? That's not the one at the Cape, is it? That's now on display at. Is
that 23 or 26? The one that's in the
Gateway
Center?
exhibit.
Yeah.
It's one of the Falcon Heavy side cores from the Falcon Heavy demo mission. I think it. Oh God, I used to know this off the top of my head. 1020. I think it's 1023 or 1024. I could be wrong. Somebody fact check me on that.
We'll have to see what B1026 did, if it's worthy of the name or not. Also, while you're looking that up,
Alex in the back channel.
Also, 1023. All right.
Yep.
Also, Bideford with a very time-sensitive question here. Update on weather so I can go back to my class. Mandatory boring CE. Bideford, we love having you here. Quick weather update for Bideford. Max?
It's going to be cloudy. It's going to be windy.
There you go. But as of right now, everything on track.
But yeah, so far everything is currently within tolerance, so they are pushing ahead.
All right. Go back to your classes. We'll see you after, Bideford. Thank you. Brian Hamster also asking here, theoretically, how close could you get to the launch and still be safe, as in not going to die? I'll recover from hearing loss.
I don't know, actually.
Oh boy.
I would not be the one to find out. I'll say that. I would not volunteer for that.
I don't know if we want to find out. You probably have to get some testing equipment and figure that kind of. That's a whole scientific experiment you'd have to figure out.
Yeah. I know there's some SpaceX safety personnel within, I think, 1.5 miles from the pad. And obviously the sheriff holding the road closures where they are. And that's roughly around 1.5 or 2 miles. So, and even then, like, that has to be ridiculously loud. I've had the fortunate opportunity to watch Falcon 9 from very close distance, and even that was it was borderline religious. Like, it was insane. And Starship is much louder and much more intense with its exhaust than Falcon 9 will ever be, even Falcon Heavy. So, anything under like 2 miles, I'd recommend having Ear Pro, or even out here over at River or the Rocket Ranch Outpost. If you have sensitive hearing, Ear Pro might be your best option, especially with the sonic booms coming back.
What? What'd you say? Sorry, my hearing is bad.
Huh?
What? What are they selling?
I'm used to loud stuff. So
wait, you work near loud stuff like airplanes?
I wasn't gonna say it. I just said I'm used to loud stuff.
Loud stuff can be anything, like rockets.
For those who don't know, it's a running joke. Anytime I mention it, someone else in NSF has to mention. Wait! You work on airplanes? Because I've mentioned it more than once.
Wait, Ryan, you work on airplanes?
I reference it a lot, so it's a running joke here at NSF. But you know, what?
Ryan, you work on airplanes?
Huh?
Oh.
Okay. Rails. We have them a little more than the flame trench here, so let's try and get back on some of them. Well, we were talking about the weather before. Here is a view, by the way, weather-wise, of what we're looking at right now. So, as you pointed out, definitely cloudy. This is one of our views from River. Here's another one of the views that we have. You can at least kind of make out that there is a rocket there. So that's a good start. But yeah, that is quite a bunch of cloud cover. This is from the outpost camera. And this is the hotel view. Okay, maybe not so much being able to make out that there's a rocket there, but
yeah. Unfortunately, it is pretty gray out right now, and it is forecasted to remain this way until liftoff. Hopefully, I mean, the forecast was pretty off this morning. It was supposed to be pretty cloudy, or very cloudy, around 8 or 9 a.m. this morning, and it was actually pretty clear. And obviously, it has since the overcast has since come in. Hopefully, something can blow through and clear this up, but we believe it is going to remain this way until liftoff.
Yeah, that's what Adam was saying earlier. There is still going to be cloud cover, but it's worth noting that just having clouds in the sky is not a weather constraint for rocket launches. It's the type of clouds, right?
Even fog, yeah. Even if you cannot see the pad from a quarter mile away or even closer, fog is not that big of a concern, or even at all a concern for a rocket launch. It's all about the data and telemetry and the safety of those around supporting the mission. So, yeah, even if we can't see it, as long as the telemetry and the data is reading and everything is on track, they can fly as they please. Also, if the clouds remain like this, we are going to watch the booster punch through the cloud.
That's what I was going to say.
Just like they did with Flight 4 out in the Gulf. That's going to look so cool, man. That's going to look wicked.
It's worth noting that if fog was a weather constraint, there would be 0 launches out of Vandenberg. So,
ouch.
Oh, come on! You knew that was coming.
Ouch.
You knew that was
not
coming.
only that, not
I
only
mean,
that.
yes, but
Yeah.
So yes, fog is totally fine to launch in. Clouds, for the most part, are fine to launch in. There are certain cumulus clouds that can be an issue, which is why there is a cumulus cloud rule for a lot of launches that you see out of Florida and out of California. Basically, if the conditions are right, the rocket can come through and punch right through and create its own lightning and have lightning strike the vehicle, as we've seen with Apollo 12. Lightning at launch is not a good thing. So that is why there is that rule in place for the cumulus cloud rule, or as it used to be known during Ares 1 testing, tribo electrification.
I haven't heard that word in so long. Thank you, Sawyer. I forgot that word even existed.
You're welcome. Yeah. Oh, it's
tribo electrification.
I considered making that my password for a while, but it's not, just because no one's going to be able to type that out.
You should still now, and then everyone will know your password.
The turbo encabulator.
No, it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's the same one I have on my luggage.
There you go. Here's one from Warren and Ryan. They're wondering, was there a wet dress rehearsal? I don't remember seeing one.
Negative. This is set to be the first launch where they have done 0 full stack testing. They've done, what was it? They did a wet dress on the first flight, obviously. They did a lot of cryo tests, and they did a full wet dress on that Booster 7 Ship 24. They did a kind of a test plus wet dress rehearsal on Flight 2. Flight 3, they did a wet dress. Flight 4, they did a wet dress. They only did tanking tests for Flight 5 and 6, and then, of course, they did a wet dress rehearsal for Flight 7. But for this one, nothing. They stacked this rocket. It finally was stacked on the booster at T-minus 21 hours and 6 minutes, and the ship quick disconnect hooked up at T-minus like 18 hours and 28 minutes. So they basically rolled it out, stacked, and ready to go. So no full stack testing this time around.
Well, the full stack testing will be the launch. That's basically it.
Yeah, basically.
So this would probably be the fastest turnaround time then from first full vehicle stack to launch, right?
Oh, by
a large margin, yes.
By days, yeah. Before this, the first stack of a vehicle to launch was Flight 6, and that was 5 days. So,
and we thought that was quick.
This is 21 hours.
Jeez Louise. Oh, that's so cool. It's also cool, again, is the continued support that we're getting here. Universal Benny, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Austin, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. DS, thank you as well for becoming a PadRat member. Also, thank you for all of the amazing support so much that you've broken the panel. Can't get any more of them to click, but I'm trying. So I'll make sure we get all your names on the screen as best as we can. Hemi Charger, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Enjoy the crazy Discord access and chats going on right now about downcomers. Robert Football, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Marcel, thank you for upgrading to Red Team member. We're getting there. We're getting the clicks in. Here we go. Which, by the way, Echo Deal says, down tuber, it's a potato now? Tuber.
Sure.
Very clever. Jeffro, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Couple really good questions here. Here's one from Fire Striker, and they're asking, how does SpaceX safe the Super Heavy booster after the catch? What happens to any leftover propellant? Ryan, you want to take that?
Well, before I take that, the landing rails have been raised and the ship pins are fully retracted, so it looks like the sticks are ready to go. So it's another good sign. We're still going here. For safing the Super Heavy booster, so a lot of it just kind of boils off, basically. Any leftover propellant kind of boils off, especially the LOX. They'll just boil it off and vent it out. For the methane, they try to get rid of that by hooking it into the booster QD and basically venting out what's left. The other part you see that is when you see that like flamethrower that goes out of the QD, that's the fuel bleed. So obviously fuel is the methane. So basically they're just kind of burning off methane as it's venting out of that. So there's a couple of different ways they do it to safe it, but the real way to safe it is they just hook it into the OLM, drain everything out, safe it, check all the systems, make sure everything's good. The OLM also helps fully deactivate and prevent the FTS from ever going off, because it's basically I think it's an induction deactivator basically that goes under the QD, which helps safe it, and then they can of course take the charges out and then roll it back. So.
And safety is number one. And then another good question from Mac1985, who's asking, will the actively cooled tiles come with a significant weight penalty? I don't think they weigh that much more, Max, do they?
I mean, the way they are scattered around the ship right now, there really isn't much of a weight penalty there. It's all about it's about gathering data and making sure that they can demonstrate what they want to with the system. And we don't really have any insight as to how they're constructed or exactly how that system looks or works. So, the short and simple answer is it depends. But knowing SpaceX and how intricate their engineers can get, I suspect that if it came with a pretty severe weight penalty, they would not be having it implemented on the ship as a whole. Eventually down the line, if it is a plan, they are just trying it out after all on certain sections of the ship. So, I mean, if it did come with it, it wouldn't be on the ship. I'll put it like that.
And there's only one actively cooled tile right now. So, for now. Yeah.
Is it just the one, or I thought
It's
there
just
was a group on? Okay.
It's when you look at the area, there's definitely a group where there's a bunch of gap filler in it.
Yep.
But that's likely because they took those tiles off, probably took the pins off, installed the actively cooled tile with whatever hardware that's required for the active cooling, and then they put tiles back on, possibly with pins, and then, or at least maybe they glued them on, and then they put gap filler in between them because they might not be fully pinned in. So that's what you see when you look at it. It's just a single tile.
And so for those who are unfamiliar, where is that tile?
It's hard to. I think if I remember correctly, it's somewhere near the forward dome, or at least near the. I'm trying to remember exactly where it is. It's hard to tell right now with the lighting. So.
I may have a picture of it. Let me try and find it.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact location of it. I have to look at it, but of course we haven't seen. We didn't really get a lot of shots of 34 when it rolled out because it just rolled out. So.
Yeah, that. Let's see. Oh, we got a whole bunch of orders coming in from the shop, so thank you to everybody. But while we're talking about the tile questions here, Case wants to know, why do the heat shield tiles have to be so small? Could they be bigger in the simpler areas? Ryan, what are your thoughts?
So, a lot of the thing is to you make the tile that size because it's easier to place it all over the vehicle. So and you can only make it so big because, trying to think it is. I think that's the patch right there for America. The patch you see on the gap filler, that's your actively cooled tile. So you can only have it a certain size because you're basically trying to also cover a curved surface. So if you have it too big, then it's going to stick out over the curve, and you're going to have large gaps between the tile itself and your material behind it. So you need to be able to have a small enough shape as well as a good enough shape to be able to actually cover the entire area. Now, for things like the flat fairings and stuff like that, They have like more custom made tiles for the tighter curves. For stuff like what we're looking at right now, the aft dome, they actually use really, really small tiles because they have external stringers. Basically, they put it together to where you have smaller pins with smaller tiles, so that you can actually have a pinned tile on that rather than adhesive like on block 1, where the adhesive, they had all sorts of trouble with it. But now they basically have pinned tiles all across the main tank section. It's when you also get to the nose cone that you run into an issue, because you have a curved nose. You next time put a seam line through and restart the size. So when you look at the nose cone, you'll see several seams because they basically have to reset the size and reset the tiles as they keep going up. But the reason for having such a small tile is because they're able to basically put it anywhere. It's able to cover the curve of the ship at 9 meters and everything like that. If you had even a larger diameter, say 12 meters, you could make a larger tile because that's less of a curve you have to cover. But they're kind of limited to the curve and the size of the vehicle itself in order to actually make a tile that'll work, because it also has to be able to expand and cover the gaps as it goes. So,
and another important thing to note too is that if you have larger tiles, if something is damaged or a tile falls off, you're talking a much larger area that's then exposed. By going for a smaller tile, if, say, one tile falls off, then there's a lot less exposure, and depending on where it is, could basically have no impact on the reentry heating. So that's another major factor in all of this. And so during that kind of tilt up and down as we went through the rocket, you could see there were those patches with the gap filler, as well as where those tiles are. Here's a question from Noah, who's asking, do you think the ship will do a slide maneuver over to the tower like the booster, or come straight down? What do you think, Ryan?
It'll be kind of like a slide. So basically, the ship will be coming in to re-enter, and it'll more or less be targeting the Gulf, basically. But once it gets to its flip and burn, it'll literally flip up, and then with the burn, it'll kind of like back up into the tower. So kind of like it's hard to get a physical representation. So imagine you're looking top down at Starbase. Okay, you have Texas, and then you have Mexico. My guess is the ship will come basically over Mexico, and then during its flip and burn and landing maneuver, it'll basically do a hook around and basically back up into like Pad B or Pad A whenever they start landing at Pad A. So it'll basically do a hook slide and like beat back up, as we like to say it, into the tower and then land, is what I think it's gonna do. So, but we'll have to see maybe next flight. So,
I hope it has a backup beeper on it, just saying.
That'd be funny.
And there is that tile. Max, this I believe is your shot, right?
It is. It's from this morning.
So you can kind of see the one tile that's different amongst all of those in there, and get that metallic cool. It's just so cool, the different things they're testing on this. And that's why, again, these continue to be test flights to nail all of this down and hopefully do something that Shuttle could never do, which is rapid reusability and turnaround here. Let's see. Speaking of, Game Night has a question here. When orbit? When do we think we'll see the first orbital flight of these ships and boosters here? Max, we'll start with you.
One more time, Sawyer. Sorry.
When orbit?
Flight 9, assuming all goes well today. Because obviously, to bring the ship back to the launch site for a catch, it has to make one full revolution of the Earth at least, if not more, to get it to the orbit to line up with the launch site here in Starbase. So, hoping Flight 9. I'm sure I'm not the only one. But if not Flight 9, Flight 10. So it will be coming soon. This, as Ryan said earlier, this could very well be the last intentionally suborbital flight of Starship.
Yeah,
Ryan, you thinking Flight 9?
I'm thinking Flight 9. In terms of suborbital flights, I think like down the line, if they ever want to do a new like heat shield design, or they change something with the ship and they don't want to take it to orbit to test it, they'll keep their option into just take it on a suborbital track and do like a test and do another test flight like that. I think they'll leave that option open for the future because that kind of helps. It just makes it easier rather than having to go to orbit and bring it back. They can just dunk it in the Indian Ocean and test something in flight, like test a heat shield or something, a heat shield change. So I think they'll still do suborbital flights in the future. I don't think it'll be that often. I expect that once they basically get to orbit, hopefully next flight, they're just going to be, they'll prove that they can try to bring the ship back, or if they bring the ship back, then I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if like Flight 11 is a Starlink, is the first ever operational Starlink mission for Starship. I would not be surprised if they give it a Starlink designation, to be honest. I wouldn't be.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised either. That would be cool. And I think a lot of it is also gonna rely on what happens with this particular flight, because for people who might just be joining and don't know, Max, there is technically a payload on board this flight.
There is indeed. There are 4, as we call them, dumb links satellites on board Ship 34. So essentially, they are accurate in size and roughly shaped to what the full-size Starlink V2 satellites will look like and feel like, and also with weight. But obviously, they are not functional Starlink V2 satellites. They are solely there to finally test the PEZ dispenser system while it's in flight. Well, I was going to say in orbit, but it's not. Of course, it technically is not in orbit, but it's traveling at orbital velocity. But that they are there to test the PEZ dispenser system to make sure that it functions as SpaceX wants to in getting those satellites deployed safely, and also they are being deployed in a way or that even if they don't, they will be re-entering the Earth's atmosphere roughly around the same time that Ship 34 hopefully will, in a safe and controlled manner, and so they will pose no risk to those around them. Ryan, what was the
Is the Pope vent going?
Oh, it is. Tank farm is spooling up.
Could be start of tank farm, which would be kind of early. But then again, doesn't really matter how early.
Schedule.
Well, here's what they can do. They can always chill down early and then hold before prop load. They can always do that. That's not like something that can't be done. But we definitely do have Pope vent going right now. We'll see if it stays going or whatnot. But I mean, we're 35 minutes away from possible tank farm spool up anyways, but as SpaceX always likes to do, sometimes they like to change things up on us. And, we don't have any full stack testing to reference for this flight. So whatever they're doing, just kind of have to keep an eye on things.
And for those who don't know, when we talk about the Pope vent, 2 questions. 1, what does it do? And 2, I saw a bunch of people asking earlier, why do we call it the Pope vent?
Well, it basically just kind of vents off as they're flowing. If I'm trying to remember the exact use case for it, so it just kind of signals that they're starting to flow LN2 locks and whatnot through the system to try to start chilling systems down. Stuff like that. If I remember correctly, it's also the vent for the methane recondenser now because the old one was removed. So there's definitely a couple of different uses. I don't remember why we call it the Pope vent. It's been a while. I don't remember why.
It's because when they need to select a new pope, they will convene, they'll discuss it, and then they will send out a signal So if they have not decided a new pope, they have a special stack and they will put out black smoke. When they have selected a new pontiff, they will do white smoke, and it looks identical to what you see here with the sort of white vapor vent out of the pope vent here. So that is the reason behind the name. Let's see here. So hopefully that means that we will get into the fueling procedure in just a couple hours, which that still blows my mind. And we kind of mentioned this earlier, but how quickly do they load the fuel into this, and how does it compare to Falcon 9? It's not that much different, right, Max?
Correct. So prop load for Falcon 9, for context, is a much smaller rocket and runs on different fuel. Falcon 9 runs on RP1, or rocket propellant 1, which is essentially a highly refined kerosene, and liquid oxygen, or LOX for short. And then as we've known for a while, Starship is powered solely by liquid methane and liquid oxygen on both stages. And Falcon 9, for context, fueling operations begin at about T-minus 35 minutes after the launch director gives the go-ahead at T-minus 38 minutes. Starship, I think it holds around 9 or 10 times more propellant in terms of gallon measurement or capacity than Falcon 9, yet they can still fill the entire stack in 45 minutes, which is only 10 minutes longer than Falcon 9 for a rocket that is an order of magnitude bigger, which is astounding. And they want to get even faster for Pad B, for however big or however many or however big the pumps will be. I think Ryan was saying earlier that they want to get it down to like what, 20 or 25 minutes, right, Ryan?
I guess it'd be around 25, 30 minutes is where they want to get it to, which is, 5,000 tons of prop in half an hour. or more prop than that, because they're still going to extend the tanks on these things. So probably like 5,400 metric tons of propellant in a half hour or less.
Well, and mind you, the V2 version of ship holds 25% more prop than the V1s did.
I mean, we're talking aircraft turnaround refueling here. That's about how long it takes from when your plane gets to the gate to when it departs again, for them to load an entire Starship with propellants.
So
Wow.
I know that like FedEx and UPS can basically, so like a 747 or like a 777 loaded with cargo, they can have one land, bring it up, unload it, and load it. I think it's 30 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes they can do that, which is nuts. That's ridiculous that they can take that much material off a vehicle and load it and then load it again. It just goes to show how efficient operations like that get. And Starship does that with cryogenic propellants in the same amount of time, which is just nuts.
Yes, and so just to give a bit of context for what the timeline looks like. So SpaceX, the flight director here in Starbase, will conduct a poll at T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes to verify that all systems are go for prop load for Starship. And then at T-minus 45 minutes and 59 seconds, ship LOX load starts. At T-minus 42 minutes, ship methane load begins. At T-minus 41 minutes, booster methane on the booster load begins. And then at T-minus 35 minutes, booster LOX load begins. So it's not quite as, I guess, streamlined as Falcon 9's prop load is, because those are all pretty staggered. But they have to fill each tank a certain way and in a certain order to maintain structural integrity on board the vehicle. So you would not want a fully fueled ship on top of a completely empty and unprepared booster. That would not be ideal.
Yeah, that wouldn't be great, Bob. Not great, Bob. While we're talking about fueling, what about refueling and fuel transfer? Saad wants to know, Ryan, do you think there could be a refueling mission this year, or is that too optimistic?
Ooh, I've we still have to see a ship with the hardware on it for docking to do a refueling demo. It was scheduled this year. I think it's still possible, but in order to kind of make that somewhat possible, they need to have a successful flight here. Like they need to get the ship re-entered, have a good successful re-entry, and whatnot, like so they can move forward with Block 2 and stuff like that. So that's part of what they got to do. I think it's possible. I think it would be pushing more towards the end of the year, if anything. But we'll have to wait and see here, though. But it could be pushed to next year. So,
and it's worth noting the importance of this. The fuel transfer, the fuel depot type demos is crucial for the Artemis program, right?
Yes. Well, yeah, it's crucial to have Starship do anything beyond low Earth orbit. It is always funny to me when people go, well, why don't you switch everything to Starship? Well, it's because Starship's great for low Earth orbit. Anything beyond that, you got to refuel. You know, if you want to take a large mass into geostationary orbit or something, you got to refuel. You want to go to the moon, Mars, you got to refuel. Like something like New Glenn has enough high energy under it that it can send a payload straight to the Mars or moon. But Starship, with the mass that it has as a vehicle already, it takes a lot just to get something beyond low Earth orbit, and kind of requires a separate refueling run to do that. So it's kind of required to really make this system fully operational. But even just putting 200 tons into low Earth orbit is nuts. You can start orbital construction, then, I don't know, make a ship that can go between low Earth orbit and other planets. How about that?
Ooh, yes, please. But it's a test that they're going to have to complete, like you said, if they want to be able to use Starship to its full capacity. And when I say for Artemis, for those who are unaware, the Starship vehicle is actually the lunar lander as well for the first 2 Artemis moon landings, Artemis 3 and Artemis 4 per NASA contracts. It will be a different variant, of course, to the one that you see on your screen right now. It will be a specific Human Landing Services HLS variant, but that needs to get out to the moon still. And in terms of, like you said, it's great for low Earth orbit, but not as much for beyond. That goes perfectly into this question from the Rocket Girl, and I'll throw this to you, Max. They're asking, will Starship one day fully replace Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy? And if yes, how much time would be left until the retiring of those 2 rockets?
Yes, so SpaceX essentially wants to retire Falcon 9 as soon as possible to get Starship flying as often as it can. To obviously take all of its payload. So, yeah, Starship will eventually replace Falcon 9, but that will not be for quite some time ahead. Probably well into the mid-2030s until Starship becomes reliably operational for one, and then also cost-effective to fly as a replacement for Falcon 9 on the other hand. So, yes, it will eventually replace Falcon 9 as a whole.
I don't think that'd be to like the 2030s, though. Falcon 9 is far too useful to just get rid of soon.
Well,
it's
like,
such a good rocket.
You say that now, but like if it becomes cost effective enough to fly Starship like Falcon 9, like why would Falcon 9 stay around?
Well, because Starship doesn't have a capsule. Like Falcon 9 is very useful in terms of what Dragon can do. Starship's great and all, it is, but like, I mean, to be able to have a capsule like Dragon to either be docked to a space station is a little bit more helpful than Starship, because unless the station is big enough, Starship is actually too big for space stations, which kind of becomes a problem. Just the sheer mass of Starship itself. I think there's actually even an issue with it even docking to the ISS for that matter. Because it weighs a lot more than a shuttle does. So it actually what was shuttle? What do you don't remember? What was shuttle's dry mass, Sawyer? I don't remember off the top of my head. Unless you
It was, I believe, 78,000 kilos.
And
depending on the vehicle, because the older ones were a lot heavier than the newer ones.
And Starship's like double that. Like, that's a lot more mass attached to a station. And you get issues when that happens. I think Falcon 9 is incredibly useful because of its Dragon. And other things. I don't think it'll get retired soon. I think it'll fly into the mid-2030s. Plus, why not try to... If Falcon 9 will break the record for Soyuz U, which is like 756 launches by a single rocket, it'll probably break that in like 2 years. I don't know if it'll ever break R7's record of nearly 2,000 launches. Starship will eventually, though, but it'd be cool if Falcon did. But that's a lot of launches left to go to do that. It's like 1,500 launches they still have to do.
And if we're talking over 150 a year, it doesn't seem that unfeasible to, by 2035, hit that number. Which, in terms of that, there was another question that I saw that came in. Someone asking, how long until Raptor becomes the most flown engine? Because I feel like there's a slight advantage in the fact that you're flying 39 of them for now, potentially 42 of them per launch. So it's going to add up a lot faster than, say, 9 on a Falcon or, different launch vehicles. Ryan, do you have the math on that?
1 sec. So they've already done 2,000 launches. I don't remember exactly how many beyond 2,000 for the R7, and you times that by 5 because the RD-107 and the RD-108, I kind of consider them the same, and they kind of have heritage going all the way back, which means that engine alone is flown 10,000 times. In order to hit that number. Let's see here. So you got 10,000 divided by 33. Starship would have to fly 303 times, and that's just booster. So you take the full stack, which is currently at 39 engines. And they're going to add, of course, 3 more RVACs. So you take 10,000 divided by 39. You're looking at 256 launches. It won't take that long for Starship to catch up.
I can hear the calculator going.
Yeah, literally heard the buttons getting pushed.
Yeah, it won't take it long to catch up to that, but still, it has to catch up.
It does, but I think it can do it. I absolutely think it can do it within the next couple of years here. We were mentioning earlier about the fact that this will be the lunar lander. And eventually the goal, of course, is to make Starship crew-rated, human-rated. Max, Marvin's wondering, since Starship doesn't have a capsule, how can they safely abort a crewed launch? The answer is, I don't think we know yet, do we?
We don't. That is the million-dollar question. If I think the argument SpaceX would like to go for is that if if Starship it is reliable enough to fly as they want it to, and they can safely demonstrate that even under an engine out scenario that they can still safely make orbit, there has to be some kind of what was the abort scenario for shuttle to come back to the launch site? It was just called RTLS. Yeah, okay. They might have a plan similar to that at some point. It's really tough to say because the design does not take into account or really allow for any sort of abort capsule to eject the crew from the vehicle in the event something goes wrong. So, we don't know. We honestly don't know, and that is a question, or I'm sure a conversation that SpaceX is having with NASA right now, and will have for some time to fly their crew on board at some point, especially for HLS. But we don't know.
So, assuming Raptor 3 is 300 tons, this is just 300 tons of thrust. This is not anywhere near that, which I think they are able to get more out of it. And assuming Starship eventually gets to 2,000 pounds of propellant on board, because I think they'll still extend it. That's a thrust to weight ratio on the ship of 1.35. You get 9 engines running at 300 tons. So if the issue is with the booster, you might be able to hot stage and get a little bit away. But if the issue is with the ship, then I don't know what you do.
Not good.
It's kind of
Bob.
one of those things. Yeah, it's a problem to look into.
And again, it's also worth noting with the RTLS for shuttle, that was absolute worst case scenario. I believe the odds of actually surviving that were estimated to be less than 30%. So it's one of those where you never want to have to do it. That's when it would literally have to wait till the solids ended, separate away, and then do a very hard turn to steer itself back and actually land at the shuttle landing facility at the time. It was a lot of stress on the vehicle. The question was if it would even have enough velocity to do it. It was, yeah. You don't want to do that. Let's just say that. So hopefully they came up with something a little better.
RTLS requires what was the word? Requires. I'm trying to remember the quote from John Young.
It was continuous miracles interspersed with acts of God, I believe.
Yeah, to RTLS shuttle, basically.
Yeah, not easy, not great, Bob.
No, not great.
I do want to thank some people for support. As we see, there's that helicopter again there. Jason, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Shoria, I apologize about the pronunciation, saying pour one out for the fallen Falcon 9. Yes, it's a shame. The last one landed. There was a fire, I believe, in the aft bay, they said, on X, and yeah, the vehicle's gone. Scott Blake, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Fat, thank you very much for the 2 curly E there, the pounds. Barcel also, so sad, Booster 1086 got 86. Oh my gosh.
Ouch.
It's so bad, it's great.
Ouch. That's a oofta.
Ouchie. Ouchie.
Leonard, thank you very much for the 20 Canadian. Royce, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Troy, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Viking saying a stakeout is my kind of party. Don't judge me. Oh, no judgment. That is absolutely my kind of party here too, and we're glad that you're hanging out with us here. With the thank you for the Kroner. Patrick, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. And we also had HP become a Capcom member. And am I seeing this right? Yes, Papa Hawkeye 4077 becoming a flight engineer. That is the highest level of support that we have here at NSF. That is so unbelievably generous. Thank you for that. So you get all of the perks of literally everything. So all of the pictures and videos that get posted, the Discord access, the pre and post shows for the Flame Trench, all of the members' multi-views, your name at the end of all of the Flame Trenches and NSF lives, and a reserved parking spot in the official NSF parking lot. Where is it? No idea, but once we find it, you'll have a spot. So, thank you. We can only do this because of support from people like you, to have this many cameras out there, this many views, to have a whole members multi-view going, to have an entire team at Starbase, and to try and just keep taking what you guys give us and bringing it into improving all of our gear, improving the quality of all of our systems so that you get the best views that we can provide of Starship and everything going on. Also, this is really cool. Jelly saying, shout out to my husband who coded all of those tiles. That's cool. So
Hey, that's cool.
That everything works for him. I'm sure they'll work great. Oh, that's so cool. Bulletin asking, anyone want to see SpaceX produce a Starship variant with Delta wings? Perhaps they could even give it actively cooled heat shield tiles.
Oh no.
Wow. Wow. Too cursed?
Too cursed. For me, at least.
I'm sure someone will now try and make it in KSP.
Yeah, probably.
I kind of want
Moldy.
to see it though.
Where are you?
Yeah. But they may not have the Delta wings, but at least we do have slightly different design on the version 2 of the ship, at least with all of the flaps and everything. Right, Ryan?
Yeah, the forward flaps, they're a little bit slightly different design. They're thinner, and of course they're more forward on the nose cone than Block 1. So we didn't get to see these things on reentry at Ship 33 because, well, it didn't get to well, I guess it got to reentry, but in a million pieces. But I can't wait to see these things, how well they work in reentry, because as we all know, they constantly were having issues with burn through on the passive flat fairing. And this should basically solve all those problems. And not only that, they were actually getting too much control with the forward flaps, even dating all the way back to the suborbital hops. Like, they weren't even fully deploying them because they had so much control out of them. So basically they finally made the change, and they've grown on me. I just say they've grown on me a lot. I really like the look of Block 2.
Same.
Yeah, it seemed very off-center at first. It just looked, I don't know, you're right, it did look weird, but the more you see it, the more aesthetically pleasing it is, shall we say. But most important is functionality, and we will find out, hopefully, this flight, how well this new design functions. And of course, one of the major concerns was we saw a lot of burn through on some of the flaps during the version 1 Starship flights. With this, hopefully, we will see less burn through on the flanges and the hinges, basically, between all of these.
Yeah, and even the tiles on the flaps are now pinned on the forward ones. They're not glued on anymore, so it's just a major advancement across the program. I expect the aft flaps will eventually get some upgrades. They just aren't needed at the moment, so.
Yeah. Soon. Version 3, maybe.
Yeah.
Timothy Millen with 2 ideas here with some super chats saying, how about an Optimus robot in the payload moving around, then climbing out the Pez door to climb on the back of the ship and ride it down like a dune worm?
Optimus bot EVA, let's go.
Oh, I am absolutely all for it. And then also with the suggestion of how about incorporating Crew Dragon in the nose of Starship, because then you get escape possibilities.
Oh, goodness gracious.
We're going to start that again?
Oh, gosh.
I'll just say this. The top half of that nose cone is pretty vital to the functionality of that Starship.
No, it's not. Not at all.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No.
Yeah.
For those of you not aware, the top half of that nose cone includes both header tanks, so the LOX and the methane header tanks, all the CLPVs for engine restarts, for pressurization and stuff, for all that. It includes the flat motors, as well as the new bracing for the forward flaps. There is a ton of stuff that's up there, and you just can't replace that. So, yep.
As cool as that would be, but nope, it's got to stay with that design.
Did they? They just released a rollback closure for Booster 15.
What?
I think they did. Yeah, on March 5th, pad to factory between 12 a.m. and 4 a.m.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they did.
As you do,
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's like
Babe.
This is the SpaceX equivalent of Babe Ruth calling a shot, basically.
Yeah, right. It's like, we're gonna land this thing. It's rolling back March 5th. It's gonna do it. To be tomorrow night at this rate, it'd roll back.
So if there ever was any expectation, so remember how earlier I was saying that like SpaceX at this point expects to recover boosters now after flight. This is like the prime example of that. Like they are, it's an expectation at this point. It isn't. Oh, we'll see. Like they fully expect to.
And the whole team is literally ready to go. So if anyone looks in the ring yard, next to the factory. They have 2 windy lifts ready to go. They have a couple GOGs ready to go, and they have the booster transport stand all together, ready to go to the pad to basically take the FTS out, get the booster off the pad onto the transport stand, and get it back into the Mega Bay as quick as they can. So I think they're gonna try to test this. So, I mean, if I think here, the booster will land back, assuming it goes at 5:30, it'll land back at like 5:40 p.m. If they do follow that road closure, it'll be off the pad within less than 36 hours. It'll be out of the launch site.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Optimism there, which isn't a bad thing. So, in terms of road closures, that will be a temporary one, as you mentioned, March 5th, 12 to 4 a.m. But for right now, Max, where are we at in regards to current road closures for the flight itself?
Well, as you can see, there are obviously still vehicles at the pad, so the full evac has not come into play yet. But we have seen some tank farm activity picking up, so that is a strong indicator that they are either ahead of schedule or on schedule, and we should be seeing the cars cleared out of the launch complex, hopefully within the next hour or so. Last we heard from the sheriff, the hard road closure up towards Richardson Road, which is right off of Highway 4, about maybe a mile west of the production site. That hard cutoff will be around 2:30 p.m. That was the latest info we got from the sheriff. So, but of course beyond that, it's whoever needs to be there at this point. SpaceX and the sheriff began clearing people out from the dunes and anywhere else around the pad around 10:30 this morning. So things are accelerating, I guess we could say. Like I'm genuinely surprised. It's already almost 1:30 at this point. It seems like 10 minutes ago it was 10:30, and we were just beginning this stint. But yeah, we should be seeing a full evac of the pad, hopefully within the next hour or so.
That is unbelievable right now.
Yeah, time is ticking away pretty quickly now.
You're not kidding. And for this 8th flight of Starship Booster 15, Ship 34, Ryan, how many bananas are on board this flight?
Shouldn't be any bananas, just Starlink dummies.
Not with that attitude.
I mean, there could be. There definitely could be. I mean, it's SpaceX. Who knows what they put in there? But, you know.
Yeah. For those who don't remember, Chip, I believe it was, what was that, 31 that had it? That had a banana inside the payload bay. And
Flight 6.
Yeah, and a banana sticker on the side of it, a peanut butter jelly time dancing banana sticker.
Indeed.
Peanut butter jelly time.
It still irks. It's still it's frustrating how that's the one patch that deviates from the rest of their designs. Like, that still irks me.
It was the last Block 1 because there are no more Block 1 starships anymore, and because Ship 32 was scrapped, so there's no more. And no, Ship 20 is not a Block 1. But yeah, I kind of wish they had kept at least one around just to, you know, here's a Block 1 versus maybe a Block 4 in 10 years or something like that.
Wow. Yeah. That was a banana for scale 1. SpaceX had a Chiquita banana style patch, which was hysterical. So no bananas for scale, as mentioned though. The 4 Dumbelink satellites, the sort of Starlink V2 experimental, not operational satellites to test the deployment mechanism. And I hope that at least one of those will have a camera on it that will be able to show the ship in space from afar. That would be awesome.
That would be insane. Like that visual alone, it would just be spectacular. Please. Please, SpaceX, please.
Which, do we know, are there any stickers, decals, Max, or anything on this ship?
So, not to the extent that we have seen with the Block 1 ships, especially with Flight 5 and Flight 6, where we normally saw the logo of either S-35 or S-36, and then for Flight 5, it was the Mechazilla logo, and then on Flight 6, of course, it was the banana. But so there is not any of that, unfortunately, on Ship 33 or Ship 34, which is hopefully flying today. But there are little Easter eggs. So if you look at the non-heat shield side of the forward flaps, you will see a tiny little like Dragon capsule sticker, or just what? Go ahead, Ryan.
Looks like we have pad clear.
Oh, we were just talking about that.
There were last cars looked like they'd left D3, the D2 gate, and I think we've got full pad clear now. So, tank fireman to spool up and let's go.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
And the Dragon stickers, by the way, were on Ship 33, and there was also a Mechazilla sticker.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Alex in the back channel correcting us, or correcting me, I should say. There were stickers also on Ship 33 as well. So, but this time there just appears to be those little Dragon Easter eggs on the forward flaps right near the hinges.
So yeah, no stickers that we're aware of, at least besides that. We'll see what happens on payload deploy.
Yeah, no kidding.
Josh Schulten saying, "What will the first Starship be named? Possibly Enterprise." Ooh, that's not a bad idea.
That's a really good question. But another question: what dictates that a starship should be named?
Crude.
Like, what factors at play?
Crude ship.
Is it crude, or is it like HLS? Is it like the first operational one? Like,
I think it should be HLS and crude starships are named. I think is what they should do. I honestly want the first starship to Mars with people on board to be named Enterprise.
Yeah,
I might be a little bit biased, but I want it to be named Enterprise. I mean, I'm also down for like Yorktown, Saratoga. Going through those kinds of names. Or the Daedalus, or just picking from sci-fi shows at this point. But or hey, name one the Battlestar Galactica. I don't know. Let's have some fun with it.
Endeavor,
the right stuff, maybe.
And of course they use all the shuttle names too, because why not?
Yeah, exactly. Got to have an Endeavor in there. Just saying.
Yep.
But I feel like
one.
Wait, what?
Someone said Spaceball 1.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh, geez. I mean, I feel like you would have to have the ones, as you mentioned, with crew names, like they do with Crew Dragon. They all technically have, the C205, C206 designation, but, you've got Endeavor, you've got Resilience, you've got all of those kind of names for the ones that fly people. The cargo ones are just C2 whatever.
You see, I was having a conversation with a friend not that long ago, and actually, SpaceX does not refer to any of the Dragons as Endeavor or Resilience or Endurance. They're all just Dragon. Like, they don't even the their numbers. Like, they just call it Dragon. They don't use the names anywhere in there, which I find somewhat disappointing. But it's also like, okay, that's just for us, I guess. Or the crew.
But I just want to see like Enterprise or Normandy or the Pillar of Autumn on the side of the ship. I mean, come on, it would look cool. But can't have everything.
Yeah.
Elysium.
I mean, there's a lot of good names out there you could put, and they're going to make a lot of ships. So
Oh yeah, Serenity. If you want to go Firefly.
There you go.
Defiant.
5.
Plaid. They've gone to Plaid. Some good names in there.
Ooh, I have one. R2D2.
A good one too. There's a lot of good ones. It's a lot of good names.
Is. Fun question. Here's a slightly more serious question, though. Kevin wants to know: has Starbase been officially approved for full flight duties, or will they still need the CAPE and/or official approval for Starbase? Ryan?
So they can. I mean, they're flying full flights right now. That's all I'm going to say. They don't have. They're limited. I think they're at the limit of 10 at the moment. The tiered environmental assessment that's currently undergoing review after public comments and the draft was released, is to up Starbase to 25 launches in a year. That'll be out of both of those pads. Now, I'm trying to remember all the ones split up between 39A, 37, and that, but I know the total between the 2 environmental impact statements that are going on, plus the tiered environmental assessment, will be 146 total launches between all 3 pads. The launch site here, and then the 2 pads are the other pads that they're building. So they need the Cape for launch cadence. They can't do it all out of here. So yeah, they'll have to get that still.
And also from Florida, so here in Starbase, they are limited as to what inclinations they can fly at. Whereas when they're in Florida, they can fly northeast, they can fly directly east, they could even fly polar if they wanted to. They can't do any of that here in Starbase because of the populated areas over in Florida across the Gulf and also south of here in Mexico. So they have to essentially squeeze Starship through a window between, I guess, Cuba and Florida at this point. So they have like essentially almost just one inclination that they can fly at, or a very small window that they can fly Starship with. So it's likely that Starbase will remain an R&D and test flight facility once the Cape becomes operational.
Plus, they can do tanker flights out of here with depots, because that shouldn't really matter. You should be able to get that inclination. They could do a really ridiculous dog leg out of here.
Oh my god, a Starship dog leg would be insane.
The amount at which that would have to curve is
right.
That's what's the Japanese rocket that does that? Is that an
H3? I was just gonna say like imagine Starship doing an H3. That would be absolutely nuts.
That would be nuts. Yeah.
I mean, that's pushing gimbal to the limit on these Raptors, that's for sure.
Yeah, as Alex is saying, they could fly between Yucatan and Cuba, which would be 33 degrees, so Starlink. They can still do that out of here without having to get, there are corridors they can do. They could try to do dog legs if they really wanted to. Granted, you're going to lose a lot of performance doing that. Plus, trying to bring it, bring the booster back would be kind of fun for that too. But they can figure it out. It's not like they can't. So yeah.
And by the way, dogleg, for those unaware, that is when a rocket starts to go straight out and then has to do a sharp turn. If you were to draw it out with the line, it kind of looks like when a dog is sleeping, how their leg is all curled up. That is why it is called a dog leg, and it would have to do a hard turn there. Let's see. Here's one from TechRan who's asking, any sign of the aft section of a Starship with landing legs? You'd think they want to start testing landing legs by now for HLS. Max, have we seen anything down there? I don't think so yet.
I don't think so. Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, but no, we have not seen anything that would indicate that they have any landing leg hardware around or at least outside in any of the megapays. So that will be a thing for HLS and eventually versions of ship that are optimized for Mars travel. But that is at least a year and a half, 2 years out, the earliest. So not yet.
I haven't seen anything. That doesn't mean that there isn't something inside Star Factory we can't see, but as far as I know, they don't have anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here's a question, just going back to what we were discussing a moment ago. Corrupted is wondering, what will the future of Starbase look like once the Cape is operational? So, prognostication time, as Gene was saying earlier. Would it be cheaper to launch ships and land in the Cape, or would they transport them via road or ship? So, basically, what happens to Starbase once Cape Starship is up and running?
They still fly out of it. They can do Starlink missions, they can do tanker missions out of here. So there's still a use for it. I mean, they can get the inclination to do tanker missions. That's not hard. You just got to set the depot in the right spot, and whatnot. And then on top of that, I mean, they can still produce ships out of here, especially once they build a gigabay. And then say they do build a pad at Vandenberg, or they build a pad at build their pads at the Cape. Basically, you launch a full stack and you have the ship perform a mission, except for the ship doesn't land back at Boca where it launched from. It lands back at the Cape. You can do that. Basically, ferry or the funnier thing would be kind of like what you do if you have a maintenance issue, or if you just need to reposition an aircraft, you just ferry it empty. Maybe you don't launch anything at all, and you just launch the ship empty and like ferry it to another launch site. They could be doing things like that. Boosters are a little bit harder because, well, those can't really be ferried between launch sites. You kind of have to build them, and wherever they're built, they're kind of stuck to that launch site unless you can find a way to barge them over. Which my guess is they will figure out a way to do that if they need to transfer boosters someplace. But in terms, I think Boca will just become a place where they'll still be building stuff. I think it'll be the main R&D spot. Like, the Cape will be for a lot of operational flights, but say they want to come up with, a new heat shield design, or they find some wacky thing they want to try on the ship or booster. Well, you make that in Starbase and you launch out of a pad there, and maybe do it on a suborbital track, and you use the same suborbital track you've been using and just dunk it in the Indian Ocean. You try to test something. I could absolutely see Starbase being used for that. So, because they have all their testing infrastructure here, you might as well use it, So
you're saying point to point?
I mean, you could call it point to point, yeah, with repositioning chips.
Yeah, that booster is not making it across the Gulf under its own power.
No. Maybe if you fully fill it, stick a nose cone on it and try.
I was just gonna say that. Can you imagine? Like, that would be
right?
Oh my god, that would be insane.
I don't know how far the booster could make it with a nose cone on it, fully loaded, and you fire it. I actually don't know how far it could make it. So,
as far as your heart desires.
The problem is, though, the altitude at which you're going to get at. I don't know if the booster survives that re-entry compared to what it already has to, because you probably need a higher altitude to do that shot over.
Well, at that point, they'll be so assuming that that's even possible, you would probably need the V3 version of the booster with more prop, or as much prop as possible. And at that point, they'll be using the Raptor 3s, which will be a lot more resistant to any heating or negative effects from peak heating and reentry. So, but whether or not that they'll be able to withstand that much heating from that much more velocity and that much more altitude from a flight that far, I guess maybe we'll find out. Maybe we won't. I highly doubt it. But yeah, I don't know. It could go either way, but probably not.
That'd be a good idea to make a video about point to point.
It is a good idea. I wonder where. Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah, I wonder if only something like that was in the works.
Yeah, if only.
Let's see here. Let me take a moment to thank some people. Melody, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Manic, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Corrupted, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member as well. Jeff Frishoff gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for doing that. Mark, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Mike, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. 13, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Roger, thank you as well, becoming a Pad Rat member. Andy, Engineer, also Pad Rat. Matthew, thank you for becoming a member as well. And then we have 3 here. We've got Charles becoming a Capcom member. Capcom and above getting that Discord access as well. Thank you so much for that level of support. Then we go one step up in support level. Martin becoming a launch director, the second highest level of support here at NSF, where you also get your name at the end of all of our NSF Live and Flame Trench shows as a very special thank you. And then the highest level of support, Unity MMO developers becoming a flight engineer. Thank you so much, again, you will get priority parking whenever NSF makes their own parking lot. And you also get our eternal huge thanks and gratitude. Thank you so much.
Do I get priority parking?
Are you a flight
No.
engineer?
Ah, dang it.
Sorry, you're gonna have to park in the
Negatory,
auxiliary
Ryan.
lot and take the
Negatory.
shuttle.
Darn.
And it's not even the good shuttle; it's one of the shuttle buses.
Ooh, ouch.
I mean, we can paint it like the space shuttle, but that's it. Kenneth, saying thank you for keeping me up to date with Starship. You're welcome. Schrodinger's chat. First off, brilliant name. Second, Max, if cloud cover persists at launch, here's hoping SpaceX will give us continuous onboard views. That is true. So where are we at weather-wise? I've seen a bunch of people asking questions. What's it like where you are at Starbase?
Yeah, so for those just tuning in, we are here over at our river site. I will be migrating over to the Rocket Ranch outpost when the time comes, and I can hop off, or once we are wrapped up with the Stakeout stream here. But as Adam had mentioned earlier in his bit about the forecast, yeah, the clouds that were forecasted to roll in at about around noon have arrived, and they are. Yeah, I would say it feels like more than 70% cloud cover. Like it's 100% cloud cover, unfortunately. The cloud deck doesn't seem that low, so hopefully we won't lose it after, I don't know, 5 or 10 seconds. Hopefully we'll have it for longer than that. But yeah, so the clouds have arrived. It is completely overcasted right now, as you can see from the views. It is very gray, unfortunately, and it is forecasted to remain this way throughout the launch window today. The other big thing to keep to keep an eye on today is the winds, which should be gusting around 20-25 miles an hour tops. At least that's what the forecast says. Currently, it's a little bit breezy right now, but it doesn't feel too bad. But once you get into the upper levels, I'm sure that is when Starship becomes more vulnerable to the wind flow, because it is aerodynamically unstable with the flaps being on top of the ship, which is obviously stacked on top of the booster. So yeah, the cloud cover itself is not a major weather concern for today. It is more so with the winds. But as we have seen so far, SpaceX seems to be pushing ahead with operations, as we have just seen, with a complete pad clear, which should mean the tank farm should be spooling up even more very soon, and we should be getting into prop load at around T-minus 45 minutes. But seems like, even though that's 3 hours away and it seems kind of far, that will be here before you know it. Trust us. But yes, it will be like this for pretty much the rest of the day, unfortunately.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, not a constraint for launch, just a constraint for a strain on our eyes, mainly. So a constraint.
Correct. It's not visually ideal, I'll put it that way.
Wow, I got a max laugh from a pun. Mark the date and time, folks. It's a first. Mike and Marilyn getting their Flight 8 patch and mug. Go Starship. Shiloh, first tanker, Starship, Ship 26A.
Ugh.
No.
Yes! Yes, I dig it. Let's do it.
Let Ship 26 rest in pieces, okay?
That doesn't
Ship 26.
That doesn't deserve the Dash A designation at all.
That ship was destined for glory, and SpaceX robbed us of it.
Robbed us.
Robbed us.
Okay.
No, they saved us by destroying it.
No, they robbed us. It's different. They should have flown it and let it burn up in the atmosphere and let it go out like a Viking's funeral. Oh my god, that would have been spectacular.
Yep. For those who don't know, by the way, Ship 26 was a ship that they designed. They did a bunch of cryo and engine testing with it, but it didn't have any of the flaps, didn't have any of the tiles. It was a giant silver bullet-looking ship that was ugly compared to the others, and so they scrapped it and never flew it, as it should have been, despite people literally making songs commemorating it.
Also, those stringers on there, they didn't mean anything special. Trust me. They didn't mean anything special.
They didn't mean anything special.
Let's see here. Well, they did some engine testing with Ship 26, and speaking of engines, Misty's wondering, when do we think Raptor 3 will be added to the ship? Ryan, what do you think?
Guess is as good as mine. Honestly, we don't. Ever since SpaceX announced it, all we've seen them do is blow a bunch of them up at McGregor, and that's about it. Test them and blow them up. I don't know when it's going to be ready.
Which
I'm hoping
reminder, you can watch them blow up at McGregor Live 24/7 here at NSF.
There you go.
What's your prediction then? Well, if you had to guess.
I would expect they would go on ship the same time you get a Block 2. I would guess it's going to be like a Block 2.5 ship with basically a Block 2 booster with it. So the first full Block 2 stack on Pad B, whenever that is this year. And heck, they may even do 9 engines on that particular ship. I really don't know what they're going to do. Because I've been thinking, I think they're going to prove out Block 2. And then they'll create like a Block 2.5, Block 3. And it'll basically be slightly extended with 9 engines or something like that. Just to get that more performance out of it once they know their operational systems are good to go. But if that's going to be Raptor 3, we'll see. It probably will be, but maybe end of this year.
Maybe. I mean, that would be great to see. And after seeing it earlier when they revealed it, the whole best part, no part thing, I can't wait to see the efficiency at which they pump those out. Here's a question from Sigton. And this is another put your brain out there, thinking ahead, kind of prognostication again. I'll start with you, Max. Do you think we will ever see same-day reuse like we saw in the original CGI concept?
Prognostication, that's a word. Eventually, that's the goal. And honestly, with how Starship is being designed, I can't think right now. Caesar just made everyone burgers here over at River, and I just tried scarfing one, so my brain's elsewhere. But yes, I do, and that is ultimately what Starship is going to be, or is its designing is evolving for that to be a possibility, and that is, of course, their goal eventually with the super high launch cadence with Starship. So, I know he also. Elon at some point also wanted to recover a Falcon 9 and refly it within 24 hours. That obviously has not happened, and given the priority of that the Starship has now, I don't think we're going to see that with Falcon 9 anytime soon, nor is there really the demand for it at the moment, unfortunately. But I do believe Starship will get there. Give it probably, oh boy, that's probably like a 4 year plus out thing, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Falcon 9 isn't even at that point yet. You've had multiple flights in a day from different pads, but even their shortest turnaround time is still about 3 days between launches. I know Falcon 9 wasn't meant to have a cadence of same day, but I know the goal at least is to be able to do every day or every other day as they move onward. Here's one. JVideoTube is wondering, Ryan, why is there no paint on the OLM this time? Any ideas? I know we've seen them repaint it over and over again after previous flights.
Well, I think SpaceX just wants to see how the OLM fares with no paint. It's not like it's entirely required. It just provides a little bit more protection. Maybe they're just like, well, let's see what happens. So they're going to see what happens.
There you go. Wait and see. Bulletin with the idea here of why not a fully reusable Starship with a 9-meter interplanetary capsule as its third stage? Would that avoid the need for refueling? Seems
how are you planning on bringing that capsule home? That's the other question.
Well, also, how do you make it interplanetary? Starship still has to launch it into space. And unless it's got fuel of its own, I mean, you could put a third stage inside Starship and make that as like a tug, but I don't know if you can do a 9-meter capsule to do it, because you also have to remember, you're not going to be able to put 9-meter payloads in Starship. It may be 8. So because you can't actually use the full 9. You
How
won't really
epic
be
would
able to
that
do
be, though? A 9-meter capsule. That would be incredible.
Gigantic.
That would be incredible.
Yeah, it's huge. I don't think they'll do it though.
Not with that attitude, Ryan.
Oh, the ideas, the imagery coming to mind from that would be so cool.
Oh yeah, 100%. And hopefully will be also today from the Starship dummies, assuming one of them has a camera on them.
Oh, I hope they have one. I mean,
Good God, SpaceX had to have thought about that. Like, there has to be
Right?
a camera on one of them. Like, there has to be one.
The thing is, I'm trying to remember. I think they need a separate FCC license to do something like that. Like to put a camera on something you're going to deploy. Granted, it won't it'll re-enter with the ship basically. But do they need an FCC license for that? Because if they do, they don't have one. They don't have one to put a camera on one of those dumblinks.
Maybe that's only needed if it's staying in orbit. But obviously, it's not staying in orbit. It'll be re-entering with ship.
Yeah, but when I've looked at those things, they're literally a steel bar with a plate of steel attached to it is basically all it is. I mean, maybe, but I don't think there is. We'll see, though. I guess.
Have faith, Ryan. There could be a camera on one of them.
Because I will say, if they do that, and the battery lasts long enough, you're then watching from behind as the ship re-enters. You see the plasma field around the ship.
Like, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just thinking about deploying. I was just like, I was just talking about having a field of view just as it left the payload bay and showing Starship as a whole over Earth. You know, like that's all I want to see. I'm sure many others too.
If it's transmitting, I think it needs a license though. So yeah.
If it's transmitting, I think it needs a license. And who's saying they don't have that? Maybe behind the scenes they're working on it, but that would be very cool. Or deploy now, ask questions later.
I mean, no comment.
Well, yeah, that hasn't gone well for SpaceX in the past. But
me.
Welcome to the Muppet Show, folks. Joined by Beaker on comms.
Muppet Show. Hey, tank farm, by the way, it's starting to spool up.
It is definitely starting to spool up here. So,
hey guys, the tank farm's spooling up.
I don't know.
Is it?
Anyway, you can see there. You also have the roadblocks up there in the corner. Max, what are the next big events coming up as we approach 3.5 hours until the opening of the launch window?
So we essentially need to see all of the propellant lines both up the tower and around the orbital launch mount start to begin to be chilled down, and that will become obvious when they all start to not glow, but they will all become very white, and we will see vapor coming off of them as well, similar to what we are seeing from the tank farm now, obviously just smaller because the pipes are smaller. That is all in preparation to get all the plumbing conditioned down to cryogenic temperatures to allow LOX and liquid methane to flow both into the ship and the booster. We will see either go or no go received at around T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes and change, depending on what the flight director dictates, whether or not they are go for prop load or not. And following that, they will begin prop load operations at T-minus 45 minutes. So a lot to keep an eye out for. And I think the next thing we should see is the recondenser? Ryan, question mark?
Well, they don't have a recondenser vent anymore. That's kind of all routed through the Pope vent. Yeah, no, they removed those tanks from the tank farm and removed the vent along with it. They do things a little bit differently now, but we're basically just going to see a bunch of vapors coming out of the vaporizers here as they start to get frosty and they start to build up pressure, and slowly you'll see the lines that are going from the tanks to the pumps. You'll see them start to get frosty. That's not going to happen yet. They're still kind of conditioning things, getting things spooled up. You'll probably see those lines start to get frosty in maybe an hour and a half, maybe hour and a half. Once they really start chilling those all the way down, and the pumps get chilled down, subcoolers get chilled down, and then things start going once they start pumping things to the pad and the tower, and whatnot. And they chill down those lines. So we're in the slow startup of things. You won't really see a lot of major stuff happen for a little bit, but they're still going. So
that's the important thing. And at this point, we're continuing towards that opening of the 1 hour long launch window. FMC, kind of along those lines, as we take a look at those very dark clouds rolling through, as of right now, does not seem to be a weather constraint with those type of clouds. One of the main concerns is the winds. But FMC putting it in a very polite way. If we get a wet dress rehearsal today, Ryan, can Starship launch in 24 hours? That's a new feature they have now with this upgraded tank farm.
Yeah, if they end up fully filling the thing and then scrubbing and having to detank, they definitely can go right away. They have the capability to go again tomorrow. They can bring in some stuff to refuel it, but they should still have enough left over to try again tomorrow afternoon. But as Adam was saying, a front starts moving in, and I think I think they want to just try to get this thing off today because the weather over the course of the rest of the week is still pretty windy, and while it may be sunny, it may not be great for launch. So they may just try to go if they can find that window today in that 1 hour, they'll try for it.
Right. As beautiful as the views are and everything like that, most of the data, a majority of the data they're collecting is gathered through numbers, not so much visuals. Yes, they have plenty of upgraded cameras on board the boosters and especially on the ship, and that camera work will be very helpful for studying the burn through on the upgraded flap design. But otherwise, in terms of being able to see the launch, it is not a requirement. Even for these test flights, they can still learn a lot just based off of the data, even if they can only see ground views for a couple of seconds. Let me thank a couple more people here. Corey Lene saying a good name for Starship, Agamemnon. Nice. JP Weeb, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Ninja Decimator saying someone build the booster in KSP. Saying someone build the booster in KSP with a nose cone and see if it's possible. Do it.
Do it, please. Yes, somebody do that, please.
Nibbles saying watching great coverage while donating blood on a Tuesday morning. Love NSF, you are family. Thank you. Over in New Zealand there, I guess it is technically Tuesday there.
Hey.
But yes, thank you for the support and thank you for donating blood. That is a great thing to do.
New Zealand is also a great place.
Oh, yeah. Well, wait,
For the
you've been to
record.
New Zealand?
Jack and I went to New Zealand. Yeah, we still can't stop talking about it.
That was for the Rocket Lab's 50th Electron flight.
That is correct.
Jeremy, what are the chances we get this audio and the launch stream audio over the members multi-view? I think the whole point of that members multi-view is to have an alternate way of just watching with a little bit of ambient sound and flip through all of the cameras that we have, which is a members perk, by the way. For anyone that becomes a member, you have our multi-view where there's over a dozen cameras rotating through, and it will only grow as we get closer to launch. Peter saying the patches are getting better every time. Thank you. Shout out to Jacques again, who did the Flight 8 patch for this. Eric Fraser, as we were talking about the Muppets, Phenomena. Do.
Do.
It's now stuck in everyone's head. There you go. Matt PD, surely there's a license-free way to send video, VDL2 or the like. Alex in the back channel pointing out that they can technically do local comms as long as it just goes back to ship 34, and then ship 34 is the one beaming the video back, then technically they can get away with it.
So, maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see.
So you're telling me there's a oh wait, wrong rocket.
For those who don't know, that was the name of New Glenn's first launch vehicle. So you're telling me there's a chance.
So actually, guys, quick update. I'm just looking over towards Highway 4 right now.
Yes.
Big train of cars coming past Richardson going westbound, leaving the production site. So it looks like they're starting to get all non-essential people cleared out from that area now, too.
That is great news. Everything proceeding on schedule. 3 hours, 30 minutes now until the opening of that window. And Metabricks with a great question, and Max, I'll throw this one to you. What needs to happen for the any T minus to turn into T minus? So can you kind of go over the clocks?
The any T minus. Oh, okay. I didn't. I thought you were going to say L minus. So I was like, any T minus. You mean net minus?
Yeah, sorry. That's like me with saying NET and net versus VAB and VAB. Just saying.
No.
Exactly.
Nobody says VAB. Nuh-uh.
Right, and no one says. Very few people say net. Same thing. So
That's not true at all.
NET.
That's not true at all. I say net all the time, and so do my friends. We all say net.
Yeah,
nobody says NET. This and this.
NET. What are you, weird?
Yes, Sawyer.
Fine, ESA. Okay, go ahead. What's the difference?
ESA's still good too.
With NET and T minus.
So net stands for no earlier than, and so that is an indicator as to the window opening at 5:30 p.m. local time here in Texas, which is the Central Standard Time here in the U.S. So that is the earliest time that Starship can fly, and that is the current T0 they are targeting. So as to when, I mean, it could technically remain net. Well, I'm trying to think now when that would turn to T.
Once we have confirmation of the exact T0.
Yeah.
That's
So
what I would say.
and that could be, that will have to come directly from SpaceX. We are not exactly sure when that will be, but we presume it'll be after their live stream starts. That is when most of the information comes out. So hopefully before prop load or around prop load, even though Starship does have the ability to hold in the count, unlike Falcon 9. So we're hoping soon, but that is all up to SpaceX, and we'll have to wait and see.
Yes, and that's also why we say that no earlier than, because it is a 1 hour launch window. So
Correct.
it could target any time within those 60 minutes. So that's why we put the earliest possible T0 time, which is that 5:30 p.m. Central, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 3.5 hours from now.
Just saw somebody in chat saying that is net 2:30 a.m. their time. Welcome to our world.
Welcome to those late night Starlinks.
Welcome to those late night Starlinks, baby.
They do be hitting different.
They do indeed.
Cannot wait until you get a bunch of the late night Starship Starlinks just kind of going out of the Cape. Those will be hitting different.
Like, I'm just excited to see the first nighttime Starship launch. Like, that's what I'm excited about. Because obviously methane burns a lot differently and looks a lot differently when it's being burned compared to RP1 or solids. So it's going to be a lot dimmer, but surely it's going to be a lot more vibrant in terms of its color. That's going to be awesome. I can't wait. But hopefully that happens soon.
Hopefully. And a reminder, at NASASpaceflight, if you have questions, we're going through. I promise we are reading them and answering them, despite all the people making fun of my NET.
Net.
Fiona wants to know, with the updated heat shield and everything for ship 34, there are a lot of tiles that are removed. Fiona's wondering, where are the removed tiles on the ship? Ryan?
They're all over the place. They're all over the tank section going all the way up. They're all over the nose cone. They're on the flap fairings and the flaps themselves, both forward and aft flaps. They're in just locations that SpaceX wants to test for what happens when they lose a tile there, just to make sure nothing else happens. So that's basically what it is. It's just for testing locations, and they're just all over the place. So if you'd like to take an entire shot of the back of 34 and 33, you'll notice they're basically like laid out in a grid pattern, all taken off. So,
yep, and they hope to get a lot of data of, can they possibly remove tiles from different parts of the vehicle in future designs? Because as we always say, the best part is no part, and that saves mass. And the more mass you save on the vehicle, that's the more mass that you can actually carry up and deploy in space. That helicopter's still coming by there. We see that, Max, what is that chopper that keeps landing by our camera?
That's essentially just for range safety, to make sure all personnel are where they need to be and that there aren't any stragglers, either on land or over the water. The unfortunate part about the timing around March for any Starship activity is we are approaching spring break here in Starbase and South Padre Island, which is a spring break hotspot. So it is a lot of extra work for the Coast Guard and everyone else who is keeping watch on the waters around the launch pad, making sure there are no wayward boats veering into the zone and causing issues, or worst case scenario, the S word, which I will not say at this point. So that is essentially what that's for, and just keeping people where they need to be and out of where they don't need to be.
Exactly. Also, by the way, someone did point out, Ryan, where are the missing tiles? They're not on the ship. That's where they are.
Wow.
That was me. I got to give props to John and Pat for that one. That was good.
Pun token awarded.
Yes. Let's see. Dave Marsh, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. D-Dubs, Elon mentioned something like the tweet apparently regarding cameras on dummy links. We'll have to see. Fingers crossed for that.
Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge. Ryan, do you want to place a wager on that one? Like $5?
Whether or not they have got, I mean,
We have witnesses.
you're going for it. What? Wait.
We here at NSF do not promote gambling of any kind.
We do not. This is a friendly wager between. I don't even know if we're friends or not, Ryan. Are we friends?
What? So how's that a question, Max? How's that a question?
Ouch.
I'm just feeling spicy. Sorry.
Damn. Wow. Right.
Well, you two fire it in there. I'm gonna keep going here. Let's see. Michael, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Capcom and above gets access to the Discord, as mentioned. LSR saying, "Let's go Starship!" ! Socials. Which, happy birthday to LSR. LSR is part of our social media team here at NSF. Everyone in chat, please make sure to wish LSR a very happy birthday. And the other way to celebrate LSR's birthday is by checking out all of the NSF socials. We are on Facebook, Instagram, X/Twitter, whichever you prefer to call it, Blue Sky, Threads, and on TikTok. So check all of that out. And yes, happy birthday, LSR. Thank you for all you do with the socials. Let's see here. Crafty Geek at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. The members multi-view is only available through YouTube, correct? Or is the way to get a perk without getting Alphabet a cut? The only way is YouTube membership. But the members multi-view is available for any level of membership, by the way. Avion saying NET is like saying TEATEB for TTEB, the triethyl board.
Yes. Thank you.
But yet, you can't say VAB is wrong. VAB is correct.
Yeah,
So.
because everyone calls it the VAB. VAB is correct. NET is not correct.
I'm.
It's just how things are, Sawyer.
Yeah, it's just how things are.
I don't make the rules.
You can
We
tell.
just follow them.
All right. Lou, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. 2 Red Team memberships, actually. And then Will gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that. And Storm4, thank you for becoming a Capcom member as well. We appreciate it. Stellar is asking, will they be attempting to land the Starship soon? So for those who kind of just getting into the loop on this, what is the plan for eventual Starship catches? And there's actually a small piece of hardware on this particular flight related to the catch, right, Ryan?
Yeah, they've got non-structural catching pins on Ship 34. The structural ones are currently installed on 35 and 36, and probably about to be installed, or are installed on Ship 37 at this point because it's on its payload bay. It's the nose cone's on its payload bay now. But so obviously that kind of goes to show that they plan on trying to catch them soon. These non-structural ones are to test the reentry heating on them on this flight, and assuming it goes well, assuming they don't run into any issues, The plan is to try and my guess is because SpaceX hasn't obviously said it, but there are FCC licenses that are giving the capability to return ship to the launch site, and the license modification that just came out is giving them the option to go to orbit, but they don't have the authorization to re-enter yet, which I think is kind of funny that they gave that, but it's besides the point. They'll probably get the authorization after Flight 8, but I would expect as early as next flight, they'll start landing starships. And reusing...
Assuming...
Yes?
Yeah, no, just assuming all goes well today, of course.
Yeah. And, you know... yeah. Just small detail. And maybe even reuse ship 36 or 37? Question mark? Maybe?
I think that's a little further down the line, but
maybe we'll see.
Maybe, and also maybe reuse booster 14. Maybe.
Oh, I think they'll reuse 14. It wouldn't still be in Mega Bay 1 if they didn't plan on reusing that thing. It's been in there for a month and a half now.
Yes, exactly. And the hope is that we will see for Flight 9 a reused booster. B-14 was the one that flew on Flight 7 and landed back successfully in the tower. So it is possibility for next flight, all of course assuming they go well with this particular flight. By the way, someone's saying, I tuned into a stakeout and a flame trench broke out. Those who don't know, that's our Friday. Fun. That's our Friday news recap show, which is a little bit on the happier, lighter side, as opposed to This Week in Spaceflight, our Friday serious news show hosted by Alicia.
Lisa's a lot more serious than we are. She's fun, but she's a lot more serious than we are. We're nuts. We're crazy. Right?
Speak for yourself, man.
What's also crazy is the progress so far towards launch here. There's a question here from Jared who's asking, Max, when does prop load start? As there is tank farm activity already.
Yep, so the tank farm is waking up and spooling up more than it was even about maybe an hour ago. So when it comes to fueling ops, SpaceX will conduct a poll from the flight director at T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes as to verify all systems both on the ground and on the vehicle are go for prop load. And assuming they are go, they will begin the prop load procedure is to unloading propellant onto, I think they start with the ship at T-minus 45 minutes. So it takes 45 minutes until, I think ship, what is it? I think ship prop load closes at T-minus 3 minutes and booster prop load closes not long after that. So it takes roughly 40 to 43 minutes-ish to have a fully fueled Starship ready for flight. But that will begin at T-minus 45 minutes. So we still have a bit to go there.
Little ways to go, but as you mentioned, the conditioning already starting at least, so you can see that vapors around there as they start chilling things down. And we saw the Pope vent going a bit earlier too. So lots of activity happening, progressing towards that launch time. Fingers crossed for all of that. And of course, keeping an eye on the weather as well. It is very gray and cloudy there, but the main concern still seems to be winds at the moment. And I'm sure Adam will be joining for the actual launch stream coming up in a couple minutes here and help explain the weather a little bit better. Mike, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Randy, thank you for the kind words about the coverage. Crafty Geek, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Josh saying, helipad escape bicycle. Nice. Thank you, everyone, for all of the support. It's greatly appreciated. Dave is wondering, by the way, in terms of that next flight, Ryan, do we know what stage of readiness the next ship is at? Where are we at in terms of ship 30, what would that be, 36? 35? And also, just to throw it in there, where are we at with Booster 16 as the helicopter flies away?
Well, Booster 16 is currently at Massey's, having completed a single cryo. My guess is they will do a second one probably tomorrow at this rate, because they're kind of focused on another stack launching at this point. So they'll probably do that last cryo, and then they'll bring it back. Bring it back for engine installation. That could be ready. That could be ready in April. But of course, we've been talking about possibly 14 being used on Flight 9, and if that's the case, I would assume 14 to go out for a reassurance static fire, possibly 2 to 3 weeks after this launch. So maybe 2 to 3 weeks from today, we could see Booster 14 roll back out and static fire again, which would be a huge moment in the program if they ended up doing that. Now for the ship's been stacked for about a month. If they continue with the way they have for the Block 2 ships and being able to get them ready quicker and quicker, I could see Ship 35 being ready for end of April. If they took the same amount of time to get 35 ready that it took them to get 34 ready, it wouldn't be ready till like May 19th or so. So, yeah, which I wouldn't mind. That'd be almost a birthday launch for me, May 20th. So it'd be kind of fun. But, I think it'll happen. I think Flight 9 could be end of April, which means, you think about it. That means a booster reuse, a possible ship catch, and maybe even another payload deploy mission on a flight exactly 2 years after Flight 1, which is pretty impressive.
That would be very impressive. Let's see here. Taking more of your questions. Let's see. In terms of that cryo testing, Joe wants to know, do you guys see in the future SpaceX cutting down to only one cryo test for each ship and each booster? Max, what do you think?
I mean, they used to static fire every single Falcon 9 booster that was stacked over the Cape. So, and they've obviously done away with that. So I have no reason to believe that they will do away with some testing of the hardware involved in each flight at some point to speed up the process. But like, Block 2 is still new enough to where they still want to test as much as possible and make sure that they have a full understanding of how both ship and booster perform in under flight conditions, either full of prop or during static fires or anything. So maybe at some point, but they have to reach a level of reliability that really makes sense, if that makes sense.
I think it would make sense down the line, especially if you're trying to get these pumped out relatively quick to be able to have as many as possible out on the pads, get that flight cadence up to what they're aiming for. I feel like you would have to cut down the number of cryo tests. And again, like you pointed out, they still do it rarely for Falcon 9, but not very often. But they do test all new boosters with their cryo and usually a static fire at the McGregor test site in Texas. What's the Ryan? What do you see?
They partially closed the sticks a little bit. Maybe they're just testing them, but they closed the sticks a little bit, and the landing rails are still up. So, I'm not going to read into it anymore. They haven't closed them anymore. I think it's kind of really hard to tell if they're opening them up or not. But my guess is they're just testing them. But either way.
So what is normal for the Chopsticks during the launch countdown, Ryan, and how exactly does that opening and closing part occur during the flight?
Well, normally they'll just sit open until launch, and then close, then do like some quick health checks, and then close for booster catch. So it is kind of a little weird that they are doing some closing right now, but I don't know. It's kind of hard to say what they're doing. They could be closing them just for a little bit or just doing some health checks. I mean, there's still 3 hours and 10 minutes until they go. So I would not assume any kind of issue. Just to say, would not assume any kind of issue. They could just be testing them. So we're just going to deal with that.
And also, you talked about the landing rails. How exactly do the landing rails help catch the booster?
They're like big shock absorbers. They basically help take the weight of the booster a little bit easier on the whole structure, and just kind of shock absorb it more or less. So.
And you mentioned that, so those are raised and lowered, the sort of catch rails up at the top there.
Yeah, you see the. It's kind of hard to explain. You see this truss structure, and then you see like the raised lines. Those are basically the landing rails, and they got bumpers on them and everything. So, yeah.
Yeah, if the arms are outstretched, it kind of looks like those flaps at the top. Let's see here. Thank you, a couple more people. Raphael, thank you for getting some stuff from the shop, as well as Alan. Elwin, if you could have any rocket or past mission made into a Lego set, which one and why?
Titan 4.
Oh, okay. Ryan,
Without
what do
a
you
question, Titan 4.
Any rocket past mission made into a Lego set? Ooh.
I mean,
I want a full MLP. I want MLP, FSS, RSS, external tank solids. I want the whole thing shuttle, all of it, not just the shuttle. All of it.
Would you mind explaining any of those acronyms you just said? Because that may have been like
the fixed service structure, the rotating service structure. Make me a Lego model of 39A with shuttle. Plus, I want one I want a full official Lego MLP for Saturn V as well.
Mobile launcher, yeah.
Thank you. With the crawler and everything. Why not?
I would want to see a Titan. I agree with the Titan, but this one with Voyager. Build your own Voyager. Imagine having to build the RTG, the radio thermonuclear generator, the boom, all of that. That would be a fun build. Good question. Alan, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Very much appreciated. Anonymous, getting some more items from the store as well. Thank you. Holly saying, remote camera setup now. Let's go. Doug O saying, ship names stick with the culture. Awaiting regulatory approval. That would be a great name.
That's good.
Yeah, Shorefall Gravitas. Of course, I still love you. Awaiting regulatory approval. Simple matter of
that would
engineering.
be a great drone ship name. Not gonna lie.
It appears the chopsticks are open.
They're opening again. So
yeah,
probably just testing.
You can see them slowly extend outwards. Also, a simple matter of engineering, going boldly, and another giant step. So pretty good, actually. David getting some items from the shop. Anonymous getting some items from the shop. Stevery. And John wondering the status of Starship HLS. Have we seen anything yet, Max, for Starship HLS?
I think some presumed HLS parts have been seen inside the factory based on labels, but as for any major piece of hardware or anything that we've either seen or heard from SpaceX, no, we have not seen anything.
Yeah, Brian, it feels like we should start seeing that soon if the goal is, even if it's not so much for the 2026 lunar landing, if it's to get a Martian Starship out by next year.
Yeah, I expect us to see some kind of outside testing hardware with it at some point, but it's probably all tucked away in the factory somewhere. So
yeah,
unfortunately.
There's a lot more walls and buildings up from when we first started covering everything at Starbase, so a lot of it's done behind doors now.
They're going back to launch position, the sticks are. So I think it was just a open and close, just maybe a little quick test. Why not?
That's a good thing. And I mean, once it actually comes to the catch, though, this is obviously the nice and slow in and out. Those things have to close pretty quickly, right?
Mm-hmm. They gotta close pretty dang quick, and that's one of the reasons why they switched to the smaller arms, is because there's a lot less inertia behind the smaller ones compared to these. These they have to. It takes a lot to slow them down, and then they kind of buffer and bounce a little bit. I think with the smaller ones, it'll be a much smoother catch overall. So I can't wait for that to happen.
Oh yeah. Which, speaking of the other tower, Chris has a question. Will the new tower pretend to catch at the same time as the booster catch?
I don't think it'll do that for this flight. The thing is they're not fully operational. It's partially operational. I don't think they have enough hooked up or enough power running to them at the moment to do the full. I mean, they might be able to do a lift it up and try to do a simulated catch for when the ship comes down. Otherwise, the only other time that those are going to be used for any kind of catching will be when they actually try to do it on Flight 9. So the one thing we should probably expect to see on those is not during this flight, but sometime between this flight and the next one is a full simulated catch run with those sticks a couple of times at the top of the tower and stuff like that. But they're still modifying that top of the tower with the larger gusset plates and extra reinforcements that they did on Tower 1 before Flight, for Flight 5. So, yeah, we're still waiting on that.
Yeah, still waiting. But hopefully we'll see that. And again, as they continue to work on Pad B out there, we should get some more kind of inkling of how far that pad is coming along. And I mean, so far, they're doing a lot of work on it. We've had Jack do some flyovers with Mary and seen some awesome things from the ground. So, cool things to come. And speaking of cool things to come, we are just minutes away from our official launch broadcast starting. That will include our teams down there in Starbase on camera. Of course, Max, I know you're down there right now still, which we appreciate you joining. So, Max, thank you, by the way, for hopping in from the field for all of this.
Yeah, I'm always happy to do it, man. Starship streams are always fun, and anything Starship is fun, really. I mean, it's also a nice change of pace from Falcon out in Florida, because we don't have Starship in Florida yet, at least. So, but this is always fun.
Yet being the key word there.
Yet.
Brian, thank you for joining here too.
It's a pleasure as always to go on and talk Starship and cover space in general. Like, it's been fun these last 5 straight days having a stream with you, Sawyer. It's been a ton of fun.
5 streams in a row of Ryan and I.
Well, if that doesn't say anything, there's a lot of other people busy with Starship, so we haven't had. So kind of have to. Unfortunately, they have to use me, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
but
it's been Ryan and I.
Yeah, you're not stuck. Oh, dang it! Now I forgot the line. I was just about to butcher it from Watchmen. But yeah, it's a ton of fun talking Starship and stuff, and I cannot wait to see this thing fly. I hope it flies today. And everything's looking good to go. So
yeah, you won't have to hear us much longer. Also, thank you to Chris Bergen, Gene, Alex, and Adrian, who were on earlier today in the Stakeout stream. So stick around. We will have an auto redirect for you here to the main launch broadcast. You'll get to hear your favorites. You'll get Alex. You'll get Adrian. You'll get Gene. Probably get some DOS in there too. Some exciting people. Let me just finish thanking people here. The Tokyo Lounge, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Lil Green, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Peter Groves gifting 5 Red Team memberships. And Tim with the kind words here saying, thanks guys, keep up the great work. We appreciate it. Again, we love what we do here. That's why we do this. It's out of passion. We are here because we want to do this. We love doing it. And we're just so glad to be able to share it with you so that we're not talking to ourselves in our houses like we used to. No,
it's
just me.
It's the I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me. There you go.
There you go. But yes, I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I have been your host for the last 3 hours here on this Stakeout stream. Again, don't go anywhere. The official launch broadcast is coming up immediately following this. It's going to be a good time, and hopefully we get a launch of Starship Flight 8 in about 3 hours from now. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Let's go to the main launch broadcast and watch Starship lift off.
And here we go.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Rolling up.
Payload down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange! Orange 45! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage! What is it? Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.